In the 58th year of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi in horror. Why? Nissan, why did you kill everyone? Uchiha Itachi in front of him did not respond to him, but just stood quietly sideways, staring at him with scarlet eyes. Soon his scarlet eyes changed from three magatama to a kaleidoscope pattern. Tsukuyami. Sasuke's pupils suddenly dilated, and he was hit by the Tsukuyami illusion. In his mind, the scenes of how Uchiha Itachi killed his clan members and how he killed his own father were played in a loop. No, Nissan, I don't want to see it. Don't let me see this. No. Sasuke opened his eyes instantly and woke up. Damn, is it a dream? He was pale and panting. After looking around, he found himself in the ward, and the fear that was raised to his throat gradually subsided. One night has passed since the Uchiha clan was exterminated. He didn't know how he escaped from the murderer Uchiha Itachi, but he did survive. But until now, he couldn't figure out why Uchiha Itachi did that. And what kind of tolerance and hatred did the other party keep talking about? I don't understand at all. Why do you let me suffer such a thing? Why do you let me bear all this? Uchiha Sasuke only felt that everything that happened last night was so suffocating. Despair permeated his whole body. He didn't know what to do in the future, whether to continue to go to ninja school, whether to return to that bloody home. As for whether he could take revenge on Uchiha Itachi, he was even more desperate. His beloved brother turned out to be the murderer of his father. Sasuke looked at the ceiling with a dull look. Why do you let me live? It would be great if I could see my future self. He stretched out his hand to grab the void. Hosting system binding successful. Host. Uchiha Sasuke host. Please select your hosting task. The hosting system can help the host plan the goals they want to achieve. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly found that a blue virtual panel appeared at the position where his arm passed through. What is this? Hosting system? 1. Waiting for input. 2. Waiting for input. 3. Waiting for input. 4. Waiting for input. Looking at the frame in front of him, Sasuke waved his hand in a daze, but his hand went straight through. Achieve the desired goal. After standardization, can I kill Uchiha Itachi? And why did Uchiha Itachi kill everyone? I can recover. Sasuke, are you awake? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the doctor who suddenly broke and interrupted Sasuke's thoughts. Sasuke subconsciously glanced at the virtual panel in front of him. Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Sasuke's gaze and looked over. What's wrong? Hokage-sama, can't see? Sasuke shook his head. Nothing. It's just that my head still hurts, as if I saw an illusion. What's wrong with him? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and asked the doctor next to him. Hokage, I have checked. Sasuke was hit by a very powerful illusion. The extremely terrifying scenes in the illusion caused brain overload. Will it affect his memory? No, he didn't suffer any substantial damage, and it will be fine to resume school tomorrow, the doctor said, glanced at Sasuke, and whispered. But someone who used such a strong illusion on him should be able to easily destroy his brain nerves. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly, and the doctor's face changed, nodded repeatedly, and retreated. Sasuke, do you remember what happened last night? Sarutobi Hiruzen approached and asked. Sasuke leaned on the pillow blankly and shook his head. I don't want to recall what happened yesterday now. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this. His eyes were slightly stern. Okay, then you have a good rest first. After a while, he left the ward. When he came out of the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen told the two Anbu members, you two keep an eye on Sasuke. Yes, Hokage. In the ward. The day Sasuke raised his eyes slightly. I found that the frame on the virtual panel had changed. 1. Kill Uchiha Itachi. 2. Find out the reason why Uchiha Itachi exterminated his clan. 3. Waiting for input. It really changed. Isn't this my illusion? There is also a third entrusted task. Chapter 2. Sarutobi Hiruzen appears to be deceiving. The system panel shifted once more. He gazed at the boxes above, already comprehending how to input the tasks. With mere thoughts, he could successfully enter his objectives. Looking at the third text box awaiting input, he softly intoned, revive my parents. Revive Uncle Hanburn. Revive Sister Izumi. Revive the Uchiha clan. Input complete. 1. Eliminate Uchiha Itachi. 2. Ascertain the reason behind Uchiha Itachi's clan massacre. 3. Revive the Uchiha clan. Would you like to commence the task? Note, the host may cancel the task at any time and modify the task parameters. If I proceed with the task, Sasuke contemplated the first two entries, lingering particularly on the first for a few extra moments. Yet, in the end, he did not opt for alterations. To kill Uchiha Itachi would allow him to avenge his parents, to avenge all the Uchiha clan members. Previously, He had felt incapable of vanquishing his adversary, but now it seemed an inexplicable system could assist him in realizing this ambition. Trusting the system, he silently recited, "Commence the task." In the next instant, a flicker ignited in Sasuke's eyes. The weakness and dread that once marred his expression evaporated, replaced by tranquility, or perhaps indifference. Eliminate Uchiha Itachi. Upon assuming control, the system began to scour Sasuke's mind for various pieces of information. Ultimately, it concluded that there were currently no opportunities to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. Host's physical condition is poor. Nutritional supplementation is required before commencing today's training aimed at eliminating Uchiha Itachi. Under the system's guidance, Sasuke opened the door of the infirmary, preparing to have breakfast. Suddenly, two figures of Anbu ninjas blocked his path, inquiring, "Where are you headed?" The system replied expressionlessly, "To eat. Without the Hokage's orders, you cannot leave for the time being. Obstruction detected, due to the opponent's superior strength. The host will be unable to prevail even with utmost effort." Sasuke remained silent. The system analyzed the situation, gradually animating its expression as it lowered its gaze, speaking in a feeble tone, "If I cannot go out, could you, big brother, help me buy some food? Hey, what are you doing with my body?" Sasuke felt a wave of shame at hearing his own voice adopt such a tone. This is the most suitable and potentially effective approach based on analysis. The system even began to play back memories of Sasuke pouting and acting spoiled in his mind. Sasuke's face flushed instantly. "Don't show me those. Besides, they are Anbu. How could that even be? All right, focus on your recovery." Before he could finish, a large hand gently ruffled his hair. "I'll go get food. You stay put." "Okay, you go ahead." Another Anbu ninja nodded at him. "I have quite a large appetite." The system added with a pitiful expression, "Don't worry, you won't go hungry." With that, the Anbu ninja vanished before Sasuke's eyes. Once everything settled, the system returned to the room, its demeanor once again one of indifference. "Why are you always so expressionless?" Sasuke queried curiously. "Because there is no need for expressions at present," the system replied apathetically. "Can I terminate the task now?" "At any time." Upon hearing this, Sasuke realized he had regained control of his body. What a peculiar sensation. He gently clenched his fists, reacquainting himself with his physical form. Unbeknownst to him, the emergence of the task system had allowed him to subconsciously endure the harrowing memories of Uchiha Itachi murdering his parents. After a moment of reflection, Sasuke found his thoughts drifting back to the image of Uchiha Itachi, prompting him to choose to continue the task. Once the system regained control of his body, it initiated a simple chakra training regimen. Before long, the infirmary door swung open. An Anbu ninja entered, laden with food, and after placing the provisions down, exited the room. At that moment, another presence entered the room. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Sasuke, are you feeling any better?" Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses the resources to complete task 2. Feeling better, the system replied, forming a gentle smile on Sasuke's face. Hiruzen smiled in response, handing Sasuke food from a plastic bag. As he did so, he inquired, "Sasuke, do you recall what transpired last night?" The system feigned a slight grimace, pressed its lips together, and nodded slowly. "Yes. Did you discover any suspicious individuals?" "Uchiha Itachi," the system hesitantly affirmed. Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of surprise before returning to normal. "Uchiha Itachi? Why would he annihilate his entire clan?" "Hokage-sama, I too am eager to uncover the reason." Hiruzen patted Sasuke's shoulder, assuring him, "Once the truth is ascertained, I will provide you with an explanation. For now, your injuries are not fully healed. Rest here for a few days. I will inform you of the truth once it is discovered." With that, he exited the infirmary, after relaying some instructions to the two Anbu outside before departing. Sarutobi Hiruzen is lying. Task 2 remains unfulfilled. The system, recalling the doctor's previous words, realized a discrepancy. He had explicitly stated that Sasuke could attend school the following day. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen claimed he was still injured, a statement that was entirely inconsistent. Hiruzen had been present at that time as well. Lying? Why would Hokage-sama deceive me? Sasuke pondered, perplexed. Reason currently unknown. The system could only analyze based on the information Sasuke possessed. Thus, the more Sasuke knew, the quicker the system could process. Sasuke's limited cognitive abilities resulted in slower analysis from the system, a disadvantage for an 8-year-old. The reason behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's deceit remains unknown. Task 2 cannot be fully trusted. After deliberation, the system resolved to prioritize completing Task 1, interspersing Task 2 as needed while marking Sarutobi Hiruzen as untrustworthy. Commencing today's physical training, the system took control of Sasuke's body, engaging in various physical exercises, running in place, push-ups, handstand push-ups, and more, pushing Sasuke to the very limits of his physical capabilities. Physical training concluded. Commencing chakra training. Time passed, and when Sasuke's body reached complete exhaustion, the system shifted focus to chakra gathering and control. Observing the system's remarkable execution, a glimmer of determination ignited in Sasuke's eyes. With such unwavering execution from the system, I will undoubtedly surpass my brother. He abruptly paused, feeling a wave of revulsion at his subconscious referring to Uchiha Itachi as his brother. I will certainly surpass that individual and eliminate him. Sasuke's gaze hardened, and he opted to continue the task. In the next moment, the system resumed control, continuing the training for chakra control. Continuing chakra training. Chapter 3. No matter how hard I try, I cannot achieve it in the confines of Konoha Village's isolation chamber. A simple yet audacious plan was unfolding, to transfer Sasuke to my route for training, molding him into the next Itachi Uchiha. You insufferable Danzo! When will you cease your autocratic ways? Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded, his countenance dark as he addressed Shimura Danzo, who sat unfazed. It was Itachi who annihilated his clan, not I. Nor you, Hiruzen, and certainly not Konoha itself. What concerns you? You are endangering Konoha. Hiruzen retorted, his voice rising in fervor. Who knows if that wretched Itachi can turn against his parents yet spare his own brother? Had I known this, I would have taken action against that Uchiha brat amidst the chaos. Enough. I am the Hokage, Hiruzen declared. Itachi has set conditions. If Sasuke can grow up safely, he will continue to act as Konoha's spy, gathering intelligence from the shadows. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Allowing both Itachi and his brother to live is a perilous gamble. Humph. You are no longer even a consultant. I have already begun the process of disbanding your route. Until this tumult subsides, you shall remain here. With a disdainful flick of his sleeve, Hiruzen exited the chamber. Danzo narrowed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the bed, contemplating. If he truly believed I was in the wrong, would he merely confine me here? I am not as hypocritical as he. He understood well that Hiruzen would not resort to killing him. The Hokage still required his unilateral methods to handle matters best left in the shadows. After all, he had successfully thwarted the Uchiha crisis. As for route, he would find a way to call it back once he was free. Training concluded. Energy replenishment required. Having spent the afternoon training in the infirmary, Sasuke's stomach began to growl. The system approached the door, ready to open it. Wait. At that moment, Sasuke canceled the system's control, opting to take charge of his own body. He wished to test his own capabilities. He inhaled deeply and opened the door. Big brother. I'm hungry. Can you buy me something to eat? Sasuke spoke in the tone he once used to coax others. The two Anbu guards stood silent, their gazes averted. Is my voice too soft? Sasuke attempted again, but still received no acknowledgement. He waved his hand, and upon seeing their lack of reaction, took a step forward. However, as he did, the Anbu swiftly blocked his path. You cannot leave without the Hokage's permission. Why not? Sasuke's irritation flared, puffing his cheeks in frustration. Why can't you help me get food? His dilemma was not about leaving, but rather the refusal to procure him a meal. When under the system's control, it had been a success. Now, it was a failure. It was utterly embarrassing, as he had adopted a demeanor he despised yet still met with defeat. Go back. At mealtime, the Hokage will bring you food. The Anbu guided Sasuke back to his bed. With a thud, the door to the infirmary closed, and the guards resumed their watch. Why do they treat me this way? Sasuke furrowed his brow. System, are you there? He internally called out. Moments later, the system's voice rang in his mind. Based on known information, it appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed them not to allow you to leave, and he will personally handle the matter of your meals. Why would the Hokage do such a thing? Analyzing. Supervising host protecting host. Supervising me? Why? Sasuke was perplexed. As the victim, he thought he should only receive protection, not supervision. 1. Your words are not entirely credible. 2. Your departure may pose risks to him. 3. It may relate to Task 2 of the control. The Hokage supervises me because I might pose a threat to him? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief at the system's assertion. The third point seemed too vague to grasp. What if I sneak out? Sasuke's heart raced slightly. It is impossible for the host to escape, even with utmost effort. Sasuke, could you be any more heartless? Yes, before the host can begin to sneak out, the Anbu will apprehend you. But I don't want to remain here. I want to see my parents. Analyzing. Option 1. Wait for Hiruzen to bring food and appeal to his emotions. Option 2. Train until you can defeat the Anbu outside and visit your parents. That's a joke. I am merely a first-year student at the Ninja Academy. How could I possibly train to the level of an Anbu in such a short time? Sasuke's gaze fell as he lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. After a moment, he whispered to himself, continue the control. In the next instant, the system regained command of his body, while waiting for Hiruzen to arrive with food. You may engage in low-energy exercises. He resumed his chakra training. Minutes later, the infirmary door creaked open. Sasuke, you must be hungry. The Hokage has brought food for you. Hiruzen entered with a smile, holding a meal box. Uncertain of Hiruzen's motives, his influence is substantial. Avoid antagonism for now. The system expressed delight. Wow, thank you, Hokage. And my favorite mackerel rice balls. Hiruzen beamed. I'm glad you like it. Once you recover, you'll be able to return to school soon. System, please tell him I want to see my parents, Sasuke urged internally. Just then, the system hesitated in its act of eating. What's wrong? Do you need water? Hiruzen offered a drink, having noticed the pause. The system shook its head. No, Hokage. There is something that has been troubling me. I cannot remain here indefinitely. What is it? Can you share it with the Hokage? I wish to see my parents one last time. Hiruzen paused, his expression momentarily faltering before he nodded. If it's to see your parents one last time, that can be arranged. Tomorrow is the day the victims of the Uchiha will be laid to rest. I had intended to shield you from the pain of seeing your parents' remains, but since you have bravely voiced your desire, I will take you tomorrow. Thank you, Hokage. The system's voice was tinged with emotion, its eyes glistening. Good child, eat now. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Knock, knock. What is it? Hiruzen inquired. Hokage. 2 young girls have come to visit Uchiha Sasuke. 2 young girls? Hiruzen pondered for a moment before responding. Let them in. Chapter 4. Can they help me revive the Uchiha clan? Sasuke. A little girl with short pink hair, adorned with a large red bow, shyly approached, carrying a basket of apples. Sasuke, how could such a thing happen to you? Beside her, a girl with short yellow hair, also holding a basket of apples, burst into tears upon seeing Sasuke and hugged him tightly. Sakura Haruno, witnessing this, quickly pushed aside Ino Yamanaka and presented her own basket of apples. Sasuke, I brought you apples. I hope you recover soon. In the depths of Sasuke's mind, the system swiftly processed information about these 2 girls, Sakura and Ino, both classmates who harbored feelings for him. Accepting the apples, Sasuke took one out, placing the remaining basket on the bedside, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Sakura. Ino. As Ino and Sakura noticed Sasuke's smile, a rosy hue blossomed on their cheeks. If you can recover, Sasuke, this will all mean nothing, Sakura said. Her voice tinged with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, feeling that her words might have been inappropriate. When you can return to school, I will accompany you. I and Appo's VE already begun learning the Yamanaka clan and Appo's secret techniques. I will protect you, Ino declared earnestly, patting her chest. All right, the system responded with a smile. Sasuke-kun. Then Sakura and I will take our leave. We hope you recover quickly. Ino grasped Sakura's hand. Sasuke-kun, I wish for the same. Sakura murmured nervously. Her small fist clenched against her chest, whispering her blessings. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, they exited the hospital room. Did you not say that when there is no need for expressions, one should refrain from them? Sasuke questioned, puzzled by the system's smile. After experiencing the massacre of his clan, he believed smiling was beyond him, even if Sakura and Ino's visit brought him a semblance of joy. Both Sakura and Ino may provide potential assistance for Task 3. It remains uncertain which path the host can take to revive the Uchiha clan. Thus establishing friendly relations is paramount. Can they truly help me revive the Uchiha clan? Sasuke gazed blankly in the direction Sakura and Ino had departed. However, his body, under the system's control, did not turn successfully. Sasuke, you seem to have quite the network. How swiftly visitors have come to see you, Hiruzen remarked with a smile. Lord Hokage, has the reason behind Itachi Uchiha's massacre of the entire Uchiha clan been uncovered? Sasuke, now under the system's management, turned to Hiruzen. The latter shook his head. No, we have yet to capture Itachi Uchiha. Although we spotted him last night, the situation unfolded too abruptly, and we could not detain him. Sasuke's gaze dimmed, and he nodded slightly. However, rest assured, Itachi has been classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. It is not only us in Konoha who will pursue him, but bounty hunters across the ninja world will also target him. I understand. I have eaten my fill. Very well, I shall return tomorrow, Hiruzen said, donning the Hokage hat and exiting the room. That man got away. Sasuke clenched his fists. System, if I wish to personally kill him, how long will it take? Analyzing. Itachi Uchiha can single-handedly confront the entire clan, his strength far surpassing that of a typical elite Jonin. Given the host's above-average aptitude, if all forms of entertainment are forsaken and he dedicates himself wholly to training, it would require 3 years. 3 years? Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 7, became a CH-nin at 10, and a captain of the Anbu at 13. His aptitude exceeds that of the host. Upon hearing the system's cold assessment, Sasuke fell silent. Itachi, possessing superior talent, had taken 6 years to reach his current level, while the system claimed he could achieve it in 3. What more could he desire? Yet, he felt an insatiable yearning to kill Itachi in the shortest time possible. Even now, despite being merely 8 years old, he understood that such ambitions were the fantasies of a fool. System, do you have any alternative methods for me to kill Itachi Uchiha with my own hands? Analyzing. Sasuke waited a full minute for a response from the system, yet none came. Enough with the analysis, he sighed, fearing that the system might overanalyze him into a corner. During that minute, the system conducted numerous calculations based on Sasuke's abilities. Regardless of whether it involved assassination, poisoning, or hiring someone else, all paths led to the same conclusion. It was unattainable. Sasuke's current strength was insufficient, and he lacked the necessary leverage to persuade anyone to risk their lives against an S-rank rogue ninja like Itachi. Thus, every analysis culminated in a dead end. By the way, system, if not for you, how long would it take me to kill that man? Sasuke asked, curious about how long it would take him to exact revenge without the system's assistance. Based on the host's individual conditions, over 10 years. What? 10 years? How could I be so weak? Given the trauma I've endured, coupled with my aptitude, even at a slow pace, I should be able to kill that man in 5 or 6 years. The host possesses above-average aptitude, yet exhibits a timid disposition. Following the onset of the Uchiha massacre, the host would remain submerged in pain and despair for many years before evolving that despair into a profound hatred for Itachi, ultimately choosing to train for revenge. However, due to his character, he would be susceptible to fluctuations in resolve, hindering his training. Timid disposition. Sasuke abruptly sat up in bed, his resolve crystallizing. I will change. I will set my sights on killing that man. Right here, right now. His eyes gleamed with determination as he leaped from the bed and began performing one-handed push-ups on the floor. However, after only a few repetitions, he found himself struggling, not only physically but mentally. Having been nurtured in the warmth of love from Makoto and Itachi Uchiha, he had developed a character prone to surrender. Damn it. System, take over. Sasuke gritted his teeth, issuing the command. Immediately, the system took control of his body, though he felt discontented with himself. He recognized the challenge of altering his nature in such a brief span. At that moment, he began to understand why the system had appeared so suddenly. It was to facilitate his transformation, initiating physical training, one-handed push-ups, projected completion at 100. Under the system's guidance, Sasuke's body commenced its rigorous training. The following day, a relentless rain fell over Konoha. At the hero's monument, Hiruzen observed Sasuke, who was leaning over a coffin. Sasuke, the rain is growing heavier. It is time to lay Fugaku and Makoto to rest. With his head bowed, Sasuke wiped away his tears with the back of his hand. After stealing a few glances at Fugaku and Makoto Uchiha, he struggled to stand, taking 2 steps back. Hiruzen nodded subtly to the Anbu who had been waiting nearby, who then approached Sasuke, closing the coffin and lowering it into the pre-dug grave. As the coffin was sealed, Sasuke's already swollen eyes grew red once more. His body trembled slightly, unable to quell the shivering. Burying his face in his arms, tears flowed uncontrollably. Take over, he whispered inwardly. In the next moment, the system seized control of his body. Under the control of the system, the body continues to weep. Yet Sasuke finally possesses a tranquil space where he can retreat and engage in self-reflection. Chapter 5, The Dual Tomo Sharingan. After several Anbu ninjas interred Uchiha Fugaku and Makoto, they reported back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage gave a slight nod and waved his hand, and the Anbu swiftly vanished into the rain. Sasuke, let us return, Sarutobi said, stepping behind him and opening an oil paper umbrella. The system wiped away its tears, nodded slightly, and linked its hand with Sarutobi's as they departed from the hero's tomb. Commencing chakra control training. Estimated duration, 10 minutes. The system began to analyze the time required to return to the hospital, initiating precise control over its chakra. As it walked, it focused on manipulating the chakra beneath its feet. With each full step, it ensured the chakra adhered firmly, releasing at the moment it lifted its foot. Although optimal training would typically occur on water, under the system's guidance, effective practice could still be achieved on solid ground. Not long into their walk, Sarutobi noticed fluctuations in Sasuke's chakra. Furrowing his brow, he observed Sasuke channeling chakra precisely at his feet, indicating a transformation following the tragedy of his clan. Sarutobi mused internally. Choosing not to disrupt Sasuke's concentration, he remained committed to protecting him, allowing him to grow steadily, thereby preventing Itachi from taking any detrimental actions against Konoha. As long as Sasuke remained unaware of the true motives behind Itachi's actions, he could be nurtured as a formidable asset for the village. After all, he was Konoha's sole Uchiha. As they approached a fork in the path, Sasuke's inner voice interrupted the system's chakra control training. He halted and turned to Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, I have another request. What is it? Sarutobi inquired, lowering his gaze. Tap, tap. At the edge of Konoha, the sound of slow footsteps echoed in a silent rain-soaked alley. 2 figures, one tall and one short, paused at the entrance. Hokage-sama, may I go alone to take a look? Sasuke asked, staring ahead at the alleyway, his hands instinctively clutching his pant legs. Can you manage, on your own? Sarutobi noticed Sasuke's subtle movements, revealing his palpable tension and fear. Sasuke swallowed hard, managing to utter, I want to try to see for myself. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi nodded gently. Very well, go ahead. I will wait here for you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi smiled and offered the oil paper umbrella, but Sasuke shook his head, opting to stride directly into the rain. Pat, pat, pat. His steps were slow, each one laden with an overwhelming weight. You can do this, Sasuke, you must. He reassured himself, to kill that man. I must first overcome the weakness within me, for Mom and Dad. Sasuke, be strong. Didn't Dad acknowledge your efforts? He whispered to himself, searching for courage. The haunting memories of the previous night played vividly in his mind, a time when he dared not open his eyes. The excruciating terror that followed was etched into his memory, forced upon him by Itachi's Tsukuyami, replaying the gruesome details of his clan's demise over and over again. I am Uchiha. Henceforth, the glory of the Uchiha must rest upon my shoulders. I cannot rely solely on the system. The system is merely a tool for my strength. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will not allow myself to do nothing. As he ventured deeper into the rain-soaked alley, the images from the Tsukuyami became increasingly vivid. It felt as if countless vengeful spirits of his clan were trailing behind, demanding retribution for their demise. His face turned pale, gripping his pant legs tightly as he pressed forward, resolutely refusing to look back. In this agonizing torment, he lost track of time until he finally stood before his home. After a moment's hesitation, gritting his teeth, he tremulously pushed the door open. Creak. He struggled to reach the innermost door, even without opening it. He could sense the chilling atmosphere within. Just days ago, it had been a warm, cherished home, but now it had transformed into a nightmarish hell where each step felt insurmountable. The images from the Tsukuyami replayed relentlessly in his mind. Why did you do this, Itachi? You bastard. Sasuke struck his own head in frustration. After a fit of tears, his body felt weak, yet he steeled himself to enter the room. Upon entering, the bloodstains mirrored the scene from the Tsukuyomi exactly, meticulously arranged, devoid of any signs of struggle. Mom, Dad, you filthy bastards. How could you do this to them? Sasuke fell to his knees, supporting himself with trembling hands. You who were willing to die for me. How could you take their lives, you monster? With a heart-wrenching scream, his black eyes began to glow a crimson red. The single Tomo Sharingan whirled wildly before abruptly halting. A second black Tomo gradually emerged beside the first. System, he instinctively called out, feeling overwhelmed. Yet, as soon as he uttered the words, he realized the purpose of his visit. What am I doing? If I let the system take over now, I would be even more helpless than I was the night before. He fought against the dual discomforts of mind and body, staggering to his feet and striving to maintain calm as he scrutinized every corner of the room. After a long while, the heavy sound of rain in the alley reduced to a mere drip every few seconds. Sarutobi, observing from a distance, noticed a small figure emerging. Hokage-sama, let us return. Very well, Sarutobi replied, guiding Sasuke away from the desolate Uchiha residence. Hokage-sama, is my current condition truly unsuitable for the ninja academy? Sasuke queried as they walked. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi countered, why do you so desperately wish to attend the academy? I want to grow stronger. I have lost everything. All I seek is to kill that man. Sasuke's eyes betrayed a fierce determination, his seething hatred laid bare. Ah. My concern in urging you to rest is to prevent you from falling into an abyss of endless hatred, Sarutobi sighed, gazing into the distance. However, today I witnessed your resolve. Thus, if you wish to attend the academy, you may do so. Just remember, do not let yourself be consumed entirely by vengeance. Otherwise, you may become extreme. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will begin attending school tomorrow. Subsequently, Sarutobi arranged alternative accommodations for Sasuke. Yet, the watchful Anbu did not wholly retreat. He shifted their presence from visibility to the shadows, ensuring Sasuke's protection at all times. Yes, Hokage-sama. Detected host transformation. The dual Tomo Sharingan has successfully manifested. Task 1's estimated duration has been reduced to 2 years. Chapter 6, adding insult to injury. The system mused that Lord Hokage did not seem to hinder my departure from the infirmary. Sasuke silently questioned within himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen bore no malice towards the host, yet there were certain matters left unspoken. Sighing, Sasuke sprawled across the bed in an expansive manner, contemplating the impending return to school. Would my classmates gossip about me? System, if I am to grow over the next 3 years as you suggested, is it permissible for me to sleep now? If the host does not adhere to the designated training regimen, growth will merely stagnate, while Itachi Uchiha will continue to progress. I understand. Then, please continue to manage me. With that, Sasuke relinquished control. The system resumed command of Sasuke's body. Based on the current assessment of the host's potential, the estimated time to attain the capability to defeat Itachi Uchiha is 2 years. The strength of the host's Uchiha bloodline will fluctuate according to the potency of the Sharingan. Analysis indicates that the Sharingan is the path for the host to swiftly achieve Task 1. Sasuke? My potential can change? Searching. Sufficient emotional fluctuations may unlock the Sharingan and its transformations. The host must acquire further knowledge regarding the Sharingan. Hearing the system's words, Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed he was truly a hindrance now. Regarding the Sharingan, my understanding remains rather limited. All I know is that we Uchiha are relentlessly pursuing it. Currently unable to access information on the Sharingan. Please commence training according to the original plan. Estimated duration, 2 hours. The system began to reiterate the previous cycle of physical and chakra training. Time passed. And after the system sensed a significant depletion of energy, it opted to sleep. The following morning, before dawn had fully arrived, the system took control of the body and rose. Commencing today's morning exercises, Sasuke vaguely felt his body moving with vigor. So early. Is such effort truly necessary to surpass that individual? He had initially thought that simply foregoing leisure activities and diligently practicing ninjutsu would suffice. Now, it appeared he had overestimated himself. The system's regimen demanded that he rise before sunrise to train. Soon after, the system completed its exercises. Training concluded, proceeding to eat. Meal finished, heading to the Ninja Academy. Under the system's supervision, Sasuke's body moved with meticulous precision. Before long, he arrived at the Ninja Academy. Sasuke chose not to regain control. He wished to observe how the system would handle the murmurs of others. As for the notion that others would remain silent, he held no faith in it. Indeed, as he entered the classroom and set down his bag, the very first classmate to see him froze momentarily, their gaze shifting to something amiss. The system remained impassive, paying no heed to the scrutiny. As time passed, the classroom steadily filled with students. Did you hear? His family, the Uchiha clan, was wiped out overnight. Yeah, my dad told me. Apparently, it was his brother who did it. Isn't that a bit deranged? To murder one's entire clan? Who knows? Since I was little, my dad warned me against associating with Uchiha. He said they're all quite mad. Shoo, keep your voice down. The Uchiha is right here with us. System, did you hear that? Why haven't you reacted? Sasuke could clearly hear the conversation within his body. let alone the system. These classmates spoke in hushed tones, yet their words were unmistakably directed at him. How could they think he wouldn't notice? Because a response is unnecessary. I cannot maintain such composure. I want to tear their mouths apart. We are the victims here, yet they label us Uchiha as madmen. However, rather than resorting to violence, I shall reserve this resentment for that man. Commencing knowledge acquisition, fundamentals of the body flicker technique. The system retrieved a textbook from the drawer containing foundational knowledge about ninjutsu taught at the academy. It flipped through the pages rapidly, far exceeding the pace of an ordinary person. Unable to contain himself, Sasuke remarked, "Can you truly remember everything at that speed?" Indeed. The system continued its swift perusal without pause. At that moment, a ninja clad in Chunin attire approached the podium, clutching 2 books. Class, today we will review the fundamentals of the body flicker technique, starting with the clone technique. Why are we reviewing? It's been ages since we last covered this. Teacher, you can't keep reviewing just because some students are absent. We have only a month until 2nd grade, and the graduation exams are approaching. Exactly. Irika-sensei. This isn't fair to the rest of us. Several boys in the class voiced their opinions. Are they referring to me? I had suspected their jealousy was insufferable. Sasuke realized they were indeed talking about him. However, the system remained unfazed, finishing the remaining pages of the textbook with remarkable speed. It then produced an advanced textbook regarding chakra manipulation and control. Sakura Haruno rose after much hesitation, her gaze landing on the boys who had spoken earlier. What are you saying? Are you implying that Sasuke, who returned to class today, is the reason for this review? How can you target Sasuke like this? He's an excellent student. It's bad enough to be jealous, but now that he's facing family troubles, you must kick him while he's down? How shameless. Ino joined in solidarity. As they stood up, more girls quickly followed suit, defending Sasuke. The previously outspoken boys hung their heads in silence, unable to argue against the girls. At this age, boys could never outmatch girls in a verbal dispute. Irika on the podium awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Everyone, please calm down. The students had a point. He indeed prepared this review because of Sasuke's return, not wishing for him to fall behind. What is all this noise about? Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and the bickering ceased as all eyes turned towards the entrance. Recognizing the attention, Naruto Uzumaki, with his golden hair, flashed a grin. Hey, everyone. Naruto, you're late again. Irika's expression soured at the sight of Naruto. Sasuke's here too. Even good students skip class? Naruto dashed over to Sasuke, pointing and laughing heartily. Naruto Uzumaki is unrelated to the 3 ongoing tasks. The system, after analysis, ignored him and continued to absorb knowledge from the textbook. Naruto, you've gone too far. Don't you know what happened in Sasuke's family? Exactly. Naruto, you're really annoying. Not only do you hold the class back, but you're also incredibly rude. Soon, several girls echoed their disapproval of Naruto. Taken aback, Naruto was unfazed by their criticisms, but intrigued by the mention of Sasuke's family. What happened to your family, Sasuke? Is someone sick? The system remained expressionless. Naruto, Irika called out sharply, then sighed. Enough questions, return to your seats. Today, we will continue reviewing the clone technique. What is going on? Naruto scratched his head in confusion as he took his seat. At that moment, the system raised its hand, inquiring, Irika-sensei, may I delve into new knowledge, such as chakra control or D-rank ninjutsu? Irika hesitated, responding, are you certain you do not wish to review the basics? This provoked discontent among the other students. How could they be compelled to revisit the foundational techniques solely for his sake? Since Sasuke had already expressed a desire to advance, the teacher should not wait for him, as it would be a waste of the teacher's goodwill. The system disregarded these murmurs and turned its gaze back to Irika, asserting, there is no need. I have already mastered it proficiently. Chapter 7. Are they also helpful in reviving the Uchiha clan? Have you truly mastered it? Irika inquired with a hint of uncertainty. After all, during the 2 days he had missed, important lessons on the shadow clone technique had been taught. As for the transformation and substitution techniques, he had confidence that Sasuke would grasp them adeptly. However, the shadow clone technique posed a significantly greater challenge. Come on, what are you pretending for? If you can manage it once out of 5 tries, that an amp, Oppos, impressive, a male classmate scoffed. Such individuals were indeed distasteful, Sasuke thought impatiently. Meanwhile, the system wasted no time with idle chatter, quickly forming hand seals. Chakra flowed within Sasuke and Oppos' body in accordance with the shadow clone technique. Bang! A clone identical to Uchiha Sasuke appeared atop the desk of the boy who had just spoken. Crash! The boy, startled, instinctively recoiled and fell to the ground, his bench clattering beneath him. Irika and Oppos' eyes lit up upon witnessing the perfect replica of Sasuke. Even among the students who had attended class in the previous days, their clones had exhibited some distinguishable differences from their originals. Most could be easily identified. Yet, Sasuke and Oppos' clone was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Irika nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Sasuke and Oppos' proficiency. Does anyone else need to review? What an Oppos' with the arrogance. I need to review the shadow clone technique. Naruto exclaimed, crossing his arms defiantly. After a brief pause, during which no one else spoke, Iruka nodded slightly. All right, since no one else needs a review, we and Amp, Oppos, LL move on to a new lesson. Today, I will introduce you to D-rank ninjutsu. Me. This is infuriating. Naruto clenched his fists, but no one paid him any mind. D-rank ninjutsu? ISN and Amp, Oppos, T that something only low-ranking ninjas can learn? We love you, Teacher Iruka. Teacher Iruka is the best. The students erupted in exuberant cheers. Iruka sighed, rubbing his forehead. Truly, they were a bunch of children. Just moments ago, they were arguing over the need to review, and now they adored him for teaching D-rank ninjutsu. Ahem, everyone quiet down. He instructed, gesturing with his hands to calm the class. Today, we are merely going to understand D-rank ninjutsu, not learn it. You are not yet at the level to learn D-rank techniques, understood? In unison, the students replied, oh, understood. Their voices fell into a somber tone, devoid of their previous excitement. Teacher, when will we be able to learn D-rank ninjutsu? Quite simply, after you graduate from here. At that point, you will be qualified ninjas capable of standing on your own. Iruka smiled. Ah, graduation. That seems so far away. What and Amp, Oppos, is so difficult about graduation? As long as you study diligently, it will come quickly. I recall a genius who graduated at 7 years old after just a year at the Ninja Academy. I've heard of that genius too. Graduating at 7 is quite impressive. Wait, the genius you speak of ISNT Uchiha Itachi, is it? I heard from my father that he became an S-rank rogue ninja. At this revelation, the class fell silent, turning their gazes to Sasuke. The system remained expressionless, as it deemed no expression necessary. Only when the eyes of Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and other girls turned towards him did he respond with a reassuring smile. Why do you only smile at the girls? Sasuke's inner voice piped up. I haven't given any strange orders, the system replied. Responding to their emotions does not aid the 3 entrusted tasks, but responding to the girls may be beneficial for task 3. Besides Sakura and Ino, do other girls have a hand in reviving the Uchiha clan? Sasuke scratched his head, perplexed. After all, he was merely 8 years old, with limited knowledge in certain areas. He didn't quite grasp the situation. Don't worry, D-rank ninjutsu will be taught to you next year. The Jonin assessment may include D-rank techniques. Although the likelihood is slim, so pay close attention in this class. Iruka tapped the blackboard with his teaching stick. Now, let an Amp, Oppos, begin with an introduction to D-rank ninjutsu, the mind decapitation technique. Iruka commenced explaining the principles of ninjutsu release, its effects, and lethality. The students, eagerly anticipating ninjutsu, listened attentively to Iruka and Amp, Oppos' explanation, save for one golden-haired boy who was fast asleep, as the system meticulously recorded and analyzed every word Iruka uttered. Sasuke and Amp, Oppos' voice broke through. Cancel the entrustment. Sasuke regained control of his body. He clenched his fist, relishing the sensation of reality, and promptly kicked the dozing Naruto awake. Naruto groggily sat up, bewildered, and looked back. Why are you kicking me, Sasuke? You're not even paying attention in class. Don't you want to graduate? Today's lesson is about the principles of D-rank ninjutsu and its key points, Sasuke retorted, glaring at Naruto. If not for the annoying similarities between them, both having lost their families, he wouldn't care whether Naruto studied or not. Naruto, can graduate without attending class. How dare you underestimate me? It's you who needs to pay attention to learn what you can't master. Naruto stuck out his tongue at Sasuke. Sasuke felt a surge of annoyance, wishing to unleash a fireball technique directly at his face. Entrustment engaged, fearing he might lose his temper. He opted for the system as assistance. Once the system took control, it resumed the previous learning. Halfway through Iruka's explanation, the system leveraged the similarities between Sasuke and Amp, Oppos' mastered C-rank fireball technique and the D-rank mind decapitation technique to comprehend its principles. Iruka had not disclosed the hand seals necessary for the technique. Raising his hand, the system prompted, "What's wrong, Sasuke?" Iruka asked. The system stood up. Teacher Iruka, could you please explain the hand seals for the mind decapitation technique? Iruka tilted his head, gazing at Sasuke in disbelief. Why do you want to know the hand seals? D-rank ninjutsu possesses a certain lethality. You are not yet ready to master it. The system remained efficient and unyielding, standing up and moving to the aisle, swiftly forming hand seals. Initially, Iruka was unaware of Sasuke and Amp, Oppos' intentions, but upon witnessing the hand seals, especially the final tiger seal, his pupils constricted. Aside from the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan excelled in one other area, fire release. Fire release techniques typically ended with the tiger seal. Is this fire release technique? You must realize that fire release techniques are at least C-rank. His heart raced, and he shouted, Sasuke, wait a moment. Fire release, fireball technique. Chapter 8, Foolish Naruto. Do not give Sasuke any more opportunities to flaunt himself. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A fireball of moderate size erupted from Sasuke and Amp, Oppos' mouth, hurtling forward. Irika and Appo's pupils constricted as he instinctively took a step back. Bang! Clatter! A flaming piece of wood landed on the podium in the classroom. The other students stared blankly at the burning wood, engulfed in silence, until Irika leaped through the window, exclaiming, "You have already mastered the fire release. Great fireball technique." His eyes sparkled with admiration, completely disregarding the resentment that Sasuke had toward the sudden attack. "System, have you lost your mind? That is Irika-sensei. How could you attack him?" Sasuke held a favorable impression of Irika, who was kind and gentle. He had heard that Irika had participated in frontline missions, but was reassigned to the ninja school due to his difficulties in adapting because of his personality. Analysis indicates that Irika-sensei has a 5 probability of evading the Great Fireball technique. Under controlled circumstances, it would not cause serious harm, thus the fireball cannot be fatal. Sasuke was momentarily at a loss for words. "Fine, your analysis is impressive. However, even so, you cannot just attack Irika-sensei next time. All tasks take precedence over personal matters. If you continue like this, I will have to rein you in." Yet, it was not surprising. Every Uchiha genius practiced the C-rank fire technique from a young age. Irika gazed at Sasuke with admiration, sensing that he would be the first student in the class to graduate early. C-rank ninjutsu. The entire class stared at Sasuke in shock. "I have yet to fully master the shadow clone technique, and he's already practicing C-rank ninjutsu? Or are D-rank techniques merely? No wonder he always carries himself with such arrogance. It turns out he truly possesses strength. You really can use C-rank ninjutsu." Naruto Uzumaki stood up from his seat, incredulous as he looked at Sasuke. The system remained unresponsive, indifferent. "Sasuke-kun is so cool. Sasuke, I love you. Sasuke, please go on a date with me. I also want to date him. None of you are allowed to steal my Sasuke." In an instant, the girls in the class fell into a flurry of infatuation. However, unlike before, most of the boys shifted from jealousy to admiration and envy. "Everyone, quiet down. Please stop the commotion." Irika and Appo's voice was drowned out by the uproar. He contemplated a solution and then attempted to speak. "I will now explain the hand signs for D-rank ninjutsu." Whoosh. The attention of the entire class instantly focused on him. Irika was taken aback. "I only said it very softly. How could you hear that? Why couldn't you hear me when I asked for silence?" "Teacher, you are going to teach us the hand signs for D-rank ninjutsu, right?" Right. You heard him too, right?" "We all heard it." The students looked at Irika with excitement, as if the noise had never existed. As for Sasuke, he had already returned to his seat under the system's control. Actually, I cannot tell you this. As I mentioned before, D-rank ninjutsu possesses a certain level of lethality, and you could easily get hurt. Doesn't matter. Irika-sensei's words don't count." "Exactly. How can it not count? We should tell the homeroom teacher. I will go inform the Hokage." Irika's brow twitched involuntarily at the students' uproar. Telling the homeroom teacher is one thing, but directly informing the Hokage? He has only been reassigned to the ninja school for less than a year. If Sarutobi Hiruzen learns that his teaching ability is being questioned by students, it will certainly complicate his future career. "All right, everyone be quiet. Consider this an early lesson for next year and Appo's curriculum. However, remember this. You absolutely must not use it on others, regardless of whether you can succeed. Do you understand?" The students nodded in agreement. I said, "Do you understand?" "We understand." Sigh. Irika felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, these were children under 10. Their promises held little credibility. Soon, he wrote the hand signs for the D-rank ninjutsu, decapitation technique, on the blackboard: tiger, rat, snake. However, he did not draw the corresponding hand signs on the board. This was a clever way to teach the hand signs while avoiding the risk of them actually executing the technique. "Hey, teacher, why aren't and Appo's there any hand signs? I know the tiger sign, but what are the rat and snake signs, teacher?" The students began to whisper among themselves. Irika and Appo's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Ha! Irika, the genius." However, at that moment, someone deduced the snake hand sign. "I remember that the hand signs for the shadow clone technique are horse, snake, tiger." That and Appo's right. The snake hand sign is like this. 2 students and Appo's eyes lit up, and the rest quickly followed suit, pondering other basic E-rank ninjutsu. Yet, after exhausting the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, concealment technique, and escape technique, they ultimately could not figure out the rat sign. This was primarily because most E-rank ninjutsu did not require hand signs. Only the shadow clone technique and transformation technique did. Hearing this, Irika sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I almost let them figure it out. Next time, I should include some useless hand signs. These 3 signs were simplified to facilitate the execution of earth release, allowing one to burrow underground and swiftly drag the opponent below the surface to complete the D-rank ninjutsu. Decapitation technique. In previous, non-simplified methods, the hand signs for earth release could require up to 5 signs. Sasuke, on the other hand, found it amusing. As the fire release, great fireball technique included the rat sign, meaning he had already grasped the hand signs for the D-rank ninjutsu, decapitation technique. Of course, He could not chuckle as his body remained under the system and Appo's control. Irika-sensei, can you teach us another D-rank ninjutsu? C-rank would be fine too. The system inquired with a smile. Irika and Appo's mouth twitched. C-rank is a bit problematic, and D-rank ninjutsu is quite challenging as well. There are many similar techniques to decapitation technique. Stop pretending. Arrogant Sasuke. You aren't and Appo's going to claim you have mastered it again, are you? Naruto suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at Sasuke. No. At this moment, the boys in the class all shared the same thought. Please, Naruto Uzumaki, do not say another word. Foolish Naruto. Do not give Sasuke any more opportunities to flaunt himself. They were all quite convinced that Sasuke might indeed have mastered it. Detection indicates that Naruto Uzumaki harbors significant hostility towards the host. In the next instant, the system swiftly performed hand signs expressionlessly. Seeing the opponent and Appo's skilled gestures and speed made Naruto and Appo's eyes widen. Hey, you can and Appo's be serious. Bang. Chapter 9. The monster-like learning ability. The preliminary earth release technique of the beheading technique was instantly activated. The system burrowed into the ground. In the next moment, it reached for Naruto and Appo's feet from beneath the earth. By the time Naruto realized what was happening, he found himself dragged down, leaving only his head above the classroom floor. Damn it, you bastard Sasuke. Let me out. Uzumaki Naruto writhed desperately, but the solid ground rendered his body immobile. It and Appo's over. All the boys in the classroom displayed expressions of despair. The next moment, the classroom erupted with the excited voices of the girls. Sasuke-kun is the best. Sasuke-kun, I want to have your babies. How can you have Sasuke-kun and Appo's babies without my permission? Only I can bear them. So many people like Sasuke. Haruno Sakura, sitting at her desk, felt a mix of emotions. It and Appo's alright. Sakura, our beauty cannot be compared to theirs. Sasuke-kun will surely prefer us. Yamanaka Ino comforted Sakura with a smile, patting her shoulder. Ino, could you not like Sasuke? No way. Yamanaka Ino retracted her hand, stating that her affection for Sasuke does not conflict with Sakura and Appo's. He is so exceptional. Why shouldn't I like him? But we are good friends. You know I like Sasuke. Being good friends doesn't mean you have to give him up for you. Sakura. Ino and Appo's expression soured slightly. Upon hearing this, Sakura felt a pang of unhappiness. But I like Sasuke. I like Sasuke too. And he will never like you. Sakura and Appo's face instantly changed. How can you say that? Sasuke definitely likes me. Not you, you pig-headed Ino. What did you call me? Yamanaka Ino's pupils narrowed as she fixed her gaze on Haruno Sakura. The latter realized she had misspoken, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but she held her ground, calling Ino a pig from the deer, boar, and butterfly trio, which was not a name she had given. Wide forehead. Yamanaka Ino gritted her teeth and declared that she would no longer acknowledge Sakura. Then I won't acknowledge you either. After tearing off the red ribbon from her hair that formed a bow, Sakura returned it to Ino and turned away, while everyone else was fawning over Sasuke. A rift formed in the once close friendship of Sakura and Ino over their shared admiration for him. Quiet down. Irika exclaimed helplessly, trying to restore order. However, his efforts proved largely ineffective. He understood all too well that whenever a genius emerged at the Ninja Academy, they would be idolized, contributing to the early attention from higher-ups, which often led to accelerated examinations and early graduations. The noisy environment severely hampers learning efficiency. The system analyzed and addressed the crowd, suggesting they listen to Irika-sensei. Upon hearing this, the girls began passing the message to the periphery. Within 2 seconds, the once raucous classroom fell silent. All right, Sasuke-kun, the girls chimed in unison. Most of the boys wore expressions of displeasure. Damn genius. Why must I be in the same class as a prodigy? I'm clearly second. Yet, no matter how hard I strive, I cannot surpass the towering genius that is Uchiha Sasuke. The second-place student felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had been pacified by a mere word from Sasuke. Irika felt a deep sense of defeat. In the following class on D-rank ninjutsu, the technique of the underworld, he opted not to teach C-rank ninjutsu and instead switched to a D-rank illusion technique. Even though he recognized Sasuke as a genius, he would not recklessly teach C-rank ninjutsu. Under the system and Appo's guidance, Sasuke quickly mastered the D-rank underworld technique. After school, in the Hokage and Appo's office in Hidden Leaf Village. Irika, what brings you here? The Hokage asked. Lord Hokage, there is something I feel compelled to inform you about. Irika and Appo's expression turned serious as he spoke regarding Uchiha Sasuke and Appo's exceptional talent. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and adjusted his Hokage hat, urging Irika to continue. Irika promptly recounted Sasuke and Appo's performance in class, stating that Sasuke and Appo's progress had already reached a third-grade level, preparing him for graduation this year. Irika, are you suggesting recommending him for the early graduation assessment? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked solemnly. Yes, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, stating it was too soon. Sasuke had only just emerged from the shadow of the Uchiha clan massacre, and it would be unwise for him to take the early graduation assessment at this time. No, Lord Hokage, I may not have conveyed the details clearly, Irika quickly interjected to clarify. Sasuke is not just extraordinarily talented in his pursuit of ninjutsu knowledge. I feel I can no longer teach him anything. In class, he seamlessly executed the 2 D-rank techniques I had just taught, one being earth release and the other an illusion technique. 2 different types of ninjutsu. And it was my first time teaching them. He mastered them directly and with proficiency? Are you serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lord Hokage. Sasuke's talent transcends the mere label of genius. I believe he may possess a monstrous level of talent in the ninja world, akin to the legendary first Hokage. Irika and Appo's expression was earnest and resolute. Sarutobi Hiruzen took note of this, stating he would consider it, and instructed Irika to return for now. Yes, Lord Hokage. Irika wished to say more, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen having spoken to this extent, he felt it inappropriate to continue. Once the office was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen, he lit his pipe and spoke solemnly, Kakashi. Whoosh. In the next moment, a silver-haired ninja wearing an Anbu mask knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, how has your and Appo's, watch and Appo's, over Uchiha Sasuke been today? Kakashi and Appo's tone remained indifferent. Continue to keep a close eye on him. If he needs anything, report back to me. Yes, Lord Hokage. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. Lord Hokage, someone seeks an audience. Kakashi glanced back momentarily before vanishing back into the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe and spoke solemnly. Who is it? Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 10. What is this unit of measurement? Uchiha Sasuke. What could he possibly want from me at this moment? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered briefly before calling out to the door, inviting him in. Hokage-sama, Sasuke greeted upon entering. Hiruzen smiled and nodded, inquiring if school had just let out. Yes, Sasuke responded, a gentle smile forming on his face under the system and Appo's influence. Hokage-sama, I have a matter I wish to ask for your assistance with. Speak freely. If it and Appo's within my power, I shall do my utmost to help you. Hiruzen replied, feeling relieved that Sasuke had approached him, as he was yearning to strengthen their bond and instill a deeper sense of belonging in him towards the village. Everything he did was aimed at protecting Sasuke, while also concealing the truth about Itachi and Appo's massacre of their clan. As long as this second aspect remained hidden, he would continue to embody the benevolent image of the Hokage in Sasuke and Appo's eyes, a persona deeply ingrained in the hearts of the villagers. Much like the will of fire he had propagated for many years, the system displayed an expression of unspoken conflict and desire to communicate, stating, I wish to learn about my family and Appo's Sharingan. Sharingan. Hiruzen and Appo's smile vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. Why the sudden interest in the Sharingan? I have always heard that the Sharingan is a testament to the strength of our Uchiha clan, but I have yet to awaken it. I wish to understand how one becomes a powerful Uchiha. Came the system and Appo's meek response. Wait, that and Appo's not right. I have already awakened the Sharingan. Sasuke exclaimed in confusion. Due to the previous special marking on Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is not fully trusted, hence the need for concealment. Even Hokage-sama doesn't and Appo's. Do you believe me? I feel he treats me quite well. Sasuke scratched his head, but to no avail. Nevertheless, he chose not to revoke the system and Appo's oversight, as he had found its choices to be largely accurate over the past few days. He opted to trust the system. You have not awakened the Sharingan. Hiruzen reiterated for confirmation. No, Sasuke shook his head, appearing genuinely unaware. After contemplating for a moment, Hiruzen said, very well, I shall seek out some materials regarding the Sharingan. There should be important documents preserved. He promptly instructed other ninjas to locate and organize the relevant materials about the Uchiha clan and Appo's Sharingan for Sasuke. This should encompass most of the information on the Sharingan, he said kindly. These documents were primarily discovered in the Uchiha ancestral grounds and transferred here for safekeeping. However, since it is you who wishes to view them, there is no issue. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The system expressed immense gratitude, bowing slightly. Is there anything else? Hiruzen inquired. Nothing else, Hokage-sama. Goodbye. The system exited the Hokage and Appo's office. However, no sooner had he left than Hiruzen and Appo's expression returned to a straight line. Kakashi, keep a close watch on him, and remember to inform the Anbu who is switching shifts with you, Hiruzen instructed. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied, turning to follow. Yet, hidden in the shadows, Sasuke, lacking sufficient strength, remained oblivious to Kakashi and Appo's watchful gaze. Upon returning to the residence arranged by Hiruzen, the system quickly began to peruse the materials provided on the Sharingan. Review complete. The system swiftly absorbed the thick stack of records concerning the Uchiha and Appo's Sharingan, along with various other disorganized contents. However, the system and Appo's analytical abilities effortlessly filtered through and summarized the information, commencing ninjutsu practice. After confirming the objective, the system began execution, swiftly forming hand seals to practice all the ninjutsu it had mastered. System, why aren't and Appo's? To you continuing your research on the Sharingan? Sasuke asked curiously. You've already gone through the materials, Shuden and Appos. You attempt to awaken the Sharingan first? The records indicate that the Sharingan is extreme. Most people harbor disdain for the Uchiha due to the fear the Sharingan instills, given that an Anbu ninja has been observing the host. The probability of Anbu still monitoring the host remains at 85. Wherein and Appos. They watching me out of fear, I might seek vengeance against that man? What could their current motives be? 1. Concern over fleeing the village to confront Itachi, probability 20. 2. Protecting the host, probability 15. 3. Fear that the host and Appos' movements may lead to events detrimental to their interests, probability 50. 4. Stop analyzing it and Appos' all just probabilities with too many possibilities. That's mere conjecture. Sasuke interrupted the system's continued analysis. Continuing ninjutsu training, estimated duration 1 hour. The system resumed its ninjutsu exercises. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes in the shadows continued to observe him. Kakashi, hiding among the trees, whispered to himself, I misjudged. He appears not to have awakened the Sharingan after all. From his perspective, Sasuke and Appos' sudden interest in the Sharingan likely stemmed from a desire to grow stronger. Recalling what his father, Uchiha Fugaku, had mentioned about the Sharingan, as well as the power of his brother, Itachi, Kakashi's gaze shifted from Sasuke to a pile of documents beside him. He touched his left eye beneath his forehead protector, pondering whether those records contained any details on how the Sharingan evolves. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Under the system and Appos' guidance, even with Anbu ninjas monitoring him in shifts, no significant issues arose. Since returning from the Uchiha ancestral grounds, he had not actively attempted to awaken the Sharingan. System, how far along are you in your training? How long until I reach the level required to graduate from the Ninja Academy? Sasuke inquired, observing his own practice. Analyzing. Based on the world and Appos' units of measurement, the host has currently achieved 0.25 chakra, which corresponds to the rank of a Jonin. 0.25 chakra? What is this unit of measurement? I have no recollection of such a metric. This is a standard unit derived from analyzing the chakra levels of other ninjas encountered in the host and Appos' life. 1 unit equals Kakashi and Appos' chakra. You can calculate to such an extent. But Kakashi? Is that the same Kakashi who possesses the Sharingan despite being from another clan? Sasuke and Appos' brow furrowed slightly. He had often heard his father mention Kakashi and Appos' name, but Fugaku and Appos' demeanor had never conveyed anything positive. Indeed, Kakashi was once Itachi and Appos' captain in the Anbu. Came the system and Appos' confirmation. Sasuke gasped, realizing the implications. Wait, you could access my memories from that time. He suddenly recognized the troubling reality that his privacy seemed to have been thoroughly examined by the system. The fact that he had wet the bed at 5 years old could not possibly have been. Affirmative. Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment. I didn't ask you to answer that. Wait, if Kakashi is that guy in Appos' captain, then he must be stronger than him, right? If I currently have 0.25 chakra, does that mean reaching 1 chakra would place me on par with Kakashi? Chapter 11. Sasuke, do you wish to understand the will of fire? Returning to the host. A card is merely a measure of chakra, not a gauge of strength. The host and Appos' memories lack evidence regarding Kakashi and Appos' power, rendering comparison impossible. Is it merely the quantity of chakra? Sasuke felt a twinge of disappointment. Kakashi and Appos' chakra must be rather meager if I, as a mere Jonin, already possess a quarter of his chakra. In total, his chakra amounts to only 4 Jonin levels. His impression of Kakashi, whom he had yet to meet, swiftly transformed from that of a formidable Anbu captain to a frail Anbu elder in his mind. When shall we commence our training for the Sharingan? It has already been a week. Wazd and Appos' had said that the Sharingan is a shortcut to completing Mission 1. Sasuke, who had been diligently training his body, inquired with a hint of boredom. After a week of analysis, it has been concluded that the probability of Sarutobi Hiruzen continuing to dispatch Anbu to surveil us is 70. The awakening of the Sharingan may not necessarily bode well for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is it truly only this minuscule drop? You are exceedingly cautious, Sasuke remarked. Yet he did not disturb the system. He trusted its judgment. What exactly is the evolution of the Sharingan? Emotional fluctuations, so vague. Surely, I cannot provoke someone simply to be beaten and induce emotional turmoil, can I? Sasuke muttered to himself. These were the conditions for the evolution of the Sharingan that the system had deduced through its studies, based on the gathered data and the host and Appos' memories of living within the Uchiha clan. The activation and evolution of the Sharingan are often accompanied by the passing of loved ones, which typically elicits intense. Stop, Sasuke interjected, pausing for a moment before stating, I do not wish to hear this. Regaining control of his body, Sasuke opened the door and made his way to the Hokage and Appos' office to seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I believe I am ready to participate in the early graduation examination. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Sasuke spoke earnestly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Over the past week, Sarutobi Hiruzen had learned from Kakashi about Sasuke and Appos' rigorous training. Sasuke had indeed been exceptionally diligent, to the point of being somewhat exaggerated. He felt that the doctor's earlier assessment of Sasuke being fine was a misdiagnosis. There must be psychological issues at play. Otherwise, how could it be that aside from the basic necessities of life, he was solely focused on training? Even Mato Guy, known for his intense dedication to taijutsu, was not as fervent as Sasuke. Kakashi and Appo's reports indicated that Sasuke cycled through taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu every day. He was even more committed than Mato Guy. Ahem. I actually believe you should take a moment to consolidate your skills. Graduating prematurely may not yield beneficial results. Those who graduated early in the past did so due to the wartime demands for more shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen advised, concerned that Sasuke and Appo's relentless training might lead him to exhaustion. Just half a month had passed since he promised Itachi to protect Sasuke, and if something were to happen to him, even without Itachi seeking retribution, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly question his own worth, unable to safeguard even an 8-year-old child, especially in a time of peace. No, Hokage-sama, I am ready. I have mastered C-rank ninjutsu, and my chakra has reached the level of a Jonin. I truly wish to give it a try. Sasuke and Appo's youthful visage, now imbued with determination, radiated a sense of resolve. Ahem, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly. He had not anticipated Sasuke and Appo's insistence, considering his former disposition. At that moment, he gently shook his head. It was only natural for one's character to shift following such a tragic event as a massacre. In that case, let us unlock the pathway for your early graduation examination. This should be the last early graduation assessment in Konoha. Why? Will there not be any more in the future? Sasuke asked with curiosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, intending to abolish the practice. After all, for the village to prosper in the long term, various aspects must not be neglected. The teachings of the Shinobi Academy should encompass more than just ninjutsu. What else is required? Cultural studies? That is not necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Cultural studies are subjects for the nobility. For us shinobi, they hold little significance. I am referring to the will of fire, Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Sasuke, inquiring. Do you know of the will of fire? The will of fire? Sasuke and Appo's gaze revealed his confusion. He silently called out to the system. Do you have any information on the will of fire? No information regarding the will of fire has been found within the host and Appo's memories. It seems I have not forgotten. Sasuke muttered softly. The will of fire is the very foundation of our existence as Konoha shinobi. It is something we all must possess, Sasuke. Would you like to learn more? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at Sasuke, speaking with conviction. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke replied, I do not wish to. Hokage-sama, I would like to participate in the early graduation examination first. Upon hearing this, the corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's mouth twitched slightly. He had thought his evocative description would easily captivate young Sasuke, piquing his interest in the will of fire. Then he could seamlessly pass on its teachings. However, the path to indoctrination had not yet begun before it was extinguished. It is all right if you do not wish to know now. You are still young. In time, you will comprehend what I mean by the will of fire, my dear grandson. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly led Sasuke to a designated room. The reason for his readiness was that he had already arranged for this early graduation examination to be slightly more challenging. Inside the room, 2 examiners had set up the space for the assessment. Sitting at the front as assessors for this early graduation examination were a man with several menacing scars across his face, Marino Ibiki, and a silver-haired Anbu. They were responsible for Sasuke and Appo's early graduation examination. Are you prepared, Uchiha Sasuke? Marino Ibiki and Appo's deep voice resonated, and Sasuke nodded heavily, affirming, I am ready, esteemed examiner. For the first question, let us begin with something simple, the hand seals for the clone technique. Bam! Before Marino Ibiki could finish his sentence, Sasuke executed the clone technique, creating a perfect replica of himself beside him. Marino Ibiki. He closed his slightly agape mouth, swallowing the rest of his words. Well done. Now, we shall increase the intensity. Marino Ibiki and Appo's lips curled slightly in amusement. He had devised a particularly challenging question, one that even a true Jonin might struggle to answer. This next one will be quite difficult. Pay attention, Uchiha Sasuke. All right, esteemed examiner, please proceed. Sasuke replied, feeling a slight twinge of nervousness. What could the challenge be? Marino Ibiki and Appo's lips curled upward. D-rank Jinjutsu. Illusion technique. The art of the Naraka. Sasuke paused momentarily. ISN and Appo's. See that the Jinjutsu that Irika-sensei just taught us? Chapter 12. Indeed, every member of the Anbu is a genius. Haha. Feeling a bit challenged, are we? No worries. All you need to do is memorize the hand sign for this technique. Senju Ibiki chuckled as he noticed Sasuke lost in thought. However, despite this, he had still set a trap. The technique, illusion, netherworld vision, does not require any hand signs. It is the most fundamental of Jinjutsu, manipulating the opponent's chakra to conjure visions of their deepest fears. Haha, this is foolproof. Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously instructed him to raise the difficulty of the exam slightly, without making it too obvious. Thus, he employed the same method as the first question, ensuring that the second question would naturally follow suit. Haha, I am truly a genius. He reveled in his own brilliance. Meanwhile, Kakashi furrowed his brow beneath his mask. Illusion, netherworld vision. This ninjutsu. I recall that Sasuke mastered this technique on the very first day of his training at home. In the next instant, he felt Sasuke vanish before him, replaced by a silver-haired figure with its back turned. His pupils constricted, and he quickly activated the Jinjutsu release. Once his vision returned to normal, he noticed that Senju Ibiki had also performed the Jinjutsu release. This meant that Sasuke had simultaneously cast the illusion, netherworld vision, on both of them. You managed to use it successfully against me? Ibiki stared at Sasuke in disbelief. This is a Jinjutsu. Even a Chunin might struggle to master it without a certain level of talent. But he is an Uchiha. Kakashi observed Sasuke calmly. Ibiki suddenly realized. Of course. Uchiha. How could I be so foolish? His fists clenched slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. How could I challenge an Uchiha with Jinjutsu? If the Hokage finds out, he will surely think I am deliberately going easy on him. Oh no. I must think of a way. His mind raced. Sometimes, the foolish, Ibiki, can come up with brilliant ideas. Kakashi, glancing at him from the corner of his eye, sighed in resignation. Now I'm going to get scolded by the third Hokage. Did I pass this question? Sasuke asked Ibiki, who had fallen silent. Ibiki's eyes suddenly lit up with inspiration. Then, do you know what the hand sign for this technique is? Kakashi replied. Let's just go home, shall we? Come on, Ibiki. On his side, he hadn't even finished his question, and Ibiki was already about to give Sasuke a perfect score. The pressure was overwhelming. If he didn't know for certain that Ibiki was not the type to be bribed, he would suspect that Sasuke had somehow won him over with those three-colored dango. Sasuke replied. It doesn't require hand signs. It disrupts the opponent's chakra, inducing visions of their innermost fears. If there must be a sign, the tiger seal could be considered a representation of the netherworld vision. He was concerned that the answer of not needing hand signs was too simplistic, so he also explained the principle and added a few extra details. This knowledge had been firmly lodged in his mind after mastering the system recently. Pass. Ibiki slumped, utterly drained of energy. Are there more questions? Yes. Kakashi responded. There are 2 more questions remaining. However, since you passed the first 2, you already have 50 points. You only need to answer 1 more correctly to pass this early graduation assessment. Ibiki blinked, looking at Kakashi, speechless. His gaze conveyed everything. I leave it all to you. Kakashi felt an immense pressure. Beneath his mask, his eyes reflected exasperation. If he couldn't answer a single question. Ninjutsu and Jinjutsu were already out of the question. The only remaining category was Taijutsu. But just as he thought of this, he remembered how poorly the other had performed in that area. Taijutsu was also not an option. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, and Taijutsu were all his strengths. So what else could he test? Kakashi began to sweat profusely. In his own early graduation, he had only been tested on the body flicker technique. He couldn't possibly use higher level C or B rank techniques for this assessment, could he? Examiner? Sasuke asked softly. Kakashi snapped back to reality, unable to think of a better question. It will have to be this. Uchiha Sasuke, please listen carefully. How many years has the ninja school existed since its establishment? Sasuke responded with a puzzled, huh? Genius. Ibiki was suddenly revitalized. Indeed, every member of the Anbu is a genius. At this moment, he wished to unmask Kakashi and behold his true visage. This question surely didn't exceed the difficulty limit. If it was deemed irrelevant to the assessment, it couldn't entirely be dismissed. As it pertained to the history of the ninja school system, quickly check if I possess this knowledge. Sasuke felt a surge of panic. He could not fathom that the ninja graduation assessment would include such a question. Analyzing. No record of this answer found in the host's memory. Sasuke shook his head, looking to Kakashi. Next question, please, examiner. Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to pass 1 question. However, the second question posed an even greater challenge. Surely, he couldn't ask when the ninja school in Konoha was established again. 1 question of that nature could be deemed reasonable, but 2 would undoubtedly raise suspicions of bias. After all, how else could other geniuses have passed their early graduation assessments? Kakashi mused that not even the original founder of the ninja school, Senju Tobarama, would necessarily remember when it was established. After much contemplation, Kakashi spoke in a low voice. Uchiha Sasuke, please listen to the second question. What is the key to victory in ninja combat? Sasuke frowned slightly, perplexed. Why is it another theoretical question? Kakashi's expression paled slightly beneath his mask. Well, the examiner on the left is assessing practical skills, and I am responsible for evaluating the knowledge base of the ninja school. Oh, Sasuke felt somewhat resigned, though Kakashi's explanation sounded reasonable. One examining practical skills and the other testing theoretical knowledge seemed perfectly acceptable. Truly a genius among geniuses. A talent among the Anbu. Ibiki gazed at Kakashi in admiration, never imagining that he would pose such challenging questions without straying too far from the mark. If I ever have the opportunity to set questions again, I must learn from this Anbu member. The key to victory in a ninja battle. Sasuke pondered for a moment, finding himself devoid of any impressions. The more he thought, the more he doubted himself. Was this truly an examination question once faced by those renowned geniuses? There was only one course of action left. System Assistance. Chapter 13. Are you testing Uchiha with illusions? In the next moment, the system took direct control of Sasuke's body. There was no way around it. Sasuke was utterly incapable of answering such a theoretical question on his own. Has Sasuke made up his mind? Kakashi mused, observing the silent boy, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, he had been stumped. If they could just endure for 3 more minutes. This question would equate to a failure in the examination. The mission assigned by the Hokage would be deemed accomplished. The key to victory in ninja battles. Under analysis. Ninjutsu. No, Uchiha Itachi excels in Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu. No, the Hokage specializes in ninjutsu. Taijutsu. Also incorrect. The system swiftly scoured through the myriad of ninja battle scenarios and other pertinent details within Sasuke's mind. Kakashi glanced at the clock hanging in the room, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Sasuke, time is running out. As the system's mental processes began to ignite, a glimmer of light flickered in Sasuke's eyes. The system raised its gaze slowly to meet Kakashi's and uttered a single word: intelligence. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. The crux of victory in ninja combat lies in intelligence. It is the cornerstone of triumph. The system emotionlessly elaborated. Kakashi's eyes widened beneath his mask. Impossible. This question, though seemingly straightforward, was exceedingly advanced. Typically, only those ninjas who have experienced genuine combat come to understand the significance of intelligence. Yet, the Uchiha Sasuke before him clearly could not have faced real ninja battles. While the ninja school during the time of Senju Tobirama might have touched upon the importance of intelligence, it was now the 58th year of Konoha. At this juncture, the ninja school would not delve into such intricate topics. Was that an incorrect answer? The system inquired. Its prior analysis indicated that this intelligence was the most probable answer. However, the absence of absolute certainty implied the potential for error. No, the answer is indeed correct. Kakashi uttered, as if expending all his energy in those words. Beside him, Marino Ibiki was equally astonished that Sasuke could respond to such a question. Uchiha Sasuke, congratulations on successfully graduating from the Ninja Academy and becoming a qualified ninja. Kakashi adhered to protocol, handing Sasuke the ninja headband. Wonderful. I passed. I've become a genin. Sasuke rejoiced internally. The system accepted the headband and placed it upon his forehead. Examiner, may I take my leave now? Yes, Kakashi smiled. Assessment complete. Resume task 1 for training. Perform inverted push-ups on the way home. Estimated duration, half an hour. The system strictly adhered to the custodial tasks Sasuke had outlined. Until the objectives were met, it would not concern itself with anything else unless Sasuke requested it. As Sasuke departed, Marino Ibiki and Kakashi tidied the room and stood up. This Uchiha Sasuke must have shattered the record for the shortest duration in which a genius could graduate from the Ninja Academy, Ibiki murmured. Kakashi nodded slightly. Indeed, his time in school was still a month short of a full year. Considering there may never be another opportunity for early graduation assessments, he was undoubtedly the fastest graduate in the history of the Ninja Academy. Does that mean he graduated a month earlier than Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi? Kakashi replied, We must now contemplate how to face the Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared darkly at the 2 individuals kneeling before him. Did I not instruct you to provide challenging questions? How could he possibly pass the assessment? Kakashi was at a loss for words. He had done his utmost. For Sasuke to answer even one such difficult question genuinely impressed him. Had he encountered similar queries during his own academy days, he would have had to obediently endure 3 years in the ninja school. Marino Ibiki, lacking confidence from the outset, sensed Kakashi's silence and understood he should admit his fault. I apologize, Hokage. I did not expect that Uchiha Sasuke, at merely 8 years of age, would have mastered ninjutsu to such a degree. He bowed his head low, his voice ringing out. Sarutobi's gaze shifted to him. Ibiki, how could you make such a blunder? Very well. Enlighten me on the nature of the questions you posed. He was curious as to how Sasuke managed to pass despite his directive for increased difficulty. Oh well. Ibiki's face contorted into a grimace. How could he disclose the content of his questions? You weren't this hesitant when interrogating prisoners, so why now when asked about an examination question? Are you deliberately letting him off the hook? Absolutely not, Hokage. Ibiki's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The first question I posed was the clone technique. Sarutobi frowned slightly. Based on Kakashi's surveillance reports from recent days, assessing the clone technique was tantamount to an open book exam. Nonetheless, this ninjutsu's difficulty was not trivial. It was reasonable for it to be the first question. Next question. The next question was a D-rank technique. Sarutobi's eyes brightened. He could already master a D-rank technique. Typically, graduation assessments cover E-rank content, such as the 3-body technique, clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, and escape technique. D-rank techniques are usually reserved for assessments every 4 years. Which technique did you assess? The body freeze technique or the shuriken manipulation technique? Neither of those. Oh, was it the body flicker technique? He has already grasped that too? Sarutobi was slightly taken aback. Ibiki hastily wiped the sweat from his brow. No. It was the illusion, Naraka's vision. A question mark slowly appeared above Sarutobi's head. Ibiki, are you suggesting that you used illusions as a test to challenge Uchiha Sasuke? Ibiki dared not speak. Do you understand what it means to be an Uchiha? Do you know what Uchiha excels at besides fire release? How could you possibly test an Uchiha with illusions? Which Uchiha could withstand such a question? Sarutobi felt a pang in his heart. He quickly lit a pipe and took several deep puffs to calm himself. Please, Hokage. I was merely attempting to design a more challenging question and forgot that Uchiha Sasuke belongs to the Uchiha clan. Ibiki stammered in fear. Sarutobi's face turned a shade of iron, and he spoke in a low voice. Ibiki, you need a break. I want your position overseeing the interrogation unit vacated. You will spend a month managing the dungeon to rest properly. Yes, Hokage. Ibiki accepted the order and withdrew. After gaining clarity on the questions Kakashi had devised, Sarutobi sighed in resignation. The two questions you posed would likely stump even an elite Jonin. They were indeed a test for Sasuke. Kakashi, come with me. Yes, Hokage. Kakashi responded. With that, Sarutobi and Kakashi departed the office, making their way to Uchiha Sasuke's residence. Chapter 14. The 5-year foundation plan of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Knock, knock. Sasuke, are you home? Hokage-sama? Upon hearing the voice, Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. What could he want from me? Pausing his training, he approached the door. Hokage-sama, congratulations. You have successfully become a qualified ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Thank you, Hokage-sama, the system replied with a gentle smile. However, becoming a ninja is merely the first step. While you are no longer required to attend school, as per the previous arrangements, you will be assigned a Chunin or Jonin to serve as your mentor during your time as a genin. Yet, as the last ninja to graduate early, you will have no teammates, thus a 3-man cell cannot be formed. That's alright, Hokage-sama. I can train on my own. However, I lack some scrolls on ninjutsu. A hint of embarrassment crossed the system's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. So he desires some advanced ninjutsu scrolls for his training. Is Sasuke seeking to grow stronger swiftly for revenge? Yet, even if he were to reach a level where he could contend with Itachi Uchiha, I cannot allow them to meet, he mused internally. The two, upon meeting, would inevitably divulge information. Even if the other is Itachi Uchiha, a double agent who chose to annihilate his clan for the village, the very nature of that double agent status prevents me from fully trusting him. Indeed, typically, it is the teacher who imparts knowledge of ninjutsu. Therefore, I must arrange for you to have a mentor. Do you have a preference for a Chunin or Jonin? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked kindly. Kakashi, the system replied without hesitation. Kakashi? Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi behind him were taken aback. Yes, the system nodded. The title of Copy Ninja Kakashi comes from his Sharingan. If I wish to make progress with the Sharingan, Kakashi would be the ideal teacher for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished that the 8-year-old Sasuke could articulate such thoughts so clearly, naming Kakashi without a moment's pause. Had he decided on Kakashi as his mentor from the very day he began training? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate long. After all, Kakashi had already joined the Anbu and maintained a high level of loyalty. He believed his will of fire had effectively brainwashed Kakashi. Moreover, he needed a ninja he could control to mentor Sasuke. After a moment, he nodded. Indeed, Copy Ninja Kakashi would be a commendable teacher for you. Kakashi, please remove your mask. Kakashi, hearing this, paused for a moment but soon removed his Anbu mask. Beneath it was another mask, merely a half mask. With his silver hair and striking features, a long scar ran from his left eye downwards. What a coincidence. Kakashi just happened to follow along. It seems fate has intervened, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, turning to Kakashi. Are you willing to temporarily leave the Anbu and return as a Jonin? No. You now qualify as an elite Jonin to lead Sasuke's team? Kakashi understood that while Sarutobi Hiruzen framed it as a question, it was, in reality, an order. Akin to when he was commanded to join the Anbu years ago. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied. Good, you shall be responsible for Uchiha Sasuke from now on. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi-sensei, the system expressed its gratitude towards the two. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. You are the last of the Uchiha. As the leaves of Konoha dance in the wind, the fire of the village shall endure. You must grow well, Sasuke. Yes, Hokage-sama, Sasuke affirmed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi departed from Sasuke's residence. Outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Kakashi. For the sake of Sasuke, who has suffered the pain of his clan's annihilation, you must instill the will of fire in him and enhance his sense of belonging to the village. Yes, Hokage-sama. Furthermore, regarding his training, he must establish a solid foundation over the next 5 years before advancing further. He needs to calm down. Do you understand? Kakashi's expression shifted, momentarily stunned. 5 years to lay a foundation? Even the weakest ninja does not require 5 years for that, let alone a genius like Sasuke Uchiha. 5 years spent merely on the basics would surely squander even his prodigious talent. Does this mean the third Hokage wishes for Uchiha Sasuke to be rendered ineffectual? Kakashi furrowed his brows slightly, but quickly nodded, acknowledging the instruction. Very well, Kakashi, I have confidence in you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, patting Kakashi's shoulder before departing. Left standing in place, Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss regarding his next steps. Since shortly after the Third Great Ninja War, he had been entrenched in the Anbu, leading a life defined solely by that path. Now, being suddenly instructed to remove his Anbu mask and act freely, he felt a sense of unease. Should he return home? Or perhaps, purchase a book from the Paradise of Intimacy? The following day, at the training ground, Kakashi-sensei, how did you acquire your Sharingan? The system inquired, curiosity evident in its tone. Upon hearing this, Sasuke frowned slightly. He must have stolen it from us Uchiha. From a young age, he had heard about Kakashi from his father, Fugaku. Fugaku had remarked that such an important eye as the Sharingan should never have belonged to an outsider. Each time Fugaku mentioned it, his gaze grew cold. This had instilled in Sasuke a negative perception of Kakashi's left eye. Had it not been for the system's inquiry regarding the Sharingan, he would have never considered Kakashi as a potential mentor. Kakashi remained silent for a long while before finally speaking in a somewhat obscure manner. Let us commence today's training. See, he doesn't even dare to answer. Sasuke thought, his disdain deepening. Kakashi-sensei, I wish to learn more about the Sharingan. The system rephrased its question. Yet, still, Kakashi offered no response. Recently detached from the Anbu, he felt somewhat alienated from interpersonal communication. Emotionally, he had yet to fully return to a state of normalcy. Coldness was the standard demeanor of all Anbu members. Clang. Kakashi launched 2 shurikens, striking the target affixed to a distant tree with precision. Today's training focuses on shurikens. System Sasuke. This guy? He clearly doesn't want to teach me. Release the custody. Chapter 15. The indifferent Kakashi, did you steal your eyes from the Uchiha? Sasuke, regaining control of his body, called out Kakashi's name. He had no fondness for the man, and with the Uchiha clan reduced to but a memory, the sight of Kakashi's left eye, concealed beneath his forehead protector and possessing the Sharingan, ignited a flame of resentment within him. This ire might stem from Kakashi's perceived theft from the Uchiha, or perhaps it was merely a trigger for the tumultuous emotions Sasuke harbored since the night of his clan's massacre. Kakashi, however, exhibited no emotional response to Sasuke's direct address. He proceeded with his explanation, emphasizing the importance of wrist movement in accurately throwing shuriken. His nonchalant demeanor only intensified Sasuke's feelings of being disregarded, reminiscent of the disregard shown to him by Itachi not long ago, who had slain every Uchiha, yet spared him. Infuriating. With swift hand seals, Sasuke declared, Fire release, great fireball technique. Yet, before he could complete the seals, Kakashi swiftly seized one of his arms and lifted him effortlessly. Wrist movement is crucial. In addition to hand-eye coordination, Kakashi continued, oblivious to Sasuke's struggle. Let go of me. Sasuke growled, attempting in vain to pry Kakashi's grip loose with his free hand. In a fit of desperation, he bit down on Kakashi's hand. Unfazed, Kakashi applied a slight force, sending Sasuke crashing against a tree, then tumbling to the ground. Sasuke struggled to prop himself up, cursing under his breath when suddenly, a kunai whizzed past his forehead, embedding itself in the tree behind him. His forehead protector fell from his brow, suspended in midair, the blue fabric caught by the kunai. Stiffening, Sasuke's pupils constricted, his movements momentarily frozen. Compared to the kunai, shuriken had a much higher hit rate from a distance, as kunai were designed for close combat. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a book titled Ika Paradise, Kakashi muttered indifferently, This man could easily kill me. Sasuke realized this once he calmed down. Everything had come too easily. Since acquiring the management system, his training had faced no obstacles, surpassing all previous geniuses and achieving the remarkable feat of graduating in less than a year. He was on the verge of forgetting the disapproving gaze of Uchiha Fugaku, which he had only earned after enduring countless arduous training sessions to master the great fireball technique to the level of Itachi, thereby gaining Fugaku's acknowledgement. From now on, you'll practice on your own, Kakashi stated before vanishing in an instant using the body flicker technique. Sasuke stood in shock. Hey, you're just leaving? He scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Kakashi. Damn it. Is he only here as a teacher because of the Hokage's orders? His fist clenched tightly, eyes shut. I should have known. I can obtain nothing without relying on myself. Opening his eyes, he took a deep breath and began his training. The system took over, initiating training on shuriken throwing without allowing the setback of being thrown back by Kakashi to halt his progress. The system strictly adhered to its management tasks. If I can focus like the system, I too could reach that man's level in 2 years relying solely on myself. Yet, it was not enough. His potential and the burdens he bore weighed heavily on him. Hidden among the dense branches, Kakashi glanced at Sasuke's direction, noting his decision to train. Seeing Sasuke begin his practice, he resumed his own, refocusing on Ika Paradise. It seems I have found a plan for my actions post-Anbu. During this time, he intended to read the entirety of the Ika series. He muttered blankly, perfectly embodying the title of a reclusive lecher. On the other side, Sakura Haruno pondered what attire would be most suitable for meeting Sasuke. Clad in light clothing, she sifted through various outfits in front of a mirror, yet found none to her liking. Ultimately, she collapsed onto her bed, touching her forehead. Why is my forehead so wide? She tilted her head, glancing at a ribbon in the distance. No, I've already severed ties with Ino. How can I use her tricks to make my forehead appear smaller? How ridiculous. She called me wide forehead. She knew very well. Sighing, she reflected on why she had once insulted Ino, who had frequently helped her. Turning restlessly on her bed, barefoot and tossing her legs about, she resolved, once I catch Sasuke, I'll apologize to her. But until then, she remains my rival. Rising, she donned the first outfit she had tried on, smoothing out the wrinkles before leaving her room. Mom, I'm heading out. It's almost lunchtime. Where are you going? I'm going out just to eat. No need to save me any, Sakura replied with a smile, hastily departing. Sakura, a blonde woman in an apron chased after her, discovering the door ajar, yet Sakura had already vanished. Honestly, I've already prepared your meal. Haruno Mabuki placed her hands on her hips, slightly displeased. Can't even close the door properly. Mabuki marched into Sakura's room to shut the door, but caught sight of a beautifully wrapped box adorned with a pink ribbon resting on the bed. Ding ding ding. Several shuriken embedded themselves into the target hanging from a large tree. Training complete, nourishment needed. The system halted its retrieval of shuriken, easing its sore arms. Finally taking a break. Kakashi had been keeping a watchful eye on Sasuke, as one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's tasks was to ensure Sasuke's safety. While he could not teach him, protection was imperative. I'm a bit hungry too, he thought, closing Ica Paradise and activating the body flicker technique. Swish. Leaves swirled in the clearing. In the next moment, Kakashi materialized before Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, it's time to eat. The system, however, disregarded Kakashi's presence, continuing to squat down. Probability of Kakashi serving as a rapid advancement pathway. 20. Given Kakashi's prior attitude, the system analyzed the likelihood of gleaning useful knowledge from him as quite low, rendering it akin to its own training. Thus, Sasuke saw no point in engaging with Kakashi's words, perceiving any wasted seconds spent on communication as a waste of time. Host remaining stamina insufficient for handstand push-ups, switching to duck walk, estimated arrival at the commercial street in half an hour. The system maneuvered Sasuke's body into a duck walk. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi was taken aback. This kid truly intended to confront Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 16. Reviving the Uchiha clan, not rejuvenating it. Congratulations, Sasuke-kun. You have successfully graduated early from the Ninja Academy. No. That tone is too harsh. Sasuke-kun, congratulations on your early graduation from the Ninja Academy. You are truly remarkable. How should I begin my opening line? Haruno Sakura mumbled to herself in a soft voice while walking towards Sasuke's residence, her mind in a state of turmoil. Upon arriving at his door, she took a deep breath and knocked. Knock. Sasuke-kun, are you home? Sasuke-kun. She waited for a considerable time, but the silence within the room was deafening. Could it be that Sasuke was not home? At this hour, perhaps he had gone out for a meal. Sakura, feeling somewhat frustrated, ran her fingers through her hair. I woke up so early. Why did I spend so long choosing my outfit? Ugh. In the end, I only picked the first one, this pink dress. Sakura sighed, squatting at the door with her hands cradling her face, feeling helpless. If I wait here, he will eventually return, right? Grr. Sakura glanced at her stomach, clenching her fist. How embarrassing. I hope he doesn't finish all his food and bring some back. No, what am I thinking? Her face flushed as she sat there, daydreaming at Sasuke's doorstep. Meanwhile, Sasuke had finished his meal at a shop in the commercial street, holding 2 skewers of dango. These were purchased by him after taking control of his body. These dango are delicious. What had the system made me eat before? None of it was tasty at all. The body requires energy. The high-quality protein needed is absent in the dango you are holding. It does not contribute to the completion of task 1 and is merely a waste of consumption. Upon hearing the latter part, Sasuke instinctively retracted the dango from his mouth, suddenly finding it less sweet. Take over. Sasuke silently commanded, and the system regained control of the body. Nutrition replenished. Commencing training. Estimated 30 minutes until home. Once the system took over, the body immediately dropped down, preparing to perform handstand push-ups, completely unfazed by the bewildered gazes of the surrounding crowd. Why are you moving so fast? Finish the dango. Seeing the system unresponsive, Sasuke pondered for a moment before inputting consume the dango into task 4 of the management list. Upon completion, the system promptly detected the task. Task 4. Consume the dango. The system opened its mouth and stuffed the dango, which it hadn't discarded, into its mouth, swallowing it whole. Task 4 completed. Continuing with task 1 to commence training. After finishing the dango, the system resumed its handstand push-ups. Observing this, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. System, was it delicious? Analyzing. The sensory feedback from the host's body indicates it was indeed delicious. Sasuke felt a tinge of boredom. The system, after all, was not human. It could only assess taste through his experiences. Without Sasuke's interference, the system executed each movement with precision, making its way home in a handstand push-up position. The villagers of Konoha watched in astonishment. What is this person doing? Is that the watermelon head? No, it doesn't seem like it. That watermelon head always wears a green spandex suit. Look at the pattern on his clothes. He seems to be Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke? Why is he mimicking that watermelon head? Having been exterminated, it's only natural for an Uchiha to be a bit off. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a clear path for the upside-down Sasuke, a scene more effective than the Konoha guard clearing the streets. Just then, the authentic youthful hero made his entrance. What is happening ahead? He inquired while observing the commotion upside down, randomly seizing a villager and asking, No, the Azure Beast. It seems Uchiha Sasuke is imitating you. Uchiha Sasuke? Imitating me? Might Guy pondered for 2 seconds, and tears began streaming down his cheeks. Wah, I understand. Because his entire clan was killed by his brother, he seeks revenge. But one day he saw my Azure Beast figure. From then on, he aspired to emulate me, training diligently to avenge his kin. Wah, this is youth. I must catch up with him. How can I lag behind as his source of motivation? In an instant, Might Guy flipped back into a handstand and, with his fingers tucked in, began performing handstand push-ups while swiftly advancing. The crowd was left bewildered. Another one. Konoha is doomed. Oh, from a distance, Sasuke heard a roar akin to that of a beast. What is that sound? He instinctively turned his head, but failed. His body was not under his control. Whoosh. Dust billowed as a green figure appeared before him. Might Guy? Hey Sasuke, I understand how you feel right now. You want to vent, right? Then let us ignite our youth. Release it through sweat. Keep up with my pace. Charge. Might Guy flashed a wide grin, revealing his brilliant white teeth, and gave Sasuke a thumbs up before speeding away. His handstand push-ups surpassed the speed of ordinary running, and in the blink of an eye, he was but a black dot in the distance. However, the system remained expressionless and did not respond. After a few more steps forward, it turned and entered an alley. This was the direction of his home. Arrived at destination. Physical training complete. Muscles relaxed. Commencing chakra training. Estimated. At that moment, the system approached the entrance of his home and noticed Sakura, who was curled up against the wall with her legs hugged close. Sakura? What is she doing here? Sasuke was perplexed. Key to Management Task 3. After analyzing, the system drew closer and saw Sakura asleep, prompting it to wake her. Sakura, wake up. Huh. Sakura rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the figure before her gradually came into focus. Sasuke. She jumped to her feet. Sasuke, when did you come back? Just then, the system managed a gentle smile. System, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for her? Why are you always so courteous to girls? ISNT this delaying Management Task 1? Sasuke furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the system's actions. I certainly never assigned you a romantic task. Analysis indicates that Haruno Sakura is the key to Management Task 3 and may provide assistance. Again with this phrase. What could she possibly contribute to my revival of the Uchiha? Before Sasuke could voice his complaints, his eyes widened in realization. System, could it be that your method of reviving the Uchiha clan is an entirely different approach? Rejuvenating the Uchiha. I asked you to revive the Uchiha clan, not to rejuvenate it. Chapter 17. The initial modification of the hosting content indeed, host. It is the resurrection of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke spoke after a brief silence. You should comprehend what I mean by resurrecting the Uchiha clan. I wish to bring back my parents and the Uchiha clan members around me, not to create new Uchiha lives. He whispered inwardly about lifting the hosting. He prepared to modify hosting task 3. Task 3 was altered to resurrect the deceased Uchiha clan members. Hosting task 3 modified successfully. Hosting task 3, resurrect the deceased Uchiha clan members. Sasuke-kun, congratulations on successfully becoming a ninja. This is my graduation gift for you. Huh. Haruno Sakura fumbled around her person, her eyes widening. Where's the gift I prepared? Hearing his name called, Sasuke returned to his senses and looked at the flustered and increasingly reddened Sakura. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at the task 4, awaiting input. He contemplated adding task 4 for Sakura. Just as he thought of that, he remembered Yamanaka Ino visiting him. He gritted his teeth and added task 4 to ensure that all women would not develop feelings for him. Hosting task 4 added successfully. Hosting task 4, ensure that all women do not develop feelings for the host. Observing the successful addition of the hosting task, Sasuke glanced at Sakura, a barely perceptible smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. I apologize, but as one burdened with significant responsibilities, I cannot afford to be shackled by emotions. Such trivial sentiments only serve to weaken a person. Sakura. He slightly parted his lips, intending to utter something harsh. Huh. Sasuke-kun, I genuinely forgot to bring it. I had it prepared long ago. It must have been left at home when I left. I was too nervous. Seeing Sakura's flustered demeanor, the words Sasuke wanted to say became stuck in his throat. Ugh. He clenched his jaw. System, take over. Once the system commandeered his body, it immediately assimilated the new hosting tasks. Task 3, resurrect the deceased Uchiha clan members. Task 4, ensure that all women do not develop feelings for the host. Detecting that Haruno Sakura's affection for the host has reached 90. Target, reduce affection to below 30. The system retracted its previously gentle demeanor, adopting a cold expression. Step aside. A stunned Sakura, still explaining herself, froze momentarily at the command. The system stared expressionlessly at her, reiterating, "Step aside." "All right." Sakura nodded numbly and stepped aside, clearing the way. Sasuke opened the door and entered the room. "Sasuke, I..." Bang. Before Sakura could finish her sentence, the door was slammed shut in her face. Sakura's hand lingered in the air for a moment before she let it drop. Is Sasuke angry? He must be upset with me. After all, I didn't bring anything and had to explain myself. Sakura, I truly do not know what to say to you. You forgot something so important. She slapped her cheeks vigorously before dashing towards home, eager to retrieve the gift. Inside the room, Sasuke sighed softly. System, are you not being too heartless? You were just smiling at Sakura a moment ago. The system ignored him, engrossed in chakra training. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Could it be that Sakura hasn't left yet? Sasuke was taken aback, instinctively moving to open the door. However, after a moment's thought, he remained silent and chose not to lift the hosting. This is best for both me and Sakura. Interacting with me in my current state will not benefit either of us. The system approached the door and opened it, only to find that the person before him was not Sakura. Hey Sasuke. Kakashi barged into the room, speaking to himself. The system found it futile to resist, even with its arm propped against the doorframe. Since you haven't shown up at the training grounds, I had to come here. I just saw a pink-haired girl run away from here with red eyes. Did you make her cry? Please keep quiet. The system was aware that it could not drive Kakashi away, so it chose to ignore him, focusing on its chakra training instead. Kakashi, noting the indifference, pulled out Ika Paradise and found a small stool in the corner of the room to read. He had been following Sasuke since the beginning, even though Sasuke had declined to join him for a meal. Now, he simply sought a reason to be near Sasuke. Teaching him was out of the question. Hiruzen Sarutobi had forbidden him from imparting advanced techniques, which suited him just fine. Now, he had found his purpose, to read Ika Paradise. What a peculiar fellow. Sasuke felt exasperated by Kakashi's boundaryless intrusion into his room. Thankfully, the system was capable of maintaining focus. Otherwise, he would have certainly kicked Kakashi out. Time passed slowly. The system finished its chakra training and transitioned to practicing ninjutsu. After completing all the ninjutsu exercises, he turned to Kakashi and spoke in Sasuke's previous tone. Kakashi, teach me ninjutsu. Kakashi lazily put away Ika Paradise and looked at Sasuke. Why should I teach you? If you don't teach me, I will find another teacher. All right. Let's assess your abilities first. Assess me? Indeed, we shall measure your chakra nature transformation. Saying this, Kakashi produced several white slips of paper. Chakra test paper can determine your chakra nature. Let me see what your chakra attribute is. I am an Uchiha. What else could it be? Of course, it's fire. Is there even a need for testing? Sasuke, within himself, found Kakashi's actions baffling. The system, however, accepted the chakra test paper without expression. Kakashi's lips curled slightly. He intended to use this method to delay Sasuke's progress. Hiruzen Sarutobi had assigned a task that required 5 years of foundational training, and one could imagine how long that would take. The chakra test paper could detect 5 types of chakra nature transformations: wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water. The other 2 types, representing yang and yin, could not be measured. Yang represented medical ninjutsu, while yin represented the Nara clan's secret shadow techniques. At that moment, the system clenched the white paper and activated the chakra within. In the next instant, the slip began to burn slowly. Fire nature transformation, excellent, befitting of the Uchiha. However, before Kakashi could finish his sentence, he perceptibly noticed that the burning paper did not ignite uniformly. Only the upper left section was on fire, and soon, the lower left area was inexplicably split apart by a flash of light. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. There is also a wind nature transformation. No, the area covered is too small. He quickly glanced at the other sections. The upper right was wrinkled, and the lower right was damp. Meanwhile, the center exhibited a fracture, with strands of white paper drifting down. Fire, wind, lightning, water, earth. 5 chakra nature transformations. Chapter 18. Effort will never betray one. Can you teach me ninjutsu now? The system released its right hand, and the chakra test paper slowly fell to the floor. Kakashi stared blankly at the chakra test paper. 5 types of chakra nature transformations, each with no apparent weakness. Every area was remarkably balanced, indicating that Sasuke's 5 chakra attribute transformations were all strengths, with no weaknesses whatsoever. However, in the history of the ninja world, there has never been an Uchiha who could use water release, right? Kakashi was somewhat bewildered. Such talent, if truly as the 3rd Hokage claimed, would be stifled by 5 years of foundational training, effectively extinguishing the potential of a future genius who could resonate throughout the ninja world. He cast a deep glance at Sasuke but quickly regained his composure. Teaching him would bring no benefit to himself and might even offend Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ever since the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, he had chosen a cold and detached path. So why should he involve himself with someone who had little to do with him? His expression gradually morphed into one of indifferent apathy. Before I teach you ninjutsu, you must first understand the will of fire. The system calmly fixed its gaze on Kakashi. Why are you unwilling to teach me ninjutsu? Well, This is a requirement from the third Hokage. Every leaf ninja must understand the will of fire. It is fundamental to leaf ninjas. Kakashi replied, looking at Sasuke. The Hokage commanded this. Analyzing the behavior of Sarutobi Hiruzen towards the host and the conflict between Kakashi and the host, it can be concluded that, based on past experiences, there is a 40 probability Kakashi is lying, and a 60 probability he is telling the truth. Is that even possible to analyze? Sasuke was taken aback. Task 1 progress has encountered obstacles. The probability of acquiring ninjutsu from Kakashi is 20, from Sarutobi Hiruzen is 30, self-creating ninjutsu is 5, seeking another teacher is 40. Sneaking into the Leaf Library for ninjutsu study has a success rate of 20. Having analyzed the situation, the system chose not to look at Kakashi any longer. As for the will of fire, it was even less likely to pique its interest. It promptly selected the path with the highest success rate. Where are you going, Sasuke? Kakashi asked, following Sasuke as he opened the room door and left. The system, expressionless, headed in a particular direction. Analysis indicates that the likely Jonin to teach me is Might Guy, with a success rate of 80. His location is at the back mountain, probability 80. With remarkable determination, the system made its way towards the back mountain. The reason it deemed Might Guy suitable was due to the positive attitude Guy exhibited towards the host upon their previous encounter. Moreover, in the system's memory, there were virtually no ninjas available to teach the host ninjutsu. After the Uchiha clan's downfall, the only remaining individuals around Sasuke were his classmates from the Ninja Academy, along with Sarutobi Hiruzen and his current nominal teacher, Kakashi. Soon, Kakashi trailed behind Sasuke, arriving at the back mountain. Upon seeing the familiar figure in a green jumpsuit, energetically doing push-ups, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Guy? What brings you to find Might Guy? Might Guy? The system greeted, waving a hand. Yo! Guy's ears perked up. He pushed off the ground and instantly sprang into the air, performing 2.5 rotations before landing in a pose he believed to be incredibly cool. Sasuke, you came to find me. I knew you would. I've been waiting here, ready to ignite our youth. Your visit indicates that you've made up your mind. Effort will never betray you. Do you want to become the most diligent genius in the leaf with me? A radiant, signature smile flashed across Might Guy's white teeth. Analyzing, establishing a positive initial impression with Might Guy. After a brief silence, the system's calm expression shifted. Its eyebrows gradually arched upward, eyes widened, and fists clenched tightly. Might Guy, I need strength. I need to kill that man. Please teach me how to better ignite my youth. He thrust his right fist towards the sky, rigid with determination. Flames flickered in his eyes. Seeing Sasuke's fervent demeanor, Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement, shining brightly. Ah, finally. This is youth. Might Guy, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. Sasuke, we're this. You will be the only disciple of the Azure Beast of the Leaf. Saying this, he produced a green jumpsuit identical to his own. No, absolutely not. Sasuke shook his head vigorously at the sight of the green jumpsuit, desperate to refuse. He could already envision how he would look wearing it. But the system resolutely accepted the green jumpsuit with unwavering determination, assuring, don't worry, teacher, I will cherish this legacy. Wait a moment, Kakashi interjected, approaching Guy. Guy, Sasuke is already my student. He cannot be yours. Yo, long time no see, Kakashi. Guy saluted in what he thought was a cool gesture. The system nonchalantly donned the green jumpsuit, turning to face Kakashi with an expressionless demeanor. A teacher who cannot guide my progress is not worthy of the title. Only Teacher Guy is my true mentor. Kakashi, did you hear that? Might Guy pointed firmly at Kakashi. I've earned the acknowledgement of Uchiha Sasuke, while you have not. In this duel, I have triumphed. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. Guy, Sasuke was designated by the third Hokage for my instruction. Do not interfere. The Hokage? Might Guy's demeanor shifted slightly. He stroked his chin, his thick brows knitting together. If it is the Hokage's command, Teacher Guy, I have something I must accomplish. Your guidance is essential. Sasuke's face displayed unwavering resolve, flames igniting in his eyes. Now that he had donned the green jumpsuit, everything else was inconsequential. Sasuke felt an inner turmoil. Kakashi, this kid, displaying indifference towards me yet acting like a passionate fool in front of Might Guy. For the sake of killing Uchiha Itachi, has he forsaken the pride of the Uchiha clan? Ah, this is the brilliance of youth. With your words, Sasuke, I will surely convince the third Hokage to allow me to mentor you. Might Guy fervently wiped away tears of passion, glaring at Kakashi. Kakashi, if you wish for Sasuke to remain your student, then we must duel. Guy, I am not in the mood to fight you right now. Kakashi sighed softly. Might Guy took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and declared, First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Fifth gate, limit gate, open. The fifth gate of the 8 gates. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively taking a step back. Guy, I do not wish to duel with you. Might Guy's hair flew wildly. The surrounding air grew heavy. Kakashi, I am your eternal rival. For the sake of my student, this time I must determine our victor. Sixth gate, view gate, open. Guy, have you lost your mind? Chapter 19. The truth behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha clan's annihilation. Kakashi gazed in astonishment at Might Guy, who had opened the sixth gate. This was not merely a contest of victory. It was evidently a matter of life and death. System, surely. Teacher Guy 1T actually kill Kakashi, will he? Sasuke pondered anxiously. He was concerned that if Guy truly did kill Kakashi, he would then have the opportunity to seize Kakashi's eyes. The specific strengths of the two individuals are not referenced in the host's memories, and physical techniques are relatively weaker than ninjutsu. The probability of Kakashi being killed is quite low, the system analyzed. Kakashi, my eternal rival. I shall make my move. Might Guy's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. So swift. Kakashi quickly revealed his left eye, the crimson, three-tomo Sharingan materializing. To the left. He instantly discerned that Guy's attack was coming from that direction. Bang. He crossed his arms to block Guy's high whip kick from the left. Kakashi, are you finally taking this seriously? Might Guy, emanating a faint green glow, had eyes that shone with an intensity that suggested immense destructive power. Guy, regarding Sasuke. He truly is the one the third Hokage requested, so why haven't you taught him ninjutsu? Bang, bang, bang. Guy's speed was remarkable, yet Kakashi was not slow either. They collided midair multiple times, and ultimately, Kakashi was sent flying by a powerful kick from Guy. Crash. Upon hitting the ground, he transformed into a plume of white smoke and vanished. A shadow clone. When did he? Guy murmured. Guy, you've won. I concede. Kakashi emerged from behind a boulder, waving his hand dismissively, signaling his surrender. Since you admit defeat, that means I have triumphed again, leading by 1 point. Kakashi. Guy took a deep breath, releasing the sixth gate, the view gate. The green glow surrounding him receded, and his crimson skin gradually returned to its normal hue. So this is the 8-gate system. Didn't you say that physical techniques are inferior to ninjutsu? Sasuke challenged the system. Before any reference points, all my calculations are based on the host. Prior to this, you believe that physical techniques were weaker than ninjutsu. The system replied. Is that so? Me? Sasuke responded, slightly embarrassed. Seeing that Guy had finally retracted the state of the 8 gates, Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. This guy, every punch and kick he throws feels like it's shaking my bones. If it were any other Jonin, they would have already been knocked out by now, and this is merely the 6th gate. How far is he willing to push himself? He shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on it, and approached to grasp Sasuke's arm. Whack! Might Guy seized Sasuke's arm, pulling him close, and looked earnestly at Kakashi. Kakashi, you have lost. Guy, there are certain matters concerning Sasuke that we cannot change. What matters? Is there something about me? Sasuke frowned slightly within. Kakashi, what are you saying? Since you've lost, Sasuke is now my student. As your eternal rival, I will not allow you to go back on your word. Guy's brow furrowed deeply. He may have been loud and boisterous, but he possessed principles. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to lethal techniques when facing an enemy. Is another fight about to break out? Sasuke thought to himself. After a moment, Kakashi released his grip, placed his hands in his pockets, and turned to leave. Guy, the third Hokage will surely come looking for you, the system noted, its eyes glimmering slightly. The possibility of a connection between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the host is 3. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that the reason for Uchiha Itachi's clan massacre might be related to the Hokage? That is impossible. You must be mistaken. The Hokage has treated me well these days. Despite the oversight, though, he did prevent Kakashi from teaching me ninjutsu, but he has helped me immensely in my life. All my school fees were waived. The Uchiha land was not seized, but remained mine. Under normal circumstances, with my brother having annihilated the clan, it would have been confiscated suddenly. Sasuke fell silent, realizing that the current situation was exceedingly abnormal. Not only had he not confiscated the Uchiha ancestral land, but he had also been incredibly supportive in his life. Yet he did not wish for him to grow stronger. He seemed to grasp something, but at the tender age of 8, he couldn't articulate exactly what it was. Ultimately, he recalled the system's analysis. The connection between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Task 2 was a mere 3. Therefore, over a week had passed. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen had not approached him regarding the investigation into the cause behind Uchiha Itachi's clan massacre. With the system's assistance, he began to understand some of the previously peculiar aspects of his situation. Sasuke, let us commence our youthful training. First, let us do 1,000 handstand push-ups as a warm-up. Might Guy proclaimed, giving Sasuke a thumbs up while upside down. The system grinned in response. All right, Teacher Guy. Then he began performing handstand push-ups. After the warm-up, the system, drenched in sweat, looked at Might Guy. Teacher Guy, which is stronger, your 8 gates or ninjutsu? Might Guy laughed heartily. The 8 gates are physical techniques, while ninjutsu is a different discipline. There is no absolute superiority. It is merely a matter of effort. If you exert considerable effort in physical techniques, the strength you gain will not be inferior to that of ninjutsu. The same applies to ninjutsu. Sasuke, your talent is already exceptional. With your genius coupled with hard work, you will surpass everyone. Even within his body, Sasuke could sense Might Guy's fervor. The passionate energy radiating from him was incredibly infectious. Okay, Teacher Guy, I will work hard. The system promptly resumed physical training, this time with an additional 20 kilograms of stone weight. This is what youth is all about. Might Guy shouted towards the radiant sun hanging in the sky. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, Kakashi knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rise, the latter encouraged, you are no longer part of the Anbu. There is no need for such formality. You should be with Sasuke at this time. Why have you come to see me? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, hands clasped behind his back. Reporting to Hokage-sama, Sasuke rejected me. He chose Might Guy as his teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned, regarding Kakashi with confusion. Why would he choose Might Guy? Does he no longer wish to master the Sharingan? And why would he opt for physical techniques? Kakashi scratched his head, uncertain of how best to articulate his thoughts. Thus, he spoke plainly. Well, because I adhered to Hokage-sama's instructions and did not teach him ninjutsu, he ran off. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Did I explicitly instruct you not to teach him ninjutsu? Chapter 20. Have I not borne enough blame for you? What I meant was for you to focus on laying a solid foundation. It does not imply that you should refrain from teaching him ninjutsu. If you do not impart any knowledge of ninjutsu to him, what purpose is there in him being your student? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Kakashi's rigidity. He had hoped for some creativity in Kakashi's approach to the 5 years of foundational teaching, only to have his intentions blatantly exposed on the very first day. I apologize, Lord Hokage, but the root of the issue does not lie with me, but rather with Sasuke's unwavering determination, Kakashi replied. Determined? What kind of resolve can an 8-year-old child possess? No matter what I say, he insists on learning ninjutsu. Even when I suggested that he master the will of fire before being taught ninjutsu, he seemed to think I was wasting his time and sought out Might Guy instead. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Sasuke would approach Guy instead of coming to him first. Kakashi fell silent momentarily, then knelt before the Hokage. In truth, I understood that it was your directive for me to refrain from teaching him ninjutsu until his foundation was solidified. What? Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression darkening. Kakashi, did you share everything with Sasuke? Well, it wasn't my intention to reveal so much. Sasuke is exceptionally intelligent, Kakashi replied, somewhat helplessly. In fact, he brought it up himself. But I cannot shoulder the entire burden of responsibility. He maintained a detached demeanor in the Anbu. Yet he was not so easily brainwashed into becoming a mere loyal dog of Dan's. Hiruzen's academic credentials were insufficient to brainwash Anbu ninjas into becoming Dan's subordinates. How clever could Sasuke truly be at the age of 8? Hiruzen's expression darkened. Kakashi remained silent, not out of inability to argue, but because there was no need to. He graduated at 5 and became a Nin at 7. Therefore, Sasuke's age of 8 was not particularly significant. You may leave now. Yes, Lord Third. Kakashi exited the office, feeling an immediate sense of relief. With no burdens to bear, he could focus solely on the frequency of updates for Ika Paradise. If only Jiraiya could publish a book every day. He departed while engrossed in his reading. How intelligent can an 8-year-old Uchiha really be? All I desire is for you to grow up safely. Why must you seek vengeance? Do you truly believe you can defeat Itachi Uchiha? Hiruzen's gaze was grim. He could not comprehend why he had shown such kindness to Sasuke, only to see him engage in fervent training. Even with a comfortable environment provided, Sasuke chose not to enjoy it. His basic needs were taken care of, and he should simply relish his childhood, ultimately inheriting the will of fire of Konoha, becoming an ordinary Jonin, and living a simple life. Why pursue the unattainable? Hiruzen longed to disregard these concerns entirely. Yet, after just a minute in his chair, he stood with a heavy heart and headed towards the confinement room. In the confinement room, Ibiki Marino, overseeing the dungeon, was instructed to leave. Yes, Lord Hokage. He exited, leaving Hiruzen alone with Dan's Shimura. Dan's, how has your self-reflection been these past few days? Reflection? What should I reflect upon? Everything I have done has been for you. Hypocritical as you are, Dan's replied coldly. Hiruzen's displeasure was evident, yet he needed Dan's cooperation. Thus, he spoke patiently. For the sake of our teacher, Tobirama, we are of the same lineage. A fortnight in confinement is sufficient. I do not wish to treat you this way, but the actions you compelled Itachi Uchiha to take were utterly egregious. The Uchiha clan is a crucial asset to Konoha. Were it not for my intervention, you would no longer be Hokage. Dan scoffed. Had it not been for Itachi's filial piety, he would have been the son of the Hokage by now. After Shirsue's death, the Uchiha's desire for rebellion was evident. Anyone could see they were plotting a coup. You, Hiruzen, certainly noticed, and you must also be aware of my dealings with Itachi, otherwise you would not have discovered the Uchiha massacre so swiftly. Each of Dan's words pierced Hiruzen like daggers, yet Hiruzen remained powerless. As Hokage, he could not intervene directly in many matters, and he lacked the influence to brainwash the Anbu as effectively as Dan's could. While Dan's continued to covet his position, his actions were, on the whole, beneficial for Konoha's development. Without Dan's, the Sarutobi clan might have been supplanted by the rising Uchiha clan. Continue to assist me, Dan's, Hiruzen said, opening the door to the confinement room. Dan's finally opened his eyes, smirking as he stepped out. Hiruzen, I warned you that you would regret this. Dan's, I have stated that I am the Hokage, Hiruzen replied, narrowing his eyes. Danzo raised his hand, and after a prolonged pause, a click echoed as the chains were released. It was Hiruzen who had personally unlocked them. Though reluctant, he recognized his need for Danzo's support. Speak. What dirty work do you require of me this time? Danzo's eyes narrowed. It concerns Sasuke Uchiha. Of course, I suspected as much. I knew you were incapable of handling it. Enough. Danzo. I am the Hokage. Danzo glared at Hiruzen, understanding that the fade of Hiruzen as the noble Hokage was frail and insubstantial. The declaration of I am the Hokage was a veiled threat. Danzo realized that if Hiruzen truly wished to act against him, the position of Hokage would grant him the ease to do so. Currently, Hiruzen simply could not bear to part with someone who could take the blame for him. Soon, Hiruzen divulged the recent developments concerning Sasuke Uchiha to Danzo. Danzo's eyes widened in understanding. So, you fear that he might learn the truth from Itachi Uchiha? This is simple. You must make him realize his own weakness. Each time he thinks himself strong, a stronger opponent will arise to defeat him, and he will naturally lose the confidence to seek vengeance against Itachi. Hiruzen. Regarding this matter, Hiruzen hesitated. Danzo understood, smirking, rest assured, have I not borne enough blame for you already? However, you must ensure the return of my root division. He fixed his gaze intently on Hiruzen, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. Let me think. Chapter 21. It seems there's a hint of easy victory, mother. Have you seen a pink gift box? Sakura Haruno rushed out of her bedroom in a flurry. Mei Uchiha took a sip of water and noticed it. Clumsily prepared for someone she adores, perhaps? It's in the drawer by the entrance. Thank you, Mom. Sakura, barefoot, hurried to the entrance and indeed found her pink gift box in the drawer. Wonderful. Sasuke, I truly prepared this. You must wait for me. We can't have lunch together, but we still have time for dinner. She quickly slipped on her shoes and dashed outside. Hey, Sakura, do you still want me to make dinner for you? No need. If possible, I want to be home for dinner. You're still young. You can't be reckless. Mei Uchiha promptly reminded her. It is essential to acknowledge that this world of Naruto differs from reality. The physical constitution of individuals cannot be generalized. Hence, Mei Uchiha's concerns are not unfounded. Hearing her mother's words, Sakura's face flushed. How embarrassing. What is she even saying? Soon, her figure vanished from Mei Uchiha's sight. The latter wore a tender maternal smile, thinking to herself how mature Sakura has become. You need to keep an eye on her. This is far too early. A man with wild pink hair emerged from a room, arms crossed. This was Takumi Haruno, Sakura's father. How is it too early? Isn't it similar to our time? Mei shot Takumi a disapproving glance. Back in my day, I was Sakura's age, blooming like a flower. Unfortunately, I fell for an inept man like you. What nonsense are you spouting? What era did we live in? A time of war. Being early back then was not detrimental. Where the leaves flutter, the flames burn eternally. Do you know what eternally means in this context? Takumi crossed his arms, gazing in the direction Sakura had departed. During peacetime, if Sakura dares to fall in love at her age, I must keep her confined at home. In the backyard. This is youth. Finally, someone understands me. Seeing Sasuke diligently training, my guy was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Tears of joy. After finishing his physical training, the system came to a halt. All right, Mike Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Now let us conclude today's training with some handstand walking. The host's body has reached its limit and requires energy replenishment. Teacher Guy, I'm completely exhausted. The system wore a bittersweet expression. Very well. Then I'll finish up your share as well. Guy performed a handstand and began walking on his hands. Sasuke stood there, astonished. Teacher Guy is incredibly impressive. Does he possess unlimited stamina? Watching the system and Mike Guy train was already exhausting for him. Yet Guy himself showed no signs of fatigue. The system followed behind Mike Guy. Teacher Guy, could you explain the 8 gates to me? Ha! I see you were captivated by my previous display of the 8 gates. The 8 gates were taught to me by my father. The human body has 8 primary chakra pathways, and the 8 gates are meant to utilize the chakra within to open these pathways. Each gate unlocked grants immense power. However, without extensive physical training, even if one is fortunate enough to unlock high-level gates, the effects will be minimal. The power gained from the 8 gates primarily stems from one's own strength, amplifying it tenfold. As my guy walked on his hands, he explained the 8 gates to Sasuke. Impressive. Moreover, Teacher Guy is genuinely generous in sharing this knowledge. Sasuke felt exhilarated. Compared to that white-haired individual who inexplicably acquired a Sharingan, this is an entirely different realm. His perception of Kakashi had shifted from unfavorable to contempt. Can I unlock them? The system inquired, looking at Mike Guy. Absolutely. Anyone can learn the 8 gates. I have witnessed your youth and dedication. I will instruct you on how to open the 8 gates to unleash your potential. But be warned, overusing the 8 gates will subject your body to terrifying side effects once the gates are released. What does overusing entail? For instance, if your limit is the 5th gate, the door of death, opening the 4th gate, the door of healing, will not incur significant side effects. However, if you open the 5th gate and use it for an extended period, once released, your body may not withstand the repercussions, leading to severe immobility and other grave consequences. Might Guy explained with a serious demeanor. Sasuke could sense the weight of his words. Target: curry udon. What do you think? The system nodded at Might Guy, thrilled. I also enjoy curry udon. Sasuke: I was unaware that I liked curry udon. System: your attempts to curry favor are quite distasteful. Establishing a good rapport with Might Guy is crucial for the weaker host. The system internally responded to Sasuke. Am I weak? Sasuke initially wanted to refute this, but reflecting on recent days, it seemed that all his current achievements were indeed the result of the system's efforts. It appears I may have an element of luck in this. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, and a shadowy ninja appeared before Might Guy and Sasuke. Might Guy halted, maintaining his handstand stance as he regarded the newcomer. Might Guy, Lord Hokage requests your presence, along with Sasuke. The Anbu ninja stated, fixating his gaze on the two. That Kakashi. Might Guy slightly bent his arms, pushing himself up. He flashed his signature radiant smile at Sasuke. Sasuke, let us go together. Trust me, Might Guy, will surely convince Lord Hokage to permit you to be my student. Absolutely not. In the Hokage's office, Danzo Shimura leaned on his cane, casting a dark glare at Might Guy and Sasuke Uchiha standing before him. Chapter 22. Shimura Danzo. Aside from the S-rank traitor Uchiha Itachi, who defected from the village, Uchiha Sasuke remains the last of the Uchiha clan. He possesses the ultimate bloodline limit of the Uchiha, the Sharingan, which we must cultivate in Konoha. Training him in taijutsu would only squander his innate talent. Danzo declared emphatically. Might Guy hastily interjected. Lord Danzo, Sasuke's talent extends beyond his bloodline limit. His perseverance is also. Enough, Danzo interrupted, striking the ground with his cane. Might Guy, do not allow Sasuke to lose sight of what is truly significant. The Sharingan is his ultimate destiny. Do you not comprehend the power of the Sharingan? Guy clenched his fists, wanting to say more. At that moment, the system stepped forward calmly, stating, Lord Danzo, the Hokage previously mentioned that I can freely choose my teacher. Sitting in the Hokage chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly, though the hat effectively concealed his face. Danzo caught a glimpse of Hiruzen behind him and smirked inwardly. It seems I must play the villain once more. Uchiha Sasuke. The Hokage is benevolent and does not wish to burden you unduly, especially after the recent tragedy of your clan. However, as the second heir to the Uchiha clan and the last of your lineage in Konoha, you must bear your responsibilities. Avoidance will only plunge you deeper into anguish. It is these burdens and pressures that will liberate you from the pain of your clan's destruction. Your sole focus now should be to awaken your Sharingan. Each of Danzo's words struck with precision, causing a stir within Sasuke. After all, he was merely 8 years old, just a week prior. He had been a child enveloped in love, but circumstances had forced him into a rapid emotional transformation. However, the system remained unaffected by Danzo's words. Its focus solely on the 4 entrusted tasks. The system deduced that the swiftest method to eliminate Uchiha Itachi would require a dual approach of ninjutsu and taijutsu. As for jinjutsu, the system had already ruled it out based on Sasuke's and Itachi's respective talents in that area. It realized that defeating Itachi through jinjutsu was futile. Thus, it had to focus intensively on ninjutsu and taijutsu. The system observed Danzo impassively and stated, Lord Danzo, does your assertion imply that the Hokage's decision is erroneous? Danzo's pupils constricted slightly. He had not anticipated being challenged by Sasuke. As the Hokage's advisor, I must refine the decisions made by the Hokage's compassion, Danzo said, stepping closer to Sasuke. If you truly wish to progress, allow me to be your teacher. Danzo, Hiruzen warned in a low voice. If he did not intervene now, Danzo might indeed ensnare Sasuke into his grasp. Hiruzen was acutely aware of the insidious nature of Danzo's indoctrination tactics. Most who entered Root could not adapt to the Anbu's methods, as the two styles were vastly different. Furthermore, if Uchiha Itachi, who was far from the village, learned that Sasuke was allowed to interact with Danzo, he would undoubtedly take actions detrimental to the village. Sasuke is still young. We must ensure his safe growth, Hiruzen added. Danzo's expression darkened. If he feared Uchiha Itachi so much, why had he allowed him to leave? What a hypocritical fool, creating a mess for himself. Very well. Teach me ninjutsu, Sasuke said. At that moment, the system nodded in agreement with Danzo's proposal. Hiruzen and Danzo were both taken aback by Sasuke's consent. However, when it comes to taijutsu, there is no one in the village stronger than Teacher Guy. I must also balance my training in that regard, the system added expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the extinguished flame in Guy's eyes reignited. At last, someone recognizes my youthful spirit, having devoted his life to taijutsu. Guy craved acknowledgement from others in that discipline. With this arrangement, Hiruzen hesitated, reluctant to allow Sasuke to engage with Danzo. Yet, he could not openly declare that Danzo was untrustworthy. Taijutsu? Humph, my skills in taijutsu are not to be underestimated. Danzo scoffed. I shall instruct you in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Lord Danzo, on this matter, I must firmly dissent, Guy's voice rang out. Danzo turned toward the source of the voice, his expression shifting as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Guy stood, radiating a green aura. In the sixth gate of the eight gates, his skin flushed crimson. Surrounded by a vibrant green chakra, he exuded an aura of invincibility. Swallowing hard, Danzo quickly replied, "My guy, in terms of taijutsu, I concede. If Sasuke wishes to learn taijutsu, it would be best to follow you. I shall then focus on teaching ninjutsu, and will assist you in developing your Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke." He suppressed a smile that threatened to surface while gazing at Sasuke. "Hokage, will you find this arrangement satisfactory?" Hiruzen clenched his fist slightly. "Very well. If Sasuke is willing. Having 2 teachers, or even 3, is acceptable. This is Konoha's debt to Uchiha Sasuke. Why must I learn ninjutsu with that bandaged man?" Sasuke muttered quietly, feeling uneasy at the mere sight of him. The system noted that engaging with Danzo might yield insights into the entrusted task too, and the relationship between him and Hiruzen was quite peculiar. Sasuke's eyes widened. "You're too ambitious. This will require a 3-pronged approach." "No, 4. The system remained impassive, as if managing 4 tasks simultaneously was not a daunting challenge, but rather a worthy endeavor. "I can't shake the feeling that learning from Danzo is dangerous. It seems he intends to take advantage of me," Sasuke admitted hesitantly. "Indeed, which is why the host requires Teacher Guy," the system responded, turning to Might Guy. "Teacher Guy? Shall we go for curry udon?" Guy nodded slightly. "All right." He called out to Hiruzen and Danzo, "Hokage, Lord Danzo, Sasuke, and I will take our leave now." Hiruzen nodded in agreement. "Very well." Once the 2 departed, Hiruzen's demeanor shifted drastically. "Danzo, was it not agreed that you would not approach Sasuke?" "It matters not. It is no longer I who approaches Uchiha Sasuke, but rather Uchiha Sasuke who wishes to approach me," Danzo replied with a nod to Hiruzen, leaning on his cane as he departed. "Damn Danzo. He just returned and is already acting independently." Hiruzen's expression darkened profoundly. Chapter 23. The instant activation of the 8 gates of Duinjia and the talent comparison with Uchiha in the bustling streets of Konoha at a udon noodle shop. Might Guy and Sasuke Uchiha engaged in a lively conversation while enjoying their meal. "Sasuke, be wary of Danzo," Guy advised, concern evident in his voice. "What about him?" Sasuke replied, lifting his gaze slightly. Given the necessity of dining, Sasuke opted for a brief respite from his responsibilities. "Danzo is a man who would go to great lengths for the sake of the village. There's a matter that may not be entirely secret, but you might not be aware of it. He once conducted experiments on wood release, resulting in the demise of the entire Senju clan. Of course, he faced no repercussions. The war conditions left Konoha in despair, and the Senju descendants were genuinely eager to manifest new wood release powers. Ultimately, all endeavors ended in failure." Upon finishing his explanation, Might Guy's expression softened as he flashed a broad smile at Sasuke. "In any case, you must be cautious of him. If you encounter any issues, seek me out immediately. I, Might Guy, shall protect my foremost disciple." Sasuke felt warmth in his heart. "Understood, Teacher Guy? Let us enjoy our meal. Later, when we're not training, I'll teach you the 8 gates of Duinjia." "Excellent." Sasuke took a hearty bite of his food. After their meal, Sasuke opted to allow the system to take over his body. With the system's guidance in his training, his progress surged rapidly. Even with minor obstacles, his overall advancement remained unhampered, bringing him ever closer to his goal of avenging Itachi Uchiha. "All right, let us begin your training in the 8 gates of Duinjia," Might Guy exclaimed as they strolled through the village. The 8 gates of Duinjia involve rigorous physical training to prepare the body to withstand the immense strain of opening the gates. Successfully enduring the first gate signifies mastery of the first gate, and so forth. The system inquired, "How will I know when I am ready to open a specific gate?" This is crucial," Guy continued. "By channeling chakra within your body and impacting the respective gates, you can open them." The first gate. The open gate is located in the left hemisphere of the brain. The second gate, the rest gate, is in the right hemisphere. The third gate, the life gate, is just beneath the Adam's apple. He guided Sasuke's understanding by indicating the approximate locations on his own body. Eventually, he arrived at the 8th gate. The 8th gate, the death gate, is situated at the heart. The power unleashed by this gate surpasses that of the 5 Kage by tenfold, but the cost is exceedingly high. The human body can only endure to the 7th gate, the shock gate. Upon opening the death gate, the consequence is death. Sasuke paused, taken aback. The final gate leads to death? Must one go to such lengths to gain power? As he pondered this, Might Guy patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. But the death gate is not something you can casually open. It requires mastery of physical techniques to their utmost limits. "Can you open the death gate, Teacher Guy?" The system inquired curiously. Guy chuckled. "Oh, my training still falls short. As for whether I can open the 8th gate, I have yet to attempt it, nor have I encountered a scenario that necessitates its activation. Remember, Sasuke Uchiha, the death gate can only be opened when you are protecting what is most important to you. Otherwise, the 8 gates of Duinjia are limited to 7. Guy added with a serious expression. Internally, Sasuke nodded. After all, the 8th gate leads to death, and such a power must be reserved for the most critical moments, when one is willing to sacrifice their life. Of course, do not use the death gate against Itachi. You are my first and foremost disciple. Might Guy reminded him with a smile. The system nodded. Understood, teacher Guy? Fortunately, there aren't many people around. Try to impact the first gate and see if you can open it. Given your dedication, I believe you can bear the minor side effects and successfully open the first gate. Is it really possible for my body to open the first gate? Sasuke asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. After all, his training thus far had not been without its challenges. Based on current observations, there should be no issues. The system assured him, employing Might Guy's guidance to channel chakra and impact the barrier of the first gate. Boom. It seems I've opened it, the system stated, sensing a change within its body, gazing at Guy with calmness. Guy's mouth fell agape. So soon. Try impacting the second gate now. This rapid progression indicates that you encountered no significant hindrance. Boom. In the next moment, the second gate, the rest gate, was effortlessly breached. The system's strength surged once more. Wait, Sasuke, do not forcefully impact the gates. When you release, your body will. Guy's warning was cut short as another ripple coursed through the system. Boom. The third gate, the life gate, burst open as well. Guy was left bewildered. What is happening? Who has ever opened the third gate on their first attempt? Especially someone as young as Sasuke, who is only 8. Teacher Guy, I feel my limit may be the third gate, the system stated impassively. Having attempted to impact the fourth gate, the injury gate, only to encounter noticeable resistance. A stark contrast to the ease experienced with the first 3 gates. The limit is the fourth gate. Guy murmured, his eyes losing their usual brilliance for the first time. Truly, you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. With your innate talent and hard work, you have become a genuine prodigy in every sense, transcending mere diligence. Tears of pride streamed down Guy's face. He remembered when he first opened the fourth gate at the age of 10. Sasuke had achieved this at merely 8. Must my hard work be surpassed? He lamented. When compared to the Uchiha clan's talent, everything else pales in comparison. Look at teacher Guy's exaggerated expression. It feels as though I have accomplished something extraordinary. Sasuke's heart swelled with excitement. The system nodded subtly, noting that the Sharingan had significantly enhanced Sasuke's physical prowess, combined with his recent training in physical techniques, enabling him to instantaneously open the first 3 gates of Doinja. However, their commotion caught the attention of another. Is that Sasuke-kun? Sakura? Sasuke turned instinctively at the sound of the familiar voice, but he failed to see her. What brings her here? He wondered. Great. Sasuke, I've found you. Sakura exclaimed, hastening towards him, carefully presenting a pink gift box. Look, this is my graduation gift for you. I truly prepared it. Upon seeing Sakura Haruno, the system's expression turned cold. Step aside. Chapter 24, the 3-tomo Sharingan. What? Haruno Sakura was momentarily taken aback, questioning if she had misheard. Yet, upon meeting Sasuke's gaze, she instinctively recoiled, perceiving only indifference in his eyes. Sasuke, why have you? She yearned to inquire why he had transformed so drastically. Yet the words remained lodged in her throat. Step aside. Do you not understand? The system's expression was frigidly apathetic, its gaze not even acknowledging Sakura. Internally, Sasuke remained silent. This is how it should be. For me now, frivolous emotions are utterly useless. They only impede my progress. Beside them, Might Guy was equally perplexed by Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor towards the pink-haired girl. Why such hostility towards her? He was utterly baffled by the nuances of female emotions. Well, I still wish you a happy graduation, Sasuke-kun. Sakura's pale face forced a smile as she extended a gift box towards him. Step aside, do not hinder me. The system frowned slightly, swatting the gift from Sakura's hands. The pink box flew through the air, and just before it could crash to the ground, Might Guy swiftly intervened, catching it with ease. Phew, that was close. Sasuke, even if you have a conflict, you cannot just cast aside someone else's belongings. How heartbroken she must be. Holding the pink gift box with one hand, Might Guy addressed Sasuke. The system remained silent, averting its gaze and disregarding Sakura. Trembling, she wished to articulate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss. She could not fathom how Sasuke had become this way. Was it truly because of my wide forehead that he despised me? Sakura covered her forehead, still ignored by the system, which strictly enforced task 4, ensuring no woman would develop feelings for him. Well, I shall take my leave, Sasuke-kun. With no response. Sakura's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she managed to smile. When it became evident that he was indifferent to her presence, she departed in disappointment. Your gift box. Might Guy called after her, but Sakura merely waved her hand weakly, indicating that it was meant for Sasuke. Sasuke. Might Guy gazed at Sasuke, who had turned away, clearly disinterested in the gift. He scratched his head awkwardly, unsure what to do with the pink box. What is happening here? Haruno Sakura's affection level, 90-70. Upon seeing the affection level drop, Sasuke fell into deeper silence. Despite his blatant disregard, her feelings had not plummeted to 0. He found the system's cruelty quite excessive. In truth, he too was in a precarious position. What is there about me that is worthy of affection? At that moment, a glint of cold light sliced through the night, hurtling straight towards Sasuke. Watch out. Might Guy reacted swiftly. Positioning himself in front of Sasuke, and seizing the projectile with one hand. It was a kunai, adorned with a red ribbon. Upon noticing the ribbon, a question mark appeared above Might Guy's head. This did not appear to be a kunai intended for murder, it seemed, even blunt. He drew it across his clothing, and it failed to tear the fabric. You despicable Uchiha Sasuke. I have witnessed how you treat Sakura. Even if you have affections for me, you cannot treat her that way. It is utterly outrageous. A girl with a beige ponytail emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at Sasuke. Detected a woman with affection for the host within range, affection level 90, aligns with task 4. However, the system remained impartial. It cast a cold glance at Yamanaka Ino, dismissing her with disdain. There is no way I would ever like you. None of you shall interfere with me. You are from the Yamanaka clan. Who are you again? Might Guy recognized her vaguely but could not place her. Yamanaka Ino stomped her foot angrily. How dare you? If you do not like me, why speak so decisively to Sakura? Are you not indicating a preference for me? Who would choose you, Ino pig? What? Yamanaka Ino's fury surged. What did you just call me? Ino pig. If looks could kill, Sasuke would have perished countless times under Yamanaka Ino's glare. You can treat two girls who love you with such cruelty. I even prepared a graduation gift for you. Foolish Naruto was right. You are nothing but an arrogant brat. That kunai will serve as my attempt to eliminate you. Yamanaka Ino was far more decisive than Sakura. After berating Sasuke, she departed with flair. Yamanaka Ino's affection level 9060. Oh, I remember now. She is Yamanaka Ino's daughter. Might Guy's eyes lit up. Yet, Yamanaka Ino had already vanished from sight. He held the pink gift box in one hand and the kunai with the red ribbon in the other, glancing at Sasuke with confusion. How could they still offer gifts despite Sasuke's harsh treatment? Is it true that women require disdain to foster greater affection? He considered scratching his head but had no hands to do so. Kai-sensei, aside from taijutsu, do you have anything else you can teach me? The system turned to Might Guy with a smile. Might Guy was left dumbfounded. This change of attitude was swifter than that of a machine. Why the sudden shift? They are merely obstacles hindering my path. I have no desire to engage in childish romantic games with them. Might Guy was at a loss for words on this topic. Thus, he replied to the system's previous inquiry. Besides taijutsu, I also have knowledge of summoning techniques, though I am not particularly proficient. Teach me. I wish to learn. You are willing to learn? I am, as long as Kai-sensei is willing to teach me. The system expressed its sincerity. Seeing this, Might Guy nodded with a smile. All right. I shall first instruct you on the principles of summoning techniques and the hand signs involved. The two strolled through the streets of Konoha. As Might Guy elaborated on the summoning techniques, they soon arrived at Sasuke's neighborhood. Sasuke, do you truly not wish to accept these gifts? Might Guy offered the two gifts before him. The system shook its head. No, I do not require such things. This time, he refrained from discarding the gifts. That behavior was merely to provoke Sakura's disdain. Kai-sensei, I shall take my leave to rest. Until tomorrow. The system smiled and bid farewell to Might Guy before turning to enter the alley. Might Guy scratched his head, pondering the awkwardness of holding gifts that were not intended for him. This is a far more challenging decision than training in taijutsu. I would rather run 10 laps around Konoha. Hey, Kai-sensei, you haven't left yet? At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke returned. Sasuke, are you deliberately making me run 10 laps around Konoha again? Might Guy's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. To supervise Kai-sensei's diligent training, you devised such a method. Indeed, I have come to collect the gifts. Thank you for safeguarding them, Kai-sensei. Sasuke spoke in an exaggeratedly enthusiastic tone. All right, then I shall run 10 laps. Youth is without regret. Might Guy handed the gift box and kunai to Sasuke before immediately beginning his laps around Konoha. Upon returning home, Sasuke stared in silence at the open pink gift box. Inside lay a cake, unmistakably a handmade confection. After all, the cake differs vastly from those sold at the bakery. It appears that words were inscribed in cream atop it, yet due to the jostling and melting, the writing has become illegible. I am sorry, Sakura, Ino. He took a bite of the cake and closed his eyes. System host. Assist me in severing these feudal ties. The system complied with Sasuke's request, disposing of the remaining cake and the kunai adorned with a pink ribbon into the trash bin. When he opened his eyes once more, the crimson hue had eclipsed the black. The three-tomo Sharingan materialized. Chapter 25, The Miracle of Uchiha. 1 week later, Konoha Village. Commencing today's training. Utilizing ninja leaps to reach the training ground. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Just as the system activated, a familiar figure appeared before him. Uchiha Sasuke. It has been a week. Why have you not sought me out, old man? Shimura Danzo approached, leaning on his cane. The system replied calmly. I have been engaged in physical training with Guy-sensei. My physical skills are currently in a period of ascension. Physical training is acceptable, but do not forget your bloodline limit. The Uchiha blood flows within you. I should not have to come find you myself. Today, accompany me for training. You need not visit Guy. I have already made arrangements. Danzo turned and departed. The system pondered for a moment before following. Is he truly going to take me? I can't shake the feeling that this old man is eager to possess me, Sasuke mused inwardly. The physical training had reached a plateau. After a week, he could only unlock the 5th gate, and now he could accompany Danzo to investigate some matters regarding the entrusted mission too. The system responded and continued onward. Sasuke contemplated but did not deter the system. He too wished to discern what Danzo intended to do with him. The two moved at a brisk pace. It did not take long for Danzo to lead Sasuke to a somewhat secluded area. Before them stood a vast, dimly lit warehouse. All right, we have arrived. Danzo-sama, what is the purpose of bringing me here? The system scanned the surroundings, analyzing the environment. Danzo turned to face him. Here, you can awaken your bloodline limit. Your understanding of the Sharingan is still too limited. Allow me to assist you. Danzo's demeanor turned serious. Suddenly, the right eye beneath his bandages opened wide, revealing a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, its power igniting in an instant. Kodo Amitsukami. A colossal kaleidoscopic illusion instantaneously reflected in Sasuke's mind. Sasuke's eyes flickered with a shadowy light, and he felt an inexplicable admiration and reverence for Danzo, as if he were a father figure. No, even more than his father, Uchiha Fugaku. In that moment, Danzo appeared far more alluring than any enchanting succubus. Uchiha Sasuke, do you know the reason behind Itachi Uchiha's massacre of our clan? Danzo inquired, straining to control Shirsue's kaleidoscopic Sharingan while addressing Sasuke. Unaware that his will had been subtly altered, Sasuke shook his head slightly. I do not know. The system, maintaining an expressionless facade, echoed, I do not know. Upon hearing this response, a faint smile curved Danzo's lips. It seems that Itachi has kept his word and did not reveal the truth to you. What is your true purpose in wishing to take me as your apprentice? Sasuke answered proactively, stating that the system indicated that engaging with Danzo could unravel his doubts regarding that individual's massacre. However, his voice failed to resonate outward. The system, still emotionless, responded, I wish to grow stronger until I can slay that man. After posing these two questions, Danzo dismissed most of his doubts. It appeared that Sasuke's interest in approaching him was not due to an awareness of certain matters. He truly sought vengeance against Itachi for his father's death. Or so it seemed. The inherently suspicious Danzo retained a sliver of doubt. After a brief moment, he ceased the activation of Kodo Amitsukami. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan beneath his bandages gradually closed. Uchiha Shirsue's right eye technique, Kodo Amitsukami, could only exert control over one's will for a short duration, whereas Itachi's left eye granted permanent alteration of will. Subsequently, Sasuke felt the overwhelming sense of admiration for Danzo gradually dissipate. Upon fully regaining his clarity, Sasuke felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What just happened to me? He gazed at Danzo, feeling a desire to retch at the memory of his previous frenzied adoration. System, what transpired just now? Why did he ask me those two questions? He employed a form of Jinjutsu on you. Both inquiries were related to the Uchiha massacre. There exists a 60 probability that he fears you may discover certain truths regarding Itachi's motives. The system responded inwardly. Could it be that this bastard had other reasons for the massacre? Sasuke's heart seethed with fury. Yet, regardless of Itachi's motivations, he could never forgive the one who slaughtered his own parents and entire clan. Uchiha Sasuke, after many years of research on the Sharingan, you, who have endured after the night of the massacre, should at least have awakened a Sharingan by now, Danzo remarked, drawing near to Sasuke. Have you not already awakened it? Is he truly knowledgeable about the Sharingan? Sasuke was taken aback. The system met Danzo's gaze without flinching. Indeed, I sensed a difference in my eyes that night. How did you reveal this? Had you not concealed it? He understands that emotional fluctuations can awaken the Sharingan. There is no need to hide it from him any longer. To evolve the Sharingan, one may seek his assistance, the system clarified. Let me see. How many tomo do you possess? Danzo could hardly contain his excitement. In the next moment, the system's eyes transformed, shifting from black to a vibrant crimson. A pair of 3 tomo Sharingan emerged in his gaze. 3 tomo Sharingan. Remarkable. This indicates your potential surpasses that of any Uchiha I have encountered. Danzo exclaimed, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Of course, I also comprehend how cruel the massacre was for you. Otherwise, you would not have awakened a 3 tomo Sharingan directly. Danzo's smile broadened uncontrollably. To awaken a 3 tomo Sharingan directly is unheard of. It can be deemed a miracle of the Uchiha. If I could center my new root organization around Uchiha Sasuke, my influence would undoubtedly eclipse that of Danzo. Danzo-sama, what must I do to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? The system inquired earnestly. Manjiki Sharingan. Danzo's right eye beneath the bandages instinctively shifted as he spoke slowly. Based on my understanding of the Uchiha, to awaken the Manjiki, you must endure pain akin to that of the massacre. What? You want me to experience such torment again? Sasuke's heart recoiled at the thought of reliving such agony. He would rather forego the Sharingan than endure that suffering once more. For every Uchiha possessing the Manjiki, it was not merely a source of power, but a perpetual reminder of their anguish. The system frowned slightly. Is there no alternative? There may be, but as of now, there are no precedents. Danzo observed Sasuke intently. Both the awakening of the Sharingan and Manjiki are contingent upon emotional fluctuations, and such fluctuations are not limited to pain alone. Chapter 26. What kind of monster? Mastering all the techniques on the scroll in just an hour? Aside from pain, a myriad of emotional fluctuations, sorrow, anger, joy, echoed softly in the system's musings. Indeed, Shimura Danzo nodded. Not only negative emotions, but also positive ones should be regarded as emotional fluctuations. However, there had yet to be an instance of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan through positive emotions. Such words are little more than empty rhetoric. Relying on him feels utterly unreliable. Sasuke internally scoffed. Fear not, since you have already awakened your Sharingan to the level of 3 Tomo, there is no need to consider the Manjiki for now. First, let me teach you some ninjutsu. Demonstrate a few techniques, so I may assess your current abilities, Danzo stated, stepping aside to grant Uchiha Sasuke the space he needed. Upon hearing this, the system wasted no time. It executed every ninjutsu from the E-rank clone technique to the C-rank great fireball technique. Remarkable. You hardly resemble a freshly graduated Jonin. Your chakra reserves surpass many Nin, and your proficiency in forming hand seals is quite commendable. Given this, I can certainly instruct you in some practical ninjutsu, including B-rank and even A-rank techniques, Danzo remarked with satisfaction. What elemental transformations do you wish to learn? I can assist you in finding a suitable ninja, he offered. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo was not one to limit Sasuke's growth. For him, Sasuke's advancement was beneficial. He held confidence in his ability to indoctrinate Sasuke, ensuring his loyalty. Even if indoctrination failed, he had a backup plan, Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan and his Kodo Amatsukami. Thus, his confidence was unwavering. I wish to learn fire release, water release, and lightning release. Oh, you wish to learn these 3? You possess the ability to change water chakra nature? Danzo raised an eyebrow. He understood that Uchiha were traditionally trained in fire release. It was an unwritten inheritance. Water release was even more evident. Being the counter to fire release, its adversary was self-evident. The function of lightning release might be to complement water release. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that a member of the Uchiha clan could possess water chakra transformation. If you wish to learn wind release, I can teach you that as well, Danzo added. Thank you, Lord Danzo. I possess 5 chakra nature transformations, the system replied gratefully. 5. Danzo exclaimed in surprise. Such talent. Would you care to join the Anbu? He inquired, shifting the conversation. Join the Anbu? Me? The system questioned Danzo in disbelief. Yes. Should you desire to join, I can facilitate your entry. Though your brother slaughtered your entire clan, he was once trained within the Anbu. The Anbu excels at nurturing talent. I have no desire to be part of that organization. Sasuke rejected internally. After a moment of analysis, the system echoed. I do not wish to be part of the organization that Itachi Uchiha once belonged to. Upon hearing this, Danzo not only remained unperturbed, but wore a subtle smile. Well, that is agreeable. My organization is not the Anbu, but rather Root. I used the Anbu to lure you in, making you believe you were joining Sarutobi Hiruzen's Anbu, while in reality, you would enter Root. However, if you are unwilling to join the Anbu, I can extend an invitation to you through Root, presenting it as if you were joining the organization of Itachi Uchiha, rather than for the reasons you assume. Clap, clap. Danzo clapped his hands, and 2 figures emerged from the warehouse. Ping, ding, you 2 are responsible for teaching Sasuke ninjutsu. Understood, Lord Danzo. The 2 ninjas, adorned with animal-featured masks, responded respectfully. Danzo nodded, leaning on his cane as he made his exit. Just before leaving, he paused momentarily. By the way, Sasuke, pay no heed to the 3rd talk of the Will of Fire. It is best ignored. The Will of Fire? Why should I not listen? Sasuke questioned in confusion. It is a form of indoctrination. The so-called Will of Fire offers no benefit to the host, the system replied. No wonder Kakashi spoke to me about the Will of Fire earlier. Uchiha Sasuke, I will teach you fire release. I've witnessed your prior use of fire release ninjutsu. Now, I shall instruct you in some B-rank fire release techniques. Begin your studies, the ninja known as Ping stated, stepping forward to present Sasuke with a sealing scroll. Upon unfurling it, a multitude of fire release techniques were inscribed, though most were of C rank, with only 2 B-rank techniques included. Thank you, the system expressed its gratitude, unfurling the sealing scroll to commence its studies. C-rank fire release techniques, Phoenix Fire Technique, Dragon Fire Technique, B-rank techniques, Great Fire Annihilation, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Learning ninjutsu, expected mastery in 1 hour. These should suffice for a considerable duration. We can take a moment to rest. Ping smiled at Ding, who nodded slightly in agreement, recognizing Sasuke's earnest demeanor. He likely would not require extensive instruction, allowing them some leisure. Indeed, I had anticipated joining the Anbu would offer a respite, yet the 3rd Hokage does not appear as merciful as he seems. Shoo, let us converse elsewhere. Sasuke, we will be outside. Call for us if you need assistance, Ping suggested. Very well, the system nodded slightly. Ping and Ding departed the warehouse. An hour, what to do with this time? Sasuke pondered within. The system was learning and seemingly required no assistance from him. Time passed swiftly. The system's learning capabilities proved remarkably superior. In no time, it had fully mastered all the techniques inscribed on the sealing scroll. After rising and demonstrating each technique, it stepped outside the warehouse. Can you teach me other elemental techniques? Sasuke inquired. Ping and Ding exchanged startled glances upon hearing Sasuke's voice. What is it? Do you no longer wish to learn? Ping responded, somewhat concerned. After all, even for a prodigy, B-rank techniques can present a challenge for a Jonin. Lord Danzo perhaps placed too much faith in Uchiha talent. Do not hesitate to ask if you encounter any issues, Ping said patiently. Is it a matter of chakra manipulation being sluggish, or do you feel the chakra fails to flow accurately with the hand seals? The system expressionlessly shook its head. No. I have mastered everything. I now seek to learn different ninjutsu. Ping and Ding exchanged incredulous looks, disbelief evident in their eyes. How is that possible? Even an elite shinobi requires several days to proficiently master a single technique. A freshly graduated Jonin mastering all techniques from a scroll in mere moments? Surely, this defies reason. Yet they recognized Sasuke's identity. They understood Danzo held him in high regard and could not voice their skepticism. Thus, Ping tentatively suggested, why not demonstrate your mastery for us? We can assess your proficiency. Very well, the system replied without hesitation, promptly forming hand seals with deftness. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Sasuke's body recoiled as he unleashed a torrent of flames, the blaze stretching across a span of 7 to 8 meters, engulfing the empty warehouse in a fiery onslaught. The heat emanating from the inferno struck Ping and Ding with palpable intensity. Is this truly possible? In such a brief time, you have fully mastered it? B-rank fire release. Great fire annihilation, executed flawlessly? What kind of monster could master all the ninjutsu inscribed on the scroll within just an hour? Beneath the mask, the eyes of the two widened in astonishment. Can you now teach me other ninjutsu techniques? The system turned to face the two. Chapter 27. You have mastered A-rank techniques, and now you aspire to grasp S ranks? How have you achieved this? Bing gazed at Uchiha Sasuke in astonishment. Even a genius could not be this extraordinary, could they? Have you only learned this one fire release jutsu? Ding pondered before inquiring. The system wasted no time, swiftly employing a more rapid hand seal technique. Instantly, several bursts of flames erupted from its mouth. Phoenix fire technique. Bing exclaimed. This already demonstrated that Sasuke had not merely focused on the B-rank technique, great fire annihilation. Ding swallowed hard. Just then, the system executed a B-rank technique, fire dragon flame bomb. The range of the fire dragon flame bomb differed entirely from that of great fire annihilation. The former was a long-range attack fire release technique, while the latter was a medium-range attack. Thus, the moment the fire dragon flame bomb was unleashed, it obliterated a significant hole in the distant warehouse, incinerating the surrounding metal sheets. Stop, stop, stop. Bing quickly interjected upon seeing the system preparing to perform more hand seals. I acknowledge your talents. I recognize that you are a genius among geniuses. You need not demonstrate further. Ding hastily utilized body flicker technique to reach the other end of the warehouse, employing water release to extinguish the flames. If left unchecked, the fire could escalate into a disastrous blaze, especially since Konoha was abundant in trees, and most buildings were wooden. Can you now teach me other release techniques? Of course, Bing replied eagerly. The two no longer dared to underestimate Uchiha Sasuke before them. His learning ability was astonishingly remarkable. After extinguishing the flames, Ding hurried back, glancing at Sasuke with a hint of envy. Do you plan to learn water release or lightning release first? Could I learn both? The system regarded Ding with utmost seriousness. Ding was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the words he had intended to say. After a brief pause, he produced 2 scrolls. These contained records of water release and lightning release techniques. The lightning release scroll was relatively sparse, containing only 2 techniques. However, lightning release was generally challenging. These 2 techniques differ from your primary chakra nature transformation, which is unlike fire release. The compatibility may be rather poor, particularly with water release. If you find it difficult to master, it suggests that you must be in a water-rich environment to awaken the scant water nature chakra within you. Naturally, I can create such an environment for you. After finishing, Ding rapidly formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. He utilized his chakra to create a vast expanse of water within the warehouse, providing Sasuke with a water-rich environment. Now, take your time to practice. We will enjoy the breeze outside. Ding spoke courteously. Following Sasuke's display of talent, he realized that with such learning ability and aptitude, it wouldn't be long before Sasuke ascended to an extraordinarily high status. Shimura Danzo also held him in high regard. At that point, it was uncertain whether he might become Danzo's superior. Offering goodwill now was the most prudent investment. As for creating enmity, those who joined Root were often orphans with nowhere to go, not fools. They would not easily antagonize a ninja with such a promising future. After the two departed, the system slightly raised its gaze. The crimson 3-tomo Sharingan stood out prominently in the dim warehouse. Water release, great waterfall technique. The system swiftly performed the same technique as Ding. However, its waterfall was noticeably smaller. Is this the power of the Sharingan? It's astonishing. If they could use techniques in our presence, wouldn't our learning progress accelerate? Sasuke exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing this. In theory, yes. But replicating techniques places a significant burden on the Sharingan, making it unsuitable for mastering multiple techniques. However, mastering 1 or 2 is indeed a viable option, the system replied, calming itself as it sat down and unsealed the scroll it had been holding. It first opened the water release scroll, beginning to learn water release. Estimated completion time, 1 hour and 25 minutes. Beginning to learn lightning release, estimated completion time, within 1 hour. The system's learning efficiency was exceptionally high. Once it entered a state of concentration, as long as Sasuke did not choose to terminate the hosting, it remained in an extraordinarily focused state, unperturbed by external distractions. However, such a state demanded significant energy and nutrition from the body. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was afternoon. Lunchtime had already come and gone. The system finally rose slowly. Outside, although the two had been enjoying the breeze, they immediately approached Sasuke upon his arrival. They had been closely observing Sasuke's state. His meditative learning condition was simply too terrifying, as if he were hypnotized into studying. Uchiha Sasuke, have you already mastered it? Ding asked tentatively. Indeed, the system nodded slightly. Would you like a demonstration? Both Bing and Ding were taken aback. How is this happening so quickly? This isn't just a fire release technique. How can you master it so swiftly? The compatibility between water and fire release is well known to any ninja. It is notoriously poor, yet the speed of mastery was not significantly diminished. Please demonstrate. It would be beneficial for us to report progress to Lord Danzo. Bing and Ding awkwardly urged. The system nodded slightly, swiftly forming hand seals. It appeared completely unimpeded, executing the technique smoothly and fluidly. Water release, great waterfall technique. Instantly, Sasuke's chakra transformed into water release, erupting forth. This time, the size of the technique diverged significantly from the one he had initially replicated with the Sharingan. Although it did not match Ding's scale, it was nonetheless of a standard size for the great waterfall technique. This was indeed an A-rank water release. Ding could not help but exclaim. An A-rank technique is notoriously challenging to master. Even a Jonin might struggle, yet a Jonin has grasped it in just a few hours. The execution is so fluid, it's impossible to tell that it's freshly acquired. Ding and Bing exchanged glances, nodding slightly. Sasuke, please perform lightning release. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning release, lightning wolf fang. In an instant, a bright blue arc of electricity surged forth, forming a wolf's head that raced across the ground in a zigzag pattern, lunging towards the distance. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ding and Bing exhaled in relief, their shock lessened. The lightning release scroll possessed only two techniques. One was the C-rank lightning release, lightning wolf fang, and the other was the S-rank lightning release, magnetic thunderstorm. They felt relieved because Sasuke had not directly executed the S-rank technique. However, the S-rank lightning release, magnetic thunderstorm, was notoriously complicated. Even Ding merely recorded it and could not perform it alone. He needed to collaborate with Bing to utilize Earth Release to summon the lightning pillar for its execution. You've mastered A-rank techniques, and now you desire to grasp S-rank techniques? Why must you monopolize all the good fortune? Just as Ding stepped forward to commend Sasuke, he suddenly halted. He noticed Sasuke was not stopping but rather walking towards the warehouse exit. Upon reaching outside, Sasuke slightly raised his gaze to the sky. Is he? Ding and Bing exchanged horrified glances. Could he be attempting to execute the S-rank technique, lightning release, magnetic thunderstorm? Chapter 28. One must treat Uchiha Sasuke with utmost sincerity. Wait, Uchiha Sasuke. Bing and Ding hurriedly rushed out. The system turned to face them, inquiring, what is it? Are you truly intending to employ the S-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, magnetic thunderstorm? Does that combination ninjutsu even count as lightning release? The system feigned ignorance. Upon witnessing Sasuke's expression, Bing and Ding were momentarily taken aback before realizing, oh, I see. You never intended to perform the S-rank ninjutsu at all. No, the system shook its head. Do you wish to attempt even the S-rank lightning release? No. Even if you could, please refrain from doing so. Ding hastily gestured to stop him. His concern was not whether Sasuke could perform it, but rather, if he did, how would he, having been a member of the root for so long, save face? An underling executing an S-rank combination ninjutsu? Even if Sasuke could indeed achieve it, he did not wish to witness such a scene. Brother Ding, may I ask you for guidance on a different ninjutsu? The system inquired, appearing somewhat bashful. Ding was taken aback. He had not anticipated Sasuke would seek his counsel. It dawned on him that Sasuke was merely a child of 8 or 9 years old. Previously, he had been so awed by Sasuke's talent that he subconsciously regarded him as an equal. Observing Sasuke's bashful demeanor only deepened Ding's fondness for him. He smiled gently. What ninjutsu do you wish to discuss? The body flicker technique you used earlier. The D-rank body flicker technique, right? That's quite simple, Ding replied, promptly demonstrating it again. The system activated its 3-tomo Sharingan, effortlessly replicating the technique. All right, thank you, Brother Ding. Huh? You've already mastered it? Ding was somewhat astonished. I merely demonstrated it. I haven't taught you yet. Bing patted Ding's shoulder, gesturing towards Sasuke's crimson eyes. Have you forgotten he is an Uchiha? It was only then that Ding noticed Sasuke's eyes had transformed into the scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan, then there is no issue. Subsequently, the system executed the body flicker technique, succeeding on the first attempt. The D-rank ninjutsu was not particularly difficult to replicate. Still learning, are we? At that moment, Shimura Danzo arrived with another person. Upon seeing Danzo and his companion, Bing and Ding immediately ceased their laughter, respectfully greeting, Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage. The system also turned to offer its salutations, Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage. Bing, ding, what are you two doing here? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned cold. After disbanding the root, these two had merged into his own faction, and now that Danzo had just been released, they returned to his side? Hiruzen, they were summoned by me to teach Sasuke. Danzo replied indifferently. Hiruzen quickly grasped the situation. Even after integrating into the Anbu, most of the ninjas from the root still considered themselves Danzo's subordinates. He inwardly scoffed, sweeping his gaze across Bing and Ding before settling on Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, how is your ninjutsu study progressing? He inquired with a gentle smile. Yet, even Sasuke could sense the insincerity behind that smile, every fiber of his being radiating hypocrisy. The system nodded expressionlessly. It is going well. The ninjas Lord Danzo selected are superior to what teacher Kakashi provides. Hiruzen's expression darkened instantly. He understood that Sasuke was mocking him. However, given the virtuous image he had established, he could not afford to react too strongly. Danzo, who despised Hiruzen's pretense of virtue while secretly orchestrating nefarious deeds, was also unlikely to speak in his defense. As long as you are not wasting your talent, it is good enough. If necessary, I could even arrange for 5 Jonin to teach you, Danzo said, deliberately raising his voice. Hiruzen recognized this as a jab at him. Maintaining his composure, he replied, Danzo, there will come a time for your regrets. As long as you can learn, remember to seek out your Hokage if you need anything. Sasuke, Hiruzen smiled at Sasuke. The system politely managed a smile. Understood, Lord Hokage. Once Hiruzen departed, Danzo felt elated. Finally, Hiruzen had experienced a setback. And all of this was thanks to Uchiha Sasuke, whom he found increasingly pleasing to the eye. Perhaps, indeed, he could cultivate Sasuke into the next Itachi Uchiha. He had immense faith in his indoctrination abilities. After all, he had successfully brainwashed even Itachi, who had a family and was not an orphan, into committing the massacre of his entire clan. His confidence was not unfounded. Bing ding. You must treat Sasuke's education with utmost seriousness. How's the progress? Is it at the C-rank ninjutsu level or B-rank? Danzo inquired, his spirits high. Bing and ding. Not daring to slack off, responded promptly, Lord Danzo, it is neither C-rank nor B-rank. It is S-rank. Huh, what rank? Danzo, usually composed, leaned forward, eyes wide in disbelief. The bandages covering his Sharingan involuntarily unfurled. S-rank ninjutsu. The two shrank back, stating, the 3 scrolls we provided have been completely assimilated by Sasuke. Upon evaluation, he has perfectly mastered them, except for the combination lightning release technique, lightning release, magnetic thunderstorm, which we have not allowed Sasuke to use. They emphasized not used, not mastered. They genuinely feared that Sasuke had indeed mastered it. Upon hearing this, Danzo was utterly astounded. He glanced back and forth at Uchiha Sasuke, hesitating for a long while before finally asking, Sasuke, have you truly mastered everything? Yes. I could perform the ninjutsu again without issue, the system replied, preparing to form hand seals. Danzo waved his hand, grasping Sasuke's arm. No need, no need. I believe you. As long as you have mastered it, that suffices. But with your rapid learning, what are your future plans? Will you refine your chakra, or continue to delve into other ninjutsu? His demeanor had shifted significantly. He no longer intended to dictate Sasuke's path. He resolved to let Sasuke decide for himself. The thought of having such an extraordinary Uchiha under his influence sent shivers of excitement through him. I would like to learn wind release from Lord Danzo, Sasuke declared. Wind release from me? Splendid. Ha. Danzo burst into hearty laughter. Bing and Ding exchanged bewildered glances beneath their masks. After years of following Danzo, this was only the second time they had witnessed him so genuinely elated. The first being when he fantasized about replacing Hiruzen as Hokage. This clearly indicated how fond Danzo was of Uchiha Sasuke. They silently vowed to treat Sasuke with utmost sincerity. Chapter 29, The Elite Guardian. Danzo, what do you wish to clarify about Sasuke? When it comes to other ninjutsu, I may hesitate to boast, but regarding wind release, I dare claim to be the second best in Konoha. No one would dare to claim the first. Shimura Danzo declared with bravado. Were it not for his conspicuous cane and silver hair, Sasuke might have thought Danzo had returned to his youthful essence. With swift hand gestures, Shimura Danzo executed a series of seals. Wind release, gale palm. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the center of his palm. The immense wind pressure caused trees, as thick as a bowl's diameter, to sway violently. The advantage of wind release lies in its balance. It possesses not only formidable lethality, but also a remarkable repelling effect. The efficacy of wind release in combat is contingent upon its judicious application, yielding unexpectedly advantageous outcomes. As Danzo demonstrated the ninjutsu to Uchiha Sasuke, he elaborated on its intricacies. The system attentively absorbed this knowledge, with the 3-tomo Sharingan continuously replicating Danzo's wind release techniques. Aware of the Sharingan's ability to copy ninjutsu, Danzo deliberately slowed his hand seals while explaining. Sasuke, I am determined to cultivate you into a ninja far more powerful than Uchiha Itachi. The system remained silent, wholly focused on its studies. Time flew by as they immersed themselves in learning. Before long, the brilliant sun in the sky was supplanted by the luminous moon. Well, it's getting late. Let us conclude for today. Are we not continuing? The system inquired, sensing Sasuke still possessed a modicum of energy and chakra. With just a bit more effort, he felt Sasuke could potentially master all of Danzo's wind release techniques today. Thus far, he had only grasped the C-rank wind release, Gale Palm, the B-rank wind release, vacuum wave, and wind release, vacuum continuous wave, and had just begun to discuss wind release, vacuum sphere, when he paused. Danzo shook his head with a chuckle. Youth is indeed full of vigor, but I am beginning to tire. Sasuke, return tomorrow. The system nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Lord Danzo. I shall return tomorrow. Learning concluded. After dinner, return home to continue training. The system adhered strictly to the custodial tasks blueprint. After Uchiha Sasuke departed, two individuals, C and D, gazed at Danzo. Lord Danzo, regarding Sasuke, when will you bestow upon him the tongue curse seal? What? Did you two divulge my previous intentions to him? Danzo's icy glare swept over them, causing both to shudder. Forgive us, Lord Danzo. We spoke out of turn. C pulled D down to kneel before Danzo, both extending their tongues, revealing the black ink patterns upon them. This marked the tongue curse seal, which, once implanted, would prevent them from speaking of certain actions taken by Danzo without his consent. Seeing the mark still present, Danzo withdrew his gaze, having merely intended to issue a warning. After taking a few steps forward, he finally spoke. Rise. As long as you fulfill your duties, the route will be far less arduous than the Anbu. With those words, he leaned on his cane and vanished into the night. Upon returning home, Sasuke inquired curiously, System, what is my current level? Analyzing. Chakra level at 0. 7 calories, Taijutsu 8 gates, 5th gate. Dumen, Ninjutsu. Fire release, water release, lightning release, wind release, bloodline limits, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Compared to other Chunin, you are fundamentally superior. Against Jonin, your combat experience and chakra levels are insufficient. Analysis complete. The host is classified as a Jonin gatekeeper. Sasuke, gatekeeper? How unflattering. Can't you bestow a more pleasant title upon the host? The host is the foremost among those beneath Jonin. Now that sounds more acceptable, Sasuke acknowledged. Recognizing that while both phrases carried similar meanings, the latter felt significantly more palatable. Time for sleep. System, keep up the good work. I shall rest now. The system remained silent, diligently training to enhance its capabilities, striving towards the goal of custodial task 1. In a remote warehouse. After several days of training under Shimura Danzo realized he had little left to teach. Uchiha Sasuke's talent was simply astounding. While even Jonin would take considerable time to master A-rank ninjutsu, Sasuke could do so in just an afternoon. Even Sasuke himself was bewildered. System. You previously stated my aptitude was merely above average. Why am I learning so swiftly? The host's cognitive abilities determine the system's capabilities. Yet the host's learning speed does not dictate the system's learning potential. Sasuke grasped the system's intent. It was boasting about its own learning prowess. All right. You're proficient in learning. As the host, I apologize for holding you back. The system remained silent, focused solely on its training. Sasuke. I seem to have little left to impart. Danzo remarked, observing Sasuke in deep concentration, scratching his head as strands of hair fell away. Uchiha Sasuke's talent was terrifying. He could master anything given to him. Danzo began to feel that there was no ninjutsu in this world that Sasuke could not learn. As long as one was willing to provide, even A-rank techniques would be within his grasp. S-rank techniques, too, could be learned in their rudimentary forms. For instance, the previously mentioned S-rank lightning release, magnet thunderstorm. Had Sasuke not currently lacked mastery of earth release to summon the lightning pillars, he would have already succeeded in mastering it. That's all right. Thank you, Lord Danzo. Could you please take me to meet Lord Hokage? The system inquired. To see Sarutobi? Indeed. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage chair. Sasuke, I hear you wish to see me? Indeed. Sasuke still harbors feelings for me. My previous efforts were not in vain. His heart swelled with excitement. It had only been 3 days since Sasuke sought him out. He had anticipated a much longer interval after the ordeal with Kakashi. Could it be Danzo's influence? Hokage-sama, I wish to undertake some missions. May I apply to form an independent team? Independent team? You wish to accept commissions? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. Other ninjas typically shun D or C-rank missions. And even if forced to accept them, they would prefer to do so in groups of 3. Yet here was Sasuke, wishing to form his own team to take on commissions. Yes, I believe I have learned enough. I need to engage more with ninja missions and related matters to ensure I do not falter in actual combat. The system spoke earnestly. What? You've already learned so much? You've only been with Shimura Danzo for 3 days, even adding the week with Might Guy. It totals less than half a month. You wish to undertake missions alone? That is unacceptable. There is no precedent for such a thing. Teams of 3 are meant to protect you young ninjas, not to constrain you. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in disapproval. He did not want Sasuke to take unnecessary risks. Accepting trivial tasks like searching for lost pets was one thing, but Sasuke was clearly aiming for escort or combat-related missions. Lord Danzo can vouch for me on this matter. The system turned to Shimura Danzo. Lord Danzo, could you please provide an explanation? Danzo, eager to share, could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of Sarutobi Hiruzen's astonished expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. Danzo, what is it that you wish to clarify regarding Sasuke? Chapter 30. The formation of the Nin team. Sasuke's current prowess has far surpassed your imagination. He has mastered all 5 chakra nature transformations. Thus, I have brought into you to accept a mission, Shimura Danzo remarked, lifting his head slightly, exuding an air of faint arrogance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly. One might think he was your son, flaunting such pride. Mastering 5 chakra nature transformations indeed indicates Sasuke's exceptional talent. Yet it does not imply that he is ready to engage in battle with genuine ninjas. A genin must at least be a nin to undertake missions that involve combat with other ninjas. Sasuke's abilities have long surpassed those of an average nin. He has already acquired several A-rank jutsu. What? A-rank? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. If it were merely a matter of possessing diverse attributes, he would have been indifferent. For he too has mastered 5 nature transformations. However, A-rank jutsu are an entirely different matter. The difficulty in mastering A-rank techniques is formidable, particularly considering Sasuke has only trained under Danzo for 3 days. If he truly possesses A-rank abilities, he would indeed have a certain level of self-defense. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for him to become a nin before venturing outside the village. During his time as a genin, he should focus on internal village missions to familiarize himself with the ways of a ninja. Thus, it shall be. You may leave now. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately declined Sasuke's request. As for whether Sasuke has genuinely mastered A-rank techniques, he was not particularly concerned. He simply did not wish for Sasuke to appear outside the village so soon, especially not in the gaze of Uchiha Itachi. Why does Danzo not fear a meeting between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke? It is because he operates in the shadows. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen is different. He has always maintained a fade of righteousness. Should it be discovered that he is not what he appears, he would undoubtedly lose his position as Hokage. Not to mention the future of the 3,000 Sarutobi ninjas. The system nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, Hokage-sama. It did not offer further rebuttal but turned to leave. Noticing this, Danzo's expression darkened, and he too prepared to depart. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. Danzo, please stay a moment. After Sasuke exited, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo remained in the office. Danzo, what on earth are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain his frustration. Standing before Danzo with a stern expression, I did not release you to cultivate Sasuke into a talent in just 3 days. I tasked you with restraining him. Restrain him. He intends to leave the village, and if Uchiha Itachi discovers this, how shall I explain it? Danzo coldly replied, restraining him? He is the last Uchiha. He must be nurtured to contribute significantly to Konoha. Neither Uchiha Shisui nor Uchiha Itachi managed to escape the village's constraints. Do you truly believe that this boy, who has lost his family and is consumed by thoughts of revenge, can sever his ties to the village? His growth will only benefit Konoha, not harm it. Even if the village cannot contain him, I have my methods. Danzo, if it weren't for your actions against Shisui, we would not be in this predicament. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger was palpable. Hiruzen, do you dare claim ignorance of my actions back then? Danzo retorted. Danzo, I genuinely believe it is time to take matters into my own hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury reached its peak. Danzo fell silent, aware that Hiruzen was reluctant to act against him, though that reluctance has its limits. Rest assured, I will handle Uchiha Sasuke. You entrusted Uchiha Itachi to me. So why not Sasuke? Are you truly concerned that one word from Itachi could tarnish your carefully crafted image of righteousness over the years? You underestimate the extent of my misdeeds and the reputation I have built, Hiruzen. With that, Danzo exited the Hokage's office. At home. System. Why did you so easily give up? Sasuke inquired curiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen's firm stance against allowing the host to leave the village likely stems from the truth behind the massacre. The analysis suggests a 90% probability that Uchiha Itachi's actions were influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The system responded calmly. While leaving the village for training aligns with the first entrusted task, it simultaneously validates the second. By interacting with Danzo, the system has gleaned an understanding of the relationship between Hiruzen and Danzo. Danzo, who should serve as the Hokage's assistant, often shares equal footing with Hiruzen in terms of influence. From this, the system deduced that their relationship extends beyond that of Hokage and assistant. Can we approach Danzo? I feel he has a certain fondness for me, Sasuke suggested. The system shook its head. Danzo's interest lies not in you, but in those whom he can control. If your previous use of genjutsu were to be revealed, his attitude towards you might shift dramatically. Neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Danzo can be trusted. Please do not place your faith in them. Sasuke nodded slightly. All right, I trust you. Under the system's management, his body has indeed undergone significant changes. If he had to choose whom to trust, he would undoubtedly choose the system without hesitation. To leave the village, one must become a nin. There is 1 month until the nin exams. Seek out Might Guy. The goal is to form a team. Having completed the analysis, the system guided Sasuke in search of Might Guy. Soon, he found him behind the Hokage rock. Guy-sensei. Hey, Sasuke, you've come to find me. How's your training under Danzo going? Might Guy's eyes lit up upon seeing Sasuke, pausing his training to approach him. Sasuke. At that moment, another figure appeared beside Might Guy. Hatake Kakashi. Why is Kakashi here? Sasuke thought to himself, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Based on Might Guy's previous reference to Kakashi as his eternal rival, it seemed they shared a close friendship. The system analyzed and conveyed to Sasuke. They are indeed good friends? The stark contrast in their personalities was baffling. It was difficult to see how they could be friends. Guy seemed so upright. While Kakashi appeared to be a rather lecherous character, Sasuke's impression of Kakashi, formed from his occasionally mischievous grins, perfectly matched the true nature of the man. Sasuke. Kakashi isn't a bad guy. He was simply a bit out of sorts after being in Anbu for too long. Recently, I've helped him recover. Might Guy gave Sasuke a thumbs up. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. He set aside his playful demeanor and looked at Sasuke. I apologize for not teaching you jutsu earlier. It was due to the third Hokage's orders, and I was reluctant to take on students right after leaving Anbu. The system cast a blank glance at Kakashi. It's fine. I'm here to see Guy-sensei. What can I do for you? Are you ready to continue your training in the 8 gates? Guy-sensei. I wish to participate in the Nin exams next month. Could you help me find 2 teammates? Might Guy paused, taken aback. Finding teammates? You only need to register for the Nin exams. Even without teammates, you can form a temporary team on site. That shouldn't be an issue, right? It would be easier to ask the Hokage. No, Guy-sensei. It's precisely because Hokage-sama does not recommend I form a team that I have come to you. I sincerely request your assistance in finding 2 other participants. Might Guy fell into deep thought. 2 Jonin who meet the Nin qualification standards. Chapter 31. Indeed. The Uchiha are all mad. Who did you let leave the team? Does Teacher Kai have a plan? The system inquired. Kakashi. Must the participants in the Nin exam be Jonin? Kakashi replied, yes, that is the requirement. One must be a Jonin and have completed a certain number of mission assignments to qualify for the Nin exam. Sasuke added. I do not have any Jonin around me who meet the standards for the Nin exam. I could find a regular Jonin though. Might Guy scratched his head. A regular Jonin will suffice. I am confident I can reach the end of the Nin exam on my own. The system stated earnestly. If that is the case, it will be much easier to find one. However, this means that during the team battles, you will be facing 2 ineffectual teammates and 3 formidable opponents, Might Guy cautioned. The system nodded slightly. I understand. Teacher Kai. Yoshi. I already have 2 candidates in mind. Kakashi, I leave Sasuke to you. I shall return shortly. Might Guy swiftly dashed away, his speed surpassing that of an ordinary ninja's body flicker technique. This left Kakashi and Sasuke behind. Kakashi cast a somewhat awkward glance at Sasuke. So, do you have any jutsu you wish to learn? The system remained expressionless, ignoring him entirely. Why are you asking me this now? Where were you before? And that thief. System, make him return the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. At Sasuke's insistence, the system turned to Kakashi, extending its hand. Kakashi, hand over the Uchiha Sharingan. Naturally, the system's analysis indicated that the probability of reclaiming the Sharingan from Kakashi was 0. However, since the host explicitly requested it, the system complied. Well, the Sharingan. I cannot give it to you. It was left to me by a friend, a very important friend, Kakashi said. A hint of nostalgia in his gaze. The system remained silent thereafter. Why did you stop asking? Sasuke inquired, puzzled. The probability of retrieving that Sharingan is 0. The system replied. Observing the system's silence, Kakashi hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. This Sharingan was not stolen. It was given to me by that important friend who has since passed away. Therefore, I must safeguard this eye, even if you harbor resentment towards me for it. I will not return it to the Uchiha unless he can come back to life. He gently ruffled Sasuke's hair and continued. How about this? I shall teach you an A-rank lightning release jutsu. A-rank lightning release? Sasuke recalled that he had only mastered a C-rank lightning release jutsu and a yet-to-be-executed S-rank combination lightning release jutsu before. He was intrigued, as was the system. Very well. The system nodded resolutely, its gaze fixed on Kakashi, awaiting a demonstration. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a quick change in demeanor. However, having witnessed similar transformations before, he was unfazed. Well, Chidori is a technique that gathers lightning release chakra in the hand, possessing tremendous lethality. Like this. Crackle. A powerful surge of lightning coalesced in Kakashi's right hand, emitting a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing in unison. At that moment, the system's eyes transformed from black to the crimson hue of the 3-tomo Sharingan, fixated intently on Kakashi's right hand. However, the limit of the 3-tomo Sharingan meant it could only observe the flow of chakra within Kakashi's body while using Chidori, making perfect imitation somewhat challenging. Using the Sharingan to copy it? While the Sharingan can achieve this, for one who has just awakened their eyes, wait. Kakashi's pupils constricted suddenly. He noticed Sasuke's eyes. This was no mere awakening. Each eye bore 3 black tomo, resembling a fully formed 3-tomo Sharingan. You have already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan? Even Obito awakened his 2-tomo Sharingan at 13 during a life and death battle, gradually unlocking the 3-tomo thereafter. Sasuke, at most, is only 9. That is 5 years earlier than Obito did. Kakashi thought to himself. Soon, the system closed its eyes, only to reopen them, now back to their original black. By then, the Chidori in Kakashi's hand had dissipated. Is this all you intend to teach me? The system said calmly, regarding Kakashi. It was then that Kakashi realized, my apologies. I was distracted. Now, let me teach you the techniques of Chidori. Kakashi swiftly imparted the skills and the flow of chakra within the body necessary for Chidori to Sasuke. Under the guidance of Kakashi and with the 3 Tomo Sharingan's replication of Chidori, the system successfully mastered the lightning release, Chidori in no time. I have mastered the A-rank lightning release, Chidori just like that. Sasuke's heart brimmed with joy. The system interrupted, Sasuke. Kakashi. I have returned. Might Guy zoomed back into view, stirring up a cloud of dust. Accompanying him were 2 individuals, a girl and a boy. How could you find a female teammate? Sasuke frowned. Detected a woman nearby. The girl's favorability toward the host is 20, below the standard of 30. Fortunately, since she was a stranger, her favorability toward Sasuke was not high. Haha, Sasuke. I found you some teammates. One is named Yuzuri Tsukikage, and the other is Hinata Chiharu. Both are eager to participate in the Nin exam, but their skills are not up to par, hence they have only participated over the years. Might Guy introduced the 2. On the way, he had already mentioned Uchiha Sasuke to them. They were somewhat aware of who he was. Given the recent events surrounding the Uchiha clan's massacre, which even children in the village knew about, let alone teenagers. Sasuke, my little brother. Let's do our best together in the Nin exam, Yuzuri Tsukikage said, propping her hands on her knees and bending slightly. Smiling as she reached out to pat Sasuke's head. Slap. The system swiftly swatted her hand away, casting a cold glance in her direction. Although her favorability did not exceed the standard of 30, the system actively severed any potential actions that could enhance it. However, Yuzuri Tsukikage's favorability did not decline as a result. In fact, it increased. Sasuke must have learned to disguise and protect himself at such a young age due to his past experiences. She thought, as the captain of this new team. I must protect my adorable and handsome little brother, Sasuke. She had automatically designated herself as the captain of the newly formed team due to her age. Sasuke, let's go accept some missions together, Yuzuri Tsukikage said as she reached for Sasuke's hand. Detected a woman nearby. Yuzuri Tsukikage's favorability toward the host is 45. A question mark appeared above the system's head. It was perplexed as to why her favorability was increasing despite these interactions, so it swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. Boom. A powerful gust of wind erupted from Sasuke's palm, instantly sending the unsuspecting Yuzuri Tsukikage flying, as he coldly uttered, get lost. Might Guy reacted swiftly, his expression changing as he hurriedly caught the airborne Yuzuri Tsukikage. Nevertheless, the system did not employ deadly force. It merely aimed to ensure that no one liked the host, rather than fostering outright hatred. Thus, Yuzuri Tsukikage sustained no significant harm. Yet her face was still etched with fear as she gazed at Uchiha Sasuke. Why you? You actually struck me without warning. Truly, all Uchihas are lunatics. Teacher Might Guy, sob. I refuse to team up with him. Please expel him from the squad. Yuzuki Tsukimi's affection for the host is 15, which is below the standard value of 30. Might Guy? Who are you asking to leave the team? Chapter 32, The Eternal Jonin Uchiha Sasuke. Is he not an orphan of the Uchiha clan? Teacher Guy, he, an orphan, dares to act against me in your presence, showing utter disrespect. It's no matter that we can't find other teammates to join us. The 2 of us can wait. However, with this orphan present, I absolutely. Before Yuzuki Tsuki could finish her statement, Might Guy could no longer tolerate it and interjected. What do you absolutely intend to do? Are you aware of the words you speak? I will never be your student. If he is here, I shall not be, and vice versa. Yuzuki Tsuki crossed her arms, turning her head away. Do you truly believe I called you to form a team because you meet the standards for the Nin exams? There is a reason you have failed thrice. Insulting my student. If you were not wearing the Leaf Village headband, you would already be lifeless. Leave. Might Guy's brows knitted together as he activated the 6th gate of the 8 gates. The released chakra emanated such a fearsome aura that Yuzuki Tsuki fainted on the spot. The system, disinterested, did not even glance their way. Well, we are in a time of peace. Guy, calm down. Kakashi patted Might Guy on the shoulder. Only then did Might Guy relax somewhat, releasing the 8 gates. And laughed heartily, ha ha ha. I merely intended to scare her. I'll handle her for now. With that, he carried the unconscious Yuzuki Tsuki away, leaving behind the taciturn youth. Hyuga Chitos. Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. The system extended a hand toward Hyuga Chitos. After a moment's hesitation, the latter grasped Sasuke's hand. I am Hyuga Chitos. 13 years old before long, Might Guy returned. Upon seeing Sasuke and Chitos shaking hands, his frown eased slightly. Although they had not found a complete team, at least they had made progress with one member. Sasuke, Chitos, we are still short one teammate. I shall find someone for you. Kakashi, please assist as well. Kakashi began to mention how he had spent so long in the Anbu that he had no acquaintances to help evade such troublesome matters. But Might Guy was already pulling him toward the village, ignoring his words. Only Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Chitos remained. The system expressionlessly began practicing the Chidori, requiring the Sharingan to maintain balance and precise dynamic vision due to the technique's incredible speed. Although classified as an A-rank jutsu, both the hand seals and the coordination with the Sharingan made mastering this technique's difficulty comparable to an S rank. Seeing Sasuke attempt to execute Chidori, Hyuga Chitose took a few steps back in fear, wanting to say something but finding himself at a loss for words. Moreover, Sasuke's previous attitude toward Uzukisuke rendered him even more hesitant to speak. System, you mentioned his surname is Hyuga. Could he be from the Hyuga clan? Sasuke inquired with curiosity. The probability is 99, the system replied internally. How could a member of the Hyuga clan fail to pass the Nin exams? Their Byakugan is renowned for its strength, Sasuke mused in confusion. The system chose not to respond. As the system practiced Chidori, Hyuga Chitose quietly observed. Soon, Might Guy and Kakashi returned, dragging a man who appeared to be an elderly gentleman amidst a cacophony of protests. I'm far too old for the Nin exams. I vowed I wouldn't participate. Let go of me, Guy Kakashi. An aging man, seemingly burdened by the weight of the world, struggled against Might Guy's grip. But his efforts were in vain. Please, we only need you. Even if you concede at the end, it will suffice. Might Guy implored, pulling the reluctant individual before Sasuke. The system looked up to see Marisuke Gukei, the so-called eternal Jonin of the ninja world. Yet, his strength rivaled that of many Jonin. Might Guy introduced him with a hearty laugh. However, the restrained Marisuke Gukei did not appear keen on becoming a teammate. I will report you both to the third Hokage. Bullying an old man. Your skills are not diminished. Think of it as lending a hand. Please. It's truly difficult to gather enough people. My student desperately needs this opportunity in the Nin exams. Might Guy pleaded, lowering his tone. Then release me first. Do you promise not to run away? I promise. Upon hearing this, Might Guy finally let go of Marisuke Gukei. The latter flexed his wrists, scrutinizing Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Chitose. Greetings, I am Marisuke Gukei, and I shall be your teammate henceforth. However, I must clarify beforehand. I will not assist you. My only role is to register. The system smiled and nodded. Very well. Elder Marisuke, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I am Hyuga Chitose, the latter responded. Upon hearing their names, Marisuke Gukei was taken aback. He then turned to Might Guy and Kakashi. I see you two have managed to gather a team. One is Uchiha, and the other a Hyuga. With such a configuration, passing the Nin exam should not be too challenging. Might Guy replied slowly, that is not entirely accurate. Hyuga Chitose is merely here to fill in the numbers. He cannot activate his Byakugan. This is the first time I've encountered a Hyuga who cannot activate their Byakugan. Marisuke Gukei observed Chitose with curiosity. The latter lowered his head in shame. I am of impure blood, and thus I was born without the Byakugan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke understood why. Despite being from the Hyuga clan, Chitose had been unable to pass the Nin exams. Without the Byakugan, he was indistinguishable from an ordinary ninja. Furthermore, while others had their specialties, he had none, making failure rather expected. Is it all up to Uchiha Sasuke then? Why not wait until next year to take the exam? Marisuke Gukei inquired, puzzled, as he observed the youthful Uchiha, who appeared to be no older than 8 or 9. Although he had learned that Sasuke was a genius who graduated early, he wondered if it was wise to rush into such a challenge against opponents older than him. Because we cannot afford to wait until next year, Might Guy stated seriously. My student's sole motivation for enduring thus far has been the desire to personally eliminate the S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, Marisuke Gukei grasped the urgency of the situation. One step slow, and one's fate is sealed. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi was also growing stronger. If revenge was the goal, to kill the one responsible for the massacre of his clan, Marisuke Gukei felt compelled to assist, but he still questioned the connection to becoming a Nin. The system spoke softly. Before I become a Nin, the Hokage does not permit me to undertake difficult missions. It seems the third Hokage is quite concerned for you. The system refrained from elaborating on matters regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen, deeming them unnecessary to share. Alright, now that we have gathered the necessary numbers, let us commit to intense training over the next month. In the sunlight, Might Guy's thumbs up smile radiated brightly. Understood, Teacher Guy. Chapter 33, ha ha ha. I can't do any of it. A month later, in the Hokage's conference room. Are you all prepared? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, glancing at Marino Ibiki before him. Rest assured. Hokage-sama, I absolutely will not make the same elementary mistake as last time. I swear, there will be no Jinjutsu on the exam. Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that Marino Ibiki was rather unreliable and anticipated another grand blunder from him. However, there were no better candidates available. In past Chunin exams, the most challenging questions had always originated from Ibiki. Not only Jinjutsu but a multitude of questions were notoriously difficult. Sasuke had perfected the 5 chakra nature transformations, leaving him with virtually no weaknesses. So, what? A hexagonal warrior. Ibiki's eyes widened. He was momentarily at a loss for what to test. He had initially considered using water techniques to challenge the Uchiha. Perfect. But now, a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. Thus, Hiruzen raised his voice to overshadow Ibiki. You must exert greater effort. Do you remember that? Yes. Hokage-sama. Good. Now, remember your duties over the next month and keep watch in the dungeon. Off you go. Hiruzen gestured dismissively. Ibiki nodded and turned to leave, but paused at the door to inquire, Hokage-sama, why exactly can't Uchiha Sasuke pass the Chunin exam? Do not ask questions you shouldn't. Have you become so foolish from your interrogation duties that you wish to question the Hokage? Hiruzen nearly spat blood from the frustration. Ibiki's expression changed, and he hurriedly fled. Curse be it. What is wrong with me lately? Nothing is going smoothly. And that fool Danzo. He insists on nurturing Sasuke. When the time comes for the knife at your throat, you will know regret. Hiruzen slumped onto the sofa, hastily lighting a pipe. In Konoha village. How is it, Kakashi? My guy inquired, having brought Uchiha Sasuke and others to Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged. The third Hokage didn't T-summon me. He didn't T-summon you? How unfortunate. Haha. But it's all right. Even if you aren't the examiner, I believe my students can pass the exam. I am not your student. I am older than you. Maru Gyuk bent slightly. However, it's for the best that the third Hokage did not summon Kakashi as an examiner. Otherwise, I would have to endure the moral torment. Sasuke, Tsubasa, stop practicing. Today is the last day before the Chunin exam tomorrow. Might Guy called to the two. The system slowly opened its eyes, temporarily halting its training. Hinata Tsubasa beside him did the same. After a month of training, Tsubasa could now open the first gate of the 8 gates. However, his foundation was weak, and combined with a lack of willpower like that of the system, his progress was exceedingly slow, even under Might Guy's personal instruction. Effort will never betray you, a phrase often repeated by Might Guy, was particularly applicable to the 8 gates. If I were solely reliant on my own training, I would most likely only manage to open the first or second gate, Sasuke murmured silently within himself. Over the past month, he had hardly disengaged from the system, only doing so to eat and sleep. Thus, the system's advancement had been swift, in an extreme state. He could already open the 6th gate, but the strain was immense, and exceeding a minute would leave him incapacitated on the ground. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you all. Kakashi's treating. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly. Kakashi immediately displayed a deadpan expression. Ever since I left the Anbu, you make me treat every day. Even if my remuneration is considerable, it is not sufficient for such extravagance. What are you grumbling about, Kakashi? Did you not say you would apologize to Uchiha Sasuke for your previous attitude by treating him for a month? Might Guy, with keen ears, pulled Kakashi closer. I've already spent the money. Can I not complain a little? Kakashi tiredly pulled out his deflated wallet. Don't worry. This time I won't order anything expensive, the system smiled. During this time, Kakashi had also taught Sasuke some ninjutsu. Sasuke's attitude towards Kakashi improved significantly. Yet he still refused to address him as teacher. Techniques like Chidori, regimen body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and various combat skills had been imparted. Engaging in practical combat simulations with Kakashi, who had experience in the Anbu, significantly enhanced the system's combat capabilities. As for why it was the system rather than Sasuke, it was primarily because most states involved simulations conducted under the system's management alongside Kakashi. Finally, the time for dining arrived. Excited, Sasuke contemplated. Disengage. In the next moment, he regained control of his body. Tsubasa, what do you want to eat? Sasuke asked joyfully, looking at Hinata Tsubasa beside him. I'll follow your lead. Tsubasa, though 13, still habitually deferred to the 9-year-old Sasuke. Then today, we shall have curry udon. All right. Tsubasa didn't jump up. Instead, it was Might Guy who leaped. Seeing this, Sasuke smiled. Kakashi helplessly facepalmed, hoping there would be salt-grilled mackerel to eat. After everyone had enjoyed a hearty meal, dusk began to fall. Phew, I'm so full. Sasuke, Tsubasa, Marustar-senpai. Tomorrow, we gather at the Chunin exam site. Okay, teacher guy. Goodbye, Kakashi. Farewell, Marustar-senpai. And goodbye, Tsubasa. After Sasuke and Might Guy bid farewell to everyone, they returned home to rest. The following morning, at the Chunin exam site, in a not overly spacious classroom filled with Jonin. Hello everyone, I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the first part of the Chunin exam. I will now distribute the test papers. Please take the exam seriously. If you find it too challenging, you may forfeit. This way, you will be eliminated alone without affecting your teammates' scores. If you choose not to forfeit, the final ranking will be based on the average score of your group. As Ibiki spoke from the podium, several assisting ninjas distributed the test papers. Uchiha Sasuke, Hinata Tsubasa, and Maru Gyuk were also present in the classroom. Upon seeing the exam paper for the first time, Sasuke's lips curled upward. Teacher guy guessed correctly, it really is Ibiki as the examiner. In the diagram, A stands 5 meters high on a tree, B stands on level ground, draw B's maximum shuriken throwing range. Haha. Let us see the next question. Ciphers, haha. Next question. Ha ha ha, I can't do any of it. After reviewing the exam paper, Sasuke arrived at a harsh reality, he could not solve any of the questions. Yet, he remained unfazed. Just because I cannot do it does not mean I cannot succeed. System, engage. He internally chanted. In the next moment, the system took over his body, without even glancing at the test paper. The system shut its eyes and began to rest. Sasuke? Hey. System, what are you doing? System, sleeping. Sasuke? Chapter 34. Senju Ibiki, I have lost again. This is the first examination. If we fail this one, there will be no subsequent assessments. Sasuke reminded. The system understood that the optimal solution at this moment was to sleep. The system responded calmly. Let us first observe the fates of those who were cheating. These questions do not pertain to the material previously taught by Irika-sensei, so many will undoubtedly struggle. We can learn from their attempts, and with the Sharingan. The host can replicate their answers without worry. So this was your plan. Do not fret. Everything is under the system's control, came the system's reply. A minute later, the lower ninjas began to fidget upon seeing the exam questions. What on earth is this? None of the topics I studied appeared. What is a parabolic curve? Aren't we supposed to be tested on the principles of ninjutsu? Soon, some began to sneak glances around. However, their actions were too conspicuous. There was no need for Senju Ibiki to intervene, as other ninjas quickly apprehended them. Candidate number 3, disqualified for cheating. Candidate number 7, eliminated. Candidate number 45, disqualified. In an instant, many who brazenly attempted to cheat were ousted. They are eliminated on the spot. Sasuke felt a jolt of surprise. The system slowly opened its eyes and noticed Senju Ibiki's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. The body of Sasuke within stirred. He suddenly realized that perhaps prior to this, cheaters were not instantly disqualified, and it was he who had altered the rules. The system met Ibiki's gaze with an impassive expression, remaining unperturbed. The Sharingan activated. The three-tomo Sharingan gleamed, overshadowing his dark eyes. Ibiki's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his hand to point at Uchiha Sasuke, ready to declare him disqualified. Yet he restrained himself, for the examination did not prohibit the activation of the Sharingan. The other two ninjas assisting Ibiki noticed his outstretched hand and inquired, Chief Examiner. Is something amiss? Has he cheated? The system remained expressionless, fixated on Ibiki. After a moment, Ibiki shook his head. No, he has not cheated. Merely activating the Sharingan cannot be deemed as cheating. Even if he wished for Sasuke's disqualification, he would need to catch him in the act of cheating. Upon hearing this, the system lowered its head, ceasing to engage with Ibiki's gaze. Soon, it identified a target, Hinata-chan, positioned in front of him, at a diagonal left. He had a clear view of Hinata-chan. The system observed the constant movement of the latter's right hand and, without further hesitation, utilized the replication ability of the three-tomo Sharingan to directly replicate his method of writing answers. Sasuke within was taken aback. Hinata-chan could actually solve the problems? He had previously taken the exam and thus had some understanding of the advanced questions. For first-time participants in the Chunin exam, encountering these questions would likely leave them bewildered. The system explained and then kept its head lowered, its peripheral vision trained on Hinata-chan's right hand, which was moving with great speed. Ibiki's pupils suddenly constricted. Uchiha Sasuke has begun to write. How is he cheating? Ibiki scrutinized Sasuke, attempting to discern any traces of cheating, yet he found none. Unlike others who whispered or glanced around, Sasuke did not fidget, nor did he clutch any notes. However, he was certain that Sasuke had to be cheating. Otherwise, why would he activate the Sharingan without cause? Why wait until others were disqualified before he began answering the questions? Furthermore, he appeared to be writing without any hesitation. Ibiki's focus was solely on Sasuke. He monitored his every move, determined to catch even the slightest hint of wrongdoing. Any subtle gesture, such as a tilt of the neck, would not escape his notice. Yet, nothing. The system showed no signs of faltering, maintaining a perfectly upright posture, its gaze fixed on Hinata-chan's right hand, its eyes unmoving. Only the right hand moved, following the path dictated by the Sharingan. Could it be that he has used genjutsu on me? With this thought, Ibiki quickly employed a self-genjutsu dispel. He disrupted his own chakra to break the illusion. Yet it had no effect, for he was not under any genjutsu. It is not an illusion. Then what could it be? Time ticked away. Finally, Sasuke halted his pen. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Ibiki's. The crimson hue of his eyes gradually reverting to black. Witnessing this, Ibiki felt a wave of defeat wash over him, his body suddenly feeling weak. He understood he had lost. Sasuke's actions conveyed a clear message. There was no longer any need for Ibiki to keep his eyes on him. The cheating was over. How could he cheat right under my nose? How was it accomplished? The power of the Sharingan. Could it possess a similar penetrating insight as the Byakugan? Beyond that, he could not fathom how Sasuke had managed to cheat. While he knew the Sharingan had the ability to replicate ninjutsu, he was unaware that it could also mimic another's handwriting. If it were indeed a form of X-ray vision, then he would have to concede defeat, for such vision would allow one to simply glance at another's back to copy answers. This form of cheating was indistinguishable from legitimate answering. Capturing the act of cheating was virtually impossible. Even if he were 100% certain that activating the Byakugan indicated cheating, if he could not catch the act in progress, it would not count as cheating. This also served as a test of a ninja's ability to gather intelligence. Ding, the hour hand on the clock struck the hour. The examination has concluded. Senju Ibiki stated wearily. These abnormal individuals. What kind of ridiculous questions are these? Upon exiting the classroom, Maruhoshi Kyuk could not contain himself and began to vent to Sasuke and Hinata-chan. If it weren't for my extensive knowledge in other areas, I would have surely failed to answer. Has the written portion of the Chunin exam become this extreme? He had initially thought that simply participating in the Chunin exam would suffice, and he had refrained from joining only due to an oath with the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He never expected that this exam would nearly lead to his downfall at the very first hurdle. It is indeed quite challenging. I learned from last time's experience and specifically reviewed the previous material. I should score decently, Hinata-chan murmured. Sasuke, this is your first exam. And it must have been tough for you, right? Marahoshi Kyuk chuckled, but never fear. As long as Chin is confident, combined with my accuracy, we should easily pass the first round. The system remained impassive. If Chin is confident, then so am I. Marahoshi Kyuk. Huh? I have copied Chin's answers. The system stated flatly. Marahoshi Kyuk's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How did you accomplish that? Isn't it true that those who cheated were all disqualified with a score of 0? The system turned to Marahoshi Kyuk, its eyes gradually shifting to a crimson hue. 3-Tomo Sharingan. Chapter 35. The disguise of the dark side ninja. I understand now. You utilized the copying ability of the Sharingan to replicate Hyuga Hinata's handwriting, which is why the scores are identical, Marahoshi Kyuk remarked to the system. Despite being a perennial lower-ranking ninja, his participation in several shinobi world wars had granted him a profound understanding of the Sharingan's capabilities. Yet, could the Sharingan truly replicate handwriting? Indeed. The essence of copying ninjutsu lies in mimicking the opponent's movements. Thus, replicating handwriting poses no significant challenge, the system replied calmly. Marahoshi Kyuk furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling another matter. If handwriting can be copied, could it be that Uchiha Shirsue's handwriting from years ago was replicated by Uchiha Itachi using the Sharingan? You emerged rather early. It seems the exam went well. Might Guy and Kakashi soon spotted Sasuke and his companions emerging. Let us go eat. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the clock, frowning. 20 minutes had elapsed since the examination concluded, and where had Marino Ibiki vanished to? If he botched this again, he might as well remain in the dungeon for eternity. At that moment, Marino Ibiki had already slipped into the dungeon, returning to his post as the guard. Rather than face the Hokage's wrath and then come here, I might as well come here voluntarily, since I won't be needed for the subsequent exams anyway. Hiruzen waited throughout the morning, but by noon, he still had not seen Ibiki's figure. Damn it, where has he gone? He could not fathom that Ibiki had conscientiously returned to oversee the dungeon. Someone's coming, Hiruzen commanded in a low voice. Moments later, 3 Anbu ninjas appeared before him. Remove your masks. Yes, Hokage-sama, the 3 Anbu complied, revealing their faces. Hiruzen nodded slightly at the trio, Yamanaka and Noichi, Yuzuki Yugao, and Tens. You 3 are still classified as lower-ranking ninjas in the ninja records and have not participated in the CH-NIN exams. Do you remember the secret mission I entrusted to you? We remember, Hokage-sama, responded the purple-haired Yuzuki Yugao. In the second exam, within the Forest of Death, we are to prevent Uchiha Sasuke's team from advancing, and we shall not choose to advance ourselves. Hiruzen nodded approvingly. Excellent. You are the elite among the Anbu, which is why I entrusted this task to you. I hope you do not let me down. Yes, Hokage-sama. The trio replied in unison as they departed from the Hokage's office. Yugao, why do you think the Hokage wishes to prevent Uchiha Sasuke from passing the CH-NIN exams? Tens inquired curiously. Yugao glanced at him. The Hokage has his reasons, but what puzzles me is why he allowed you to participate in the CH-NIN exams. You appear to be nearly 30, it raises suspicions. Ten's expression darkened at once. What do you mean, 30? I'm only 22. Do I really look that old? Yamanaka and Noichi, standing nearby, nodded slightly. Well, it's mainly because your complexion is too pale. Ten's mouth twitched slightly. Do I want to be pale? I have no choice. It's all due to the experiments from my childhood, which ruined my skin. He grumbled internally, though he felt no need to voice these thoughts, as they could potentially endanger them. Since leaving the root organization for the Anbu, he had grown increasingly fond of the atmosphere here. While it was still quite oppressive, it was a vast improvement over the root organization, where even one's thoughts were not permitted under Danzo's regime. Anoichi, you're not much better. You're 19 and still participating in the CH-NIN exams, Yugao remarked, launching a broadside. Anoichi adjusted his small black sunglasses. You're only 17. You look like you're not much younger than I am. My 17 looks more like 15. There are plenty of 15 and 16-year-olds in the CH-NIN exams, he retorted, as Yugao rubbed her collagen-rich cheeks. Though we are primarily focused on targeting Uchiha Sasuke in the CH-NIN exam, we should still appoint a team leader for the sake of organization. Inoichi looked at the others, clearly aspiring to take on the leadership role. Is there even a need for discussion? I'll be the leader. You all look too old to be lower-ranking ninjas. Yugao proposed herself instead. Ten showed little interest in the leadership position, gazing up at the clouds and wondering what Kakashi-senpai was doing at that moment. The following day, numerous ninjas gathered in the Forest of Death, preparing for the second exam. All right, I am Mitarashi Anko. The rules are as follows. Gather a pair of heaven and earth scrolls and reach the destination, which is the center of the Forest of Death, where a tall tower awaits. Entering the tower with the scroll signifies your success in the exam, and you have 3 days. A woman in a brown coat, with an exuberant figure, proclaimed passionately, gesturing towards the various entrances of the forest. The second exam begins now. You may enter. Hokage-sama. Why is the time limit only 3 days this time? Was it 5 days previously for the lower-ranking ninjas? One timid ninja raised his hand to inquire. Anko shot him a glare, taking a bite of the sweet dumpling in her hand. Do you expect every year's exam to be the same? The difficulty level is randomized. This time, there aren't many participants, only 8 teams totaling 24 individuals. If we gave you 5 days, would you treat it as a vacation? If anyone has questions, feel free to ask, but others have already set off. She found a spot to sit and leisurely enjoyed her sweets. As the lower-ranking ninjas realized this, they rushed towards the entrances, refraining from asking Anko any further questions. Once everyone had entered the forest of death, Anko's relaxed expression turned grave. What on earth is the Hokage's reasoning for requiring everyone to reach the destination in just 3 days, and reducing the Earth Scrolls to just 2? Only 2 teams can pass this time? What could be the motive behind such a drastic increase in difficulty? I cannot fathom it. Anko reclined on a boulder, gazing at the sky. Uchiha Sasuke and his companions entered the forest of death through entrance 3. Due to the small number of teams, there were no early skirmishes among the groups. Hinata pulled out the scroll they had received, emblazoned with the character for heaven. We have the heaven scroll. We merely need to find a weaker team to defeat and seize their earth scroll to access the central tower of the forest of death. Marahoshi Kukiai murmured. However, we have no way of knowing which teams possess the heaven scroll and which possess the earth scroll, making this exam quite troublesome. I have an excellent idea, the system calmly interjected. Chapter 36. Their battle lasted only 5 seconds. The forest of death. Yugogo Yuzuki, with her distinctive purple hair, leaped swiftly between the trees alongside Tenzu and Aburame Jinpachi. Have you located Uchiha Sasuke yet? Not yet. I recall they entered through gate 3, while we took gate 7. If we continue searching to the left, we'll eventually cross paths, Aburame Jinpachi replied, his insects already scouting the leftward path. Do you think they might head straight for the central tower? Tenzu mused, resting a hand on his chin. Yugogo nodded. If they were playing it safe, the likelihood would be low. But this is an Uchiha we're talking about, fanatical and unpredictable. They'd likely take the risk and aim for the tower. Should we still search to the left, then? Continue the sweep. Even if they move toward the tower first, our speed far surpasses that of 3 Jonin. If they aren't heading there, diverting our path would be unwise. With that, Yugogo pressed onward with her team. Whoosh, a kunai suddenly shot toward them from the front. Clang. Yugogo unsheathed her katana in a flash, deflecting the blade midair. Quick reflexes, a young voice taunted. A boy stood before them, smirking. Yugogo's brow furrowed. Step aside. Don't interfere. Interfere? We should be saying that. You 3 look way past your prime, still stuck in the Chunin exams at your age? That just proves you're the weakest in this forest. The boy grinned, oozing arrogance. Hand over your scroll, Granny, and maybe we'll let you scrounge for another. Yugogo's expression darkened, a vein pulsing at her temple. What did you call me? Old law, BM. In an instant, Yugogo vanished and reappeared before the boy, driving the hilt of her sword into his gut. GH. Crash. The boy hurtled backward, slamming into a tree meters away. Ryaga. 2 more Jonin leaped from the bushes, hurling shuriken at Yugogo. Clang. 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 With effortless precision, she deflected every projectile. Wah. The attackers paled. Tenzu, Jinpachi, go ahead, Yugogo said coldly. These brats need a lesson. Exchanging a glance, the 2 nodded and continued leftward. Don't go too hard on them, Tenzu called back. Meanwhile, Sasuke. Theirs is also a heaven scroll, Hyuga Tatsumi reported, pulling a marked scroll from an unconscious shinobi. Then we keep moving, the system replied flatly, advancing toward the tower. Many teams shared their strategy. This one had attacked upon spotting their weak trio, only to be swiftly dismantled by the system in a single exchange. Right. Tatsumi tucked the scroll away and hurried after Sasuke and Mariboshi Kosuka. You one team make Chunin like this, Kosuka remarked to Tatsumi. Huh? What do you mean, Mariboshi-senpai? Mercy to enemies invites their retaliation. Compassion is a shinobi's greatest flaw. This behavior will cost you in the exams. It can't be that serious. Tatsumi muttered. Kosuka sighed. Chunin selection evaluates 3 criteria: combat skill, intelligence gathering, and shinobi discipline. I know you're kind-hearted, but this is the exam. Even if you must pretend, feign ruthlessness, or you'll fail again. After a long pause, Tatsumi nodded. Understood. Another team ahead. I'll handle it. The system flashed forward, materializing before 3 shinobi. Before they could react, it spoke emotionlessly. Surrender your scroll. It seems Sasuke is heading for the tower. Tenzu observed as he and Jinpachi reached gate 1. Aside from the team that had provoked Yugogo, they encountered no others. Most must be converging there. Staying put would be foolish. With only 8 teams, waiting risks facing only those with heaven scrolls later. Let us regroup with Yugogo and move to the tower. As Tenzu turned, a flash of purple appeared beside him. Let us go. Straight to the tower. Their speed was unmatched. Soon, they spotted Uchiha Sasuke's group. Yugogo. Tenzu, my insects have found them. It's Sasuke. Good. But they're already engaging another team. Still fighting? Impressive. We'll take them both. Yugogo smirked. Just as they prepared to strike, Jinpachi's insects swarmed back. Wait, my bugs report. It's over. Yugogo blinked. Already? The fight just started. Yes. Jinpachi adjusted his shades. It lasted less than 3 seconds, and Sasuke defeated all 3 alone. Chapter 37. The reappearance of the 3 perennial repeaters. What scroll is this? The system observed Hinata's inquiry as he rummaged through the bound ninja's belongings. Soon, Hinata emerged with a scroll from one of them. It was the heaven scroll. Another heaven scroll. This marked the 3rd one, hadn't it? Murakusen Gujia furrowed his brow. Among the 8 teams, on average, for possessed heaven scrolls while the other 4 had earth scrolls. Were they truly this unfortunate to encounter 3 teams, all bearing heaven scrolls? Excluding their own 1 heaven scroll indicated that they had already collected all the heaven scrolls, meaning the next unencountered team would undoubtedly possess an earth scroll. Of course, this presumes an even distribution of heaven and earth scrolls. No worries, this merely suggests that our next encounter will be guaranteed to yield an earth scroll. Hinata encouraged Murakusan Gujiya and Sasuke. Sasuke, do you not wish to take a break? You have already faced 3 teams consecutively. He pondered. Noting that it had always been Sasuke in the fray, though he managed to dispatch the 3-man teams with remarkable ease, often in less than 10 seconds. Yet, no matter how formidable one may be, fatigue is inevitable. His own combat prowess was lacking, while Murakusan Gujiya possessed strength but was reluctant to engage. Thus, it was imperative for Sasuke to conserve his stamina if they were to stand any chance of passing the Forest of Death exam. The system merely shook its head in response, stating blandly, "There is no need. I have not expended much energy." Then, very well, Hinata replied weakly. Just then, Sasuke's ears twitched. Sounds of rustling emerged from the nearby thicket. Hinata, secure the heaven scroll, the system advised. Upon hearing this, Hinata's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily tucked the heaven scroll tightly into his bosom. Were more adversaries approaching? Each time Sasuke uttered this phrase, it signaled the presence of other teams lurking nearby. It must be the commotion from that thicket. Sasuke locked onto a specific patch of grass, cautioning. The system's gaze shifted toward the thicket. Suddenly, a swarm of black insects erupted from the underbrush, surging toward Uchiha Sasuke and his companions. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke's hand seals were executed with remarkable speed. Upon completing his chakra manipulation, he unleashed a colossal fireball with a diameter of 10 meters from his mouth. Hinata and Murakusan Gujiya began to retreat slowly. The former wished to avoid conflict, while the latter simply preferred to abstain from fighting. Boom. The enormous fireball enveloped the insect swarm, incinerating them as they fell charred to the ground. At that moment, the ground beneath the system suddenly ruptured. 2 hands reached out, grasping for his ankles. Fortunately, the system reacted swiftly. The first gate opened, enhancing his physical response dramatically, and with a body flicker technique, he leaped back, evading the grasping hands. Crack. The ground shattered as a pale-faced Tenzo emerged from the debris. How quick. Just then, Hinata glimpsed a flash of purple dart past him. A fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. In the next instant, his pupils constricted as he urgently called out, "Sasuke. Be careful." A glimmering blade materialized behind the retreating Sasuke. The system instinctively turned, only to see a purple figure and a blue blade of light rushing toward him. "It is over," a calm voice echoed. Clang. The ground bore 2 severed wooden stumps, each with a clean cut. The sword-wielding Yuzuki Yugao frowned. Was it a substitution technique? One could even employ a substitution technique in midair? Tenzo, Oil Girl Kanpei? She surveyed her surroundings, noting the eerie silence. Neither Tenzo nor Oil Girl Kanpei were visible. Could it be? Her pupils trembled violently. At that moment, she felt a sudden weight on her shoulder. Her vision shifted as her katana spun once in her grasp before she thrust it backward. "It is I. You have fallen under a genjutsu." Tenzo placed one hand on Yuzuki Yugao's shoulder, while the other hand's palm seized the blade's edge. Swish. The system activated the Chidori, lunging toward Yuzuki Yugao. Secret technique. Insect summoning. Oil Girl Kanpei appeared, positioning himself before the two, and forcefully struck the ground with both hands. Countless black insects poured forth from his sleeves, collar, and pant legs, forming an impenetrable black shield before them. PSH. The Chidori pierced through the black shield, incinerating a wide area of the surrounding insects. However, the sheer volume of the black swarm quickly filled the gap. Some insects even began to crawl up Sasuke's arm. The system abruptly withdrew his arm, leaping back to land atop a large tree. They are at a disadvantage, whether by fire or lightning. Oil Girl Kanpei's complexion paled slightly. He had essentially unleashed all the insects he had nurtured within him in one go. Chidori. He utilized the Chidori. Kakashi's technique. Why would he employ Kakashi's technique? Tenzo stood frozen, his mind racing. Ever since Kakashi abruptly departed from the Anbu, he and Kakashi had scarcely crossed paths. He was unaware of Kakashi's current endeavors. It was astonishing that after all this time, he would witness Kakashi's self-created lightning release technique, Chidori, manifested in Uchiha Sasuke. Thank you. Yuzuki Yugao cast a solemn glance at the Uchiha Sasuke perched in the tree. It is indeed the 3-tomo Sharingan. I have underestimated him. No wonder the Hokage assigned us such formidable ninjutsu. It calls for earnest consideration. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, the blade subtly shifting outward. System. Why do these 3 appear to be of a completely different generation than us? And that one wielding wood, he seems to be of Kakashi's age. Their combat styles and coordination are beyond what a Jonin or Chunin could achieve. Jonin. The system slightly nodded, analyzing the host's current strength, asserting that the 3 of them were at least of special Jonin caliber. How did we encounter such perennial repeaters? Sasuke contemplated this, eager to turn to Murakusan Gujiya. He yearned to inquire why they, despite possessing the strength to advance, chose to remain as Jonin. Were they feigning weakness? Wait. At that moment, Hinata raised the heaven scroll with one hand, approaching. We will surrender the scroll to you. We possess 3 scrolls, but unfortunately, they're all heaven scrolls. If you require a heaven scroll, please take it. If you seek an earth scroll, there is no need for us to engage in battle, as we possess none. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Sasuke's heart soared. Exactly. This way, they would avoid combat with these perennial repeaters. No. The coordination of these three does not resemble a hastily assembled team. Their absence in the first round of the exam suggests they are specifically targeting the host in the second exam. The system analyzed in response. Targeting me? Sasuke mused for a moment, his expression darkening. Are they sent by the third Hokage? He is the only one who wishes to prevent me from passing the Chunin exam and becoming a Chunin. Chapter 38, The Decision of Tenzo. The unleashing of the millennia's hidden power. With her katana pointed at Sasuke perched in the tree, Yuzuki Yuin instructed Hinata Shin to bind the person above and search him personally. Hinata Shin shook his head, expressing their predicament. They truly only possess 3 celestial scrolls. If negotiation fails, let us engage in battle. Yuzuki Yuin quickly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A plume of smoke billowed, revealing 2 identical clones of Yuzuki Yuin, each wielding a katana. Hinata Shin, hold the scrolls and step aside. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The system hurled several shuriken towards Yuzuki Yuin, igniting a conflagration that surged forth. With a powerful push from the tree branch, he launched himself forward, gathering lightning in his left hand. The cry of Chidori echoed throughout the death forest. Leaf style, crescent moon dance. Yuzuki Yuin charged ahead with her katana, flanked by her clones, all rushing toward the system. Tenzo! Yamanaka Kanpei shouted, pulling Tenzo from his reverie. Just as the shuriken enveloped in flames were about to strike Yuzuki Yuin, Tenzo swiftly formed seals. Would release. Great forest technique? Thick trees erupted from Tenzo's hands, intercepting all the shuriken aimed at Yuzuki Yuin. Throughout the chaos, Yuzuki Yuin remained unfazed by the Phoenix fire technique. The coordination among the Anbu was seamless, requiring no words. Chidori. At that moment, the system's left hand charged with Chidori approached Yuzuki Yuin. 3 figures of Yuzuki Yuin surged from the left, right, and above towards the system. It's over, Uchiha Sasuke. Suddenly, the Chidori's lightning surged intensely, blue arcs flickering wildly. Bang. The left and right clones were obliterated by the piercing blue arcs, dissipating into smoke. Yuzuki Yuin's pupils constricted, her katana descending rapidly. Zzz. Bang. The katana collided with Chidori, nearly slipping from her grasp. How is this possible? A 9-year-old possesses such strength. She struggled to maintain her grip on the katana. 8th gate of the 8 gates, open the rest gate. Open the life gate. Open the wound gate. A green glow enveloped the system, significantly amplifying his strength once more. Bang. The katana flew from Yuzuki Yuin's hand, soaring away. What? Her expression shifted dramatically as the system's right hand reached for the kunai strapped to his leg. But before he could draw it, several wooden limbs surged towards him. Choosing to abandon the opportunity for a counterattack, he retreated, flipping and distancing himself. Yuzuki Yuin seized the moment to reclaim her katana in a swift roll. Yuin, be cautious. He seems to have mastered the 8 gates. Tenzo frowned, perplexed by how a 9-year-old could harness such power. This is troublesome. Are all Uchiha truly prodigies? Yamanaka Kanpei's face darkened. His insects were proving ineffective in this battle. The opponent's fire and lightning techniques severely suppressed his clan's secret arts, rendering them nearly useless. Host chakra below 20%. Although Sasuke's current power rivaled that of a Jonin, his endurance was insufficient. Kakashi himself had low stamina. And with only 0.7 chakra remaining, it was inadequate against 3 Jonin-level ninjas. The system assessed the probability of defeating them at a mere 10%. For a moment, neither side initiated further attacks. How did you learn Chidori? Tenzo finally inquired. The system glanced at the pale-faced man. Kakashi taught me. So it is Kakashi. Tenzo pondered the implications of Kakashi's sudden departure from the Anbu, with no explanation from the Hokage. During this absence, had Kakashi been training Uchiha Sasuke? But the Hokage had ordered them to impede Sasuke's progress in the Death Forest. Was it possible that Kakashi's divergence from the Hokage's ideology led to his expulsion from the Anbu? Tenzo's mind raced with conjectures, finding his reasoning compelling. Tenzo, Kanpei. Yuzuki Yuin called softly, katana in hand. Understanding her signal for collaboration, Tenzo remained silent, his thoughts still swirling. Where should I stand? Obey the Hokage's orders, or assist Kakashi's student? Swoosh, Yuzuki Yuin leaped into the air, her katana raised high, tracing a circle. Countless phantom blades encircled her. Leaf-style sword technique. Hazy moonlit night. Secret art. Infestation technique. Yamanaka Kanpei sprang into action, unleashing a swarm of black insects from his collar towards the system. To obscure vision, the system rapidly formed seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A vast inferno engulfed the area, incinerating the approaching insects. However, in the air, Yuzuki Yuin executed her technique, diving towards Sasuke as the flames spread between them. Her katana fragmented into several blades, all striking towards Sasuke. Boom. The center of the inferno was pierced by the swirling phantom blades, creating a 1-meter-wide opening, through which Yuzuki Yuin charged forth. Anticipating this, the system expressionless, swiftly formed seals and slammed his hands to the ground. Earth release. Earth, however. Before he could complete his earth technique, a roaring water dragon surged towards Yuzuki Yuin. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Boom. The formidable water dragon struck Yuzuki Yuin, sending her crashing into a tree, falling to the ground. Maruhoshi-senpai. The system was taken aback. He had considered Maruhoshi's intervention. As the latter had previously stated, he would not interfere in any exams apart from the first. Yet, he had suddenly acted. I simply couldn't bear to watch any longer. These two possess special Jonin levels, and one even wields would release. I had no choice but to step in, Maruhoshi replied, wielding a spatula. Yamanaka Kanpei hurried to Yuzuki Yuin's side, assisting her to her feet. Observing her trembling eyes, he turned to Tenzo, perplexed. Tenzo, why didn't you help earlier? Tenzo felt lost, unsure of his role. His entry into the Anbu was primarily due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's invitation, but Kakashi had also played a significant part in it. Without Kakashi as a friend, he might still be a mindless root member. If this goes awry, we cannot return, Yamanaka Kanpei urged. He understood that the strongest among them was not him or Yuzuki Yuin, but Tenzo. With would release, Tenzo's strength could rival that of Kakashi. The former captain of the Anbu's 6th Squad. Chapter 39. The mysterious demise of Uchiha Shisui. Is it truly impossible to return to that place? I understand now. Tenz replied softly. A hint of joy appeared on Yamanaka Kanpei's face. Although he was unaware of what had transpired with Tenz earlier, he felt hopeful that, as long as they were willing to take action, they could indeed prevent Uchiha Sasuke's team from passing the exam. Waika, you should rest and take on the role of a feigned attack. For now, the main offense shall be handled by Tenz and myself, Kanpei asserted. Tenz, you two must not be careless. Uchiha Sasuke does not resemble a mere 9-year-old in strength, and there's that old man beside him. The intensity of his water techniques is far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. Waika cautioned painfully. Fear not. Although my insect techniques are restrained, Tenz would release is a bloodline limit once possessed by the god of shinobi, the first Hokage. Kanpei exclaimed cheerfully at Tenz. Would release, for Pillar's prison. Crack, crack. However, as soon as he uttered those words, several wooden pillars emerged, completely sealing him, and Waika within. The surrounding reddish-brown wood formed a layout resembling a prison cell. Kanpei, what on earth are you doing, Tenz? Why have you trapped me? Do you intend to face Uchiha Sasuke alone? Do not forget there's a mysterious old man beside him. Waika glared at him weakly. How foolish. Clearly, he does not wish to engage in solitary combat but seeks to confine us here. The system and Marushi Keisuke were also frowning slightly, unable to comprehend Ten's actions. I have felt this mission to be quite peculiar from the beginning. Why would the Hokage wish to prevent a Jonin from advancing to Nin? Upon encountering Uchiha Sasuke, it is evident that his displayed power far transcends that of an ordinary Jonin. A Nin would be no match for him, and granting him the special Jonin title would pose no issue. I find this all the more perplexing, especially considering Kakashi's situation. I feel I must make my own decisions. I believe Kakashi's choices were correct, just as he once saved me from Danzo's grasp. Tenz apologized to Waika and Kanpei, then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Sasuke. Prepare yourselves, for we are indeed the Earth Scroll. He produced the scroll from his arms and tossed it into the air. Hinata Chihiro leaped up to catch it, revealing the character for Earth emblazoned upon it. It truly is the Earth Scroll. His expression brightened as he turned to Uchiha Sasuke. Marushi Keisuke, equally puzzled. Sheathed his spatula. What is happening? Internal strife? Tenz, what are you doing? Waika cast a deep glance at Tenz. From the moment he laid eyes on Chidori, she sensed something amiss with him. Yet, she never anticipated he would choose to turn against them. Was he seeking to sever ties with the Anbu? If possible, I would like to join you in leaving the Anbu, but I doubt you will heed my request. Tenz chuckled softly. I have long warned Lord Third that one cannot place complete trust in individuals from root. He still chose to believe in you, thinking the will of fire could transcend the roots, yet he was mistaken. No, Waika, whether it be Lord Danzo or Lord Hokage, their root and Anbu are fundamentally indistinguishable. They are both organizations cultivated to solidify their own positions. The will of fire, my understanding of it, is one of inheritance, not merely the will of the Hokage. Do you dare to question the will of fire cherished by all previous Hokage? Anger flickered across Waika's face as she rebuked Tenz. He shook his head, choosing not to respond further. He understood that Waika had been entrenched in the Anbu since a young age, having been influenced by the will of fire that masqueraded as the will of the Hokage, deeply ingrained in her mind. His attempts at persuasion would yield little fruit. Are you truly unafraid of a mysterious demise, Tenz, akin to Uchiha Shisui? Kanpei gazed deeply at Tenz. Uchiha Shisui? A tremor ran through Sasuke's heart. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Shisui's suicide. The scene of the Uchiha clan confronting Itachi at his home, questioning the motives behind Shisui's death, remained etched in his mind. Despite the numerous uncertainties surrounding why Shisui chose to end his life at that moment and the subsequent disappearance of his body, it was ultimately deemed a suicide, supported only by a single note. Task 2. The mysterious death of Uchiha Shisui, not a suicide? The system analyzed, tagging Uchiha Shisui with a question mark. It matters not. Even my name is a fabrication. If I am to meet a mysterious end, so be it. I wish to act according to my own desires. Tenz declared loudly, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Sasuke and his companions. Make your way to the central tower of the Forest of Death. Do not linger here. Why? Is it because of Kakashi? The system inquired before departing. Perhaps, Tenz replied, tinged with nostalgia as a vision of a red-haired girl holding his small hand floated into his mind. Very well, farewell. The system bid adieu and swiftly departed with Hinata Chihiro and the others, the Earth Scroll in hand. Tins, you will come to regret this. Lord Hokage is not as benevolent as he seems. Waika glared at Tins. He smiled faintly, recognizing that Waika understood just how fragile the grandeur instilled by the third Hokage truly was. Would release, for Pillar's prison. He swiftly formed hand seals, sealing the gaps with additional wooden barriers. Will we depart like this? That pale-faced older brother, he won't be implicated, will he? Hinata Chihiro asked anxiously as they navigated through the forest. The system shook its head. No, it is clear that Tins possesses greater strength than the other two. Moreover, even if trouble arises, we cannot assist him. Post-S chakra level is below 5%. At this moment, Sasuke can only perform small-scale ninjutsu. His chakra reserves have long been depleted. Had it not been for Tins' betrayal, the System's plan would have been to retreat. Our objective this time is to pass the Nin exam, not to defeat the opposing team. We simply need to find another weaker group and acquire the Earth Scroll to navigate through the Forest of Death. Tins' defection has indeed simplified matters. We no longer need to gather the Earth Scroll. Given our current pace, we will likely encounter at least one more team before reaching the tower. The system turned its serious gaze towards Marushi Keisuke. Marushi-senpai, could you assist us once more? Chapter 40. How could the third Hokage be so targeted against my disciple? I have already stated that I would refrain from intervening. It was quite commendable of me to assist you once before. Marasuke Kogai snorted lightly. At that moment, three figures suddenly emerged before Sasuke and his companions, brandishing kunai and loudly demanding, "Halt! Surrender your scrolls." Marasuke swiftly approached, delivering a hefty blow to the leader among them, rendering him unconscious. "Step aside. I'm quite irritated at the moment." He then seized the two remaining assailants, forcefully colliding them together, leaving them both incapacitated. In a seamless flow, he dispatched the three adversaries. Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment. Marasuke-senpai is remarkable. The System's corner of the mouth lifted slightly as they continued on their way. Given that the three ninjas had exceeded the level of Chunin, I decided to lend you a hand, but after this stage, I shall withdraw. I have no desire to become a Chunin, Marasuke Kogai murmured. Marasuke-senpai, why do you not wish to become a Chunin? Hinata inquired curiously. Because of a promise. A promise? In any case, I have upheld this promise for decades. I do not wish to break it before my time is up. Marasuke Kogai clearly preferred not to delve further into the subject. Let us proceed. We should reach the center of the Forest of Death in approximately 6 hours. Nightfall. The trio arrived at the tower in the heart of the Forest of Death. They had not encountered any other teams along the way. Hinata pushed open the heavy doors of the tower, and they entered. Surveying the surroundings, they found no signs of others. It seems we are the first to arrive. Is there not a single ninja here to facilitate the task? Hinata tightened his grip on the two scrolls he held close. Although reaching the tower signified their promotion, it did not preclude the possibility of further combat. He remained anxious about the potential for others to burst in and initiate a battle. Huh? How did the door open? At that moment, two figures leisurely strolled through the entrance. The trio looked up, and upon meeting the gaze of the newcomers, the two visitors froze momentarily. How did you arrive so quickly? Faster than our examiner. The newcomers were Mitarashi Anko and a supporting Chunin. You haven't arrived here without collecting the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, have you? That would be tantamount to forfeiting the competition. We have them. Hinata hastily produced the Heaven and Earth Scrolls from his cloak and handed them to Mitarashi Anko. She accepted the scrolls, genuinely surprised. Indeed. You possess a pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls. It appears your strength and luck are commendable. She smiled at Sasuke and his companions. Speaking of strength, I can acknowledge that considering Sasuke carried me to victory. But as for luck, Hinata hesitated before continuing. None of us would agree with that, right? Sasuke? The system nodded in agreement. Hinata turned back to Mitarashi Anko, continuing, out of a total of 8 teams, we encountered 4 before securing the Earth Scroll. Our luck can hardly be deemed fortunate. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko raised an eyebrow slightly. Well, if you put it that way, luck certainly does not seem favorable. But it cannot be deemed entirely poor. You likely are unaware that only 2 teams will pass the assessment through the Forest of Death this time. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, not comprehending your statement. Shouldn't it be 8-4? 8-2? Indeed, 8-2. There are 6 Heaven Scrolls in total. But only 2 Earth Scrolls, Mitarashi Anko explained, raising her index and middle fingers. Why is this assessment so challenging? Not only has the time frame been reduced to 3 days, but the number of passing teams has also diminished. Marasuke Kogai furrowed his brow. If that is the case, the 2 teams possessing the Earth Scrolls hold a significant advantage. Precisely, Mitarashi Anko yawned. In any case, the difficulty has escalated. But your ability to pass using the Heaven Scrolls is indicative of your remarkable strength. Congratulations on advancing to the 2nd stage of the Chunin exam. The trio exchanged glances, silently agreeing that they would prefer if she refrained from referring to them as the young and old group. All right, you may freely roam for the remaining time. If you are hungry, feel free to dine. We have already recorded your progress. Mitarashi Anko beamed at them. Are we heading to eat? Hinata turned to Sasuke and Marasuke Kogai. The system glanced at Mitarashi Anko before retracting its gaze a moment later. Very well, let us go. Konoha Commercial Street. A kimchi barbecue restaurant. Cheers. Might Guy and Sasuke's group raised their cups in a toast. Naturally, only Might Guy, Kakashi, and Marisa Kogai could indulge in alcohol, as Sasuke and Hinata were underage. After downing a drink, Might Guy excitedly exclaimed, I cannot believe you passed through the forest of death in less than a day. Truly worthy of being my Azure Beast disciple. Thank you, Teacher Guy, Sasuke replied with a smile. At this moment, he had liberated himself from the system's management. After all, it was time to enjoy some culinary delights. Kakashi, do you know someone named Tenzo? Sasuke inquired curiously. Tenzo? Kakashi paused. How do you know of Tenzo? I encountered him in the forest of death. Kakashi was taken aback. In the forest of death? He became an examiner? Sasuke shook his head. Not quite. He was a participant. Kakashi was further confused. What do you mean? Are you saying Tenzo is participating in the Chunin exam? Might Guy interjected while gulping down his drink. Tenzo is a colleague of mine from the Anbu. Might Guy could not contain himself, spitting out his drink. A colleague from the Anbu. Participating in the Chunin exam. I feel. Sasuke swallowed his grilled meat. The third Hokage sent them to impede me. Might Guy frowned. You encountered each other? Indeed, not just him, but two others as well. They appeared to be of considerable age, likely Anbu ninjas too. Why is the third Hokage so antagonistic towards my disciple? I must confront the Hokage for clarification. Guy, keep your voice down. We are still in public. Kakashi wore a helpless expression, restraining Might Guy. We have long been aware of the third Hokage's stance towards Uchiha Sasuke. That does not justify sending upper-level Anbu to hinder a genin. Actually, under normal circumstances, it is not entirely unreasonable, Kakashi remarked. Tenzo has been a part of the route since childhood and later joined the Anbu, having never participated in the Chunin exams. Theoretically, he is a genin and thus eligible for the Chunin exam. I believe his two teammates share a similar background. The third Hokage would not commit such an easily questionable error. Kakashi, why did you suddenly decide to join the Anbu? Might Guy scrutinized Kakashi intently. Kakashi took a sip of his drink, because of the Sharingan. Chapter 41. Choosing outsiders over one's own kin? I am aware of your Sharingan. Yet what relevance does it bear to your affiliation with the Anbu? Might Guy inquired, perplexed. Well, I could elaborate now, but at that time, I was unable to escape. Each time I washed my face, I buried my head in the water, keeping my eyes open. Do you know why? Kakashi replied with a hint of melancholy. Might Guy shook his head. Why would you wash your face with your eyes open? Wouldn't that cause water to enter your eyes? I feared that if I closed my eyes and then opened them again, the water on my hands would transform into blood. I kept my head down because I dared not look into the mirror. I was afraid of seeing her. This moment provides an opportunity to share the origin of my Sharingan with you. Kakashi turned his gaze towards Sasuke and continued. This Sharingan was entrusted to me by a dear friend from the Uchiha clan. In his final moments, he implored me to protect someone, but ultimately, that individual perished at my hands, rendering this Sharingan a painful reminder of my sorrow. He recounted his tale as briefly as possible. Sasuke nodded slightly, understanding the weight of the words. My decision to join the Anbu stemmed from a desire to cleanse my guilt and remorse through their missions. Well, I feel significantly better now. If you do not withdraw from the Anbu soon, I shall join their ranks to seek you out. Might Guy declared earnestly. Seek me out? Ever since you became a member of the Anbu, you have grown increasingly cold and apathetic. Have you forgotten our promise made beneath the setting sun? Might Guy exclaimed passionately. Who has made such a promise with you? Kakashi responded with an air of exhaustion. As for the third Hokage, it is best to refrain from visiting him. He is not as benevolent as he appears. At this, he paused, casting a sidelong glance at Maru and Hinata, suggesting they should eat first. Kakashi concluded, burying himself in his meal, disregarding further inquiries from Might Guy and the others. After their meal, the group proceeded to a secluded training ground. At night, this place was devoid of others. May I speak freely here? Why do you assert that the Hokage is not as kind as he seems? Might Guy pressed on. Only Might Guy, Kakashi, and Sasuke remained. Maru and Hinata had parted ways after dining. Kakashi rested his chin on his hand and began to speak slowly. Over the years, he has assigned me numerous assassination missions. Although they targeted individuals detrimental to Konoha, there were also many ninjas included simply for holding differing opinions. Moreover, while the third Hokage appears to be at odds with Danzo Shimura, their fundamental views align. It is merely their methods that differ. Are the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura of one mind? Might Guy furrowed his brow, recalling how Danzo had previously been confined by the third Hokage. Do you know the reason behind the confinement? I do not. Might Guy shook his head. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and sighed. Speaking of these matters only places me in a precarious position, yet it matters not. I have long held the third Hokage accountable for my father's death. Now, notions of betrayal are irrelevant. Sasuke felt his heart race at Kakashi's gaze. Is he about to reveal a significant secret to me? He sensed that what was to be disclosed was intimately connected to his own fate. The third Hokage confined Danzo after the Uchiha massacre. What transpired exactly, I cannot say. Sasuke and Appo's ears buzzed with realization. After the massacre, they imprisoned Danzo. Kakashi, are you certain? On the night of the massacre, I was present at the Uchiha compound alongside the third Hokage and others. Unfortunately, by the time we arrived, the Uchiha clan had already been slaughtered. We only found you unconscious on the ground. Kakashi looked intently at Sasuke. Sasuke and Appo's pupils trembled slightly. System, analyze this for me, he internally implored. On the night of the massacre, Sarutobi Hiruzen confined Danzo Shimura. Both Danzo and Hiruzen shared a common goal, though their methods diverged. At the time, the Uchiha were on the brink of a coup. Neither Sarutobi nor Danzo wished for the Uchiha to instigate such upheaval. Ultimately, Uchiha Itachi executed the massacre, averting the coup, thus aligning the intentions of Sarutobi and Danzo. Analysis concludes, both sought to prevent the coup, yet the divergent outcomes arose from the methods employed. The massacre introduced a schism. Hiruzen instructed Danzo to thwart the Uchiha coup, while Danzo exploited the massacre to achieve that end, leading to a rift that resulted in his imprisonment. As the system completed its analysis, Sasuke and Appo's ears continued to buzz. Indeed, there was a reason behind these actions. But possessing a reason does not absolve one of their actions. Why did he heed Danzo and Appo's commands, choosing to annihilate his own kin, including his parents, leaving me utterly alone? Why opt for an outsider over his own family, even forsaking his own parents? A coup. What of the coup? Does the fear of a coup justify the slaughter of my entire family at the hands of Danzo? No. And Hiruzen too. How can they be any better? Sasuke trembled with rage, feeling as though he could no longer contain his fury. System takeover. In the next moment, the system reclaimed control over Sasuke and Appo's body. With the system in charge, Sasuke could unleash his emotions freely within his own space. He did not wish to burden others with his turmoil, thus refraining from revealing his feelings before Might Guy and Kakashi. Sasuke, are you alright? Kakashi inquired, noticing Sasuke and Appo's distressed expression. The system shook its head. I am fine. Thank you, Kakashi. No need for thanks. As long as you do not seek my left eye, all is well, Kakashi replied with a touch of humor, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. However, it was evident that he had failed. He was not adept at fostering a jovial mood. Sasuke, whatever thoughts you harbor, feel free to share them with me. Though I am known as the Blue Beast of Konoha, I am not merely the third Hokage and Appo's Blue Beast. I am also your teacher, Might Guy said with unprecedented seriousness. From the moment he witnessed the diligent Sasuke in the Konoha marketplace, he had recognized him as a worthy pupil. Otherwise, when Sarutobi chose Sasuke as his disciple, most would have simply acquiesced to the Hokage and Appo's wishes and sought another student. Indeed. Teacher Guy, I shall consult you when the time comes, Sasuke responded with a smile, maintaining the bond between himself and Might Guy. After a moment, the system bid farewell to the two. Kakashi watched Sasuke and Appo's retreating figure. Do you believe Sasuke will successfully navigate the upcoming challenges in the Forest of Death? Might Guy gazed into the distance, responding, we shall know in 2 days and Appo's time. Chapter 42. The fastest group to clear the trials did not advance 2 days later. At the venue for the third round of the Chunin exam. In the second round of the Chunin exam, held in the Forest of Death, the only group to advance was Group 6, which successfully acquired both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reached the Central Tower within 3 days. A weary-looking ninja with dark circles under his eyes began to announce the advancing groups. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, yet Moonlight Breeze remained silent. The 8 Jonin participating in the Forest of Death exchanged puzzled glances. Why was only one group mentioned? One could not help but inquire. Despite the realization that they had not advanced, Moonlight Breeze, resting his chin on one hand, scrutinized the list of advancing groups. Why does it only show one group? Indeed, in this round of the Chunin exam, only Group 6 advanced, while all other groups were eliminated. The crowd was bewildered. Only one group advanced. This truly is a hellish challenge. Should the third round even proceed? Will they merely fight among themselves? In the midst of the crowd, Hinata-chan looked quizzically at Sasuke and Muruxing. The system remained silent. Muruxing Koji seemed to sense something amiss, his brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the crowd, wait, what about Uchiha Sasuke and Appo's group? Did they not advance either? With this mention, several others turned their gaze towards Sasuke. Yes, instructor. Uchiha Sasuke and Appo's group did not pass. Through their discussions, they quickly deduced that within the Forest of Death, Uchiha Sasuke and Appo's group had defeated at least 4 other teams. If the Heaven and Earth Scrolls were split evenly, then even in the worst-case scenario, they should have acquired at least 1 pair of scrolls. Sir, what is going on here? Many Jonin glanced between Sasuke and Moonlight Breeze. At that moment, Hinata-chan raised his hand, unable to contain his curiosity. Instructor, what about our results? We were the first to reach the tower and collect the scrolls. Moonlight Breeze scratched his head. No one informed me of such complexities before announcing the results. In the end, the crowd left without any explanation from Moonlight Breeze, who, after declaring the results, utilized the body flicker technique to escape the scene. Phew, what a bother. What is the situation with this second exam? Just as Moonlight Breeze exhaled in relief, a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned sharply to find Tsubaki staring intently at him. Breeze, what is happening? Why did only Group 6 pass the Forest of Death exam? I Don and Appos, T no. Moonlight Breeze replied helplessly. RN and Appos, T you the chief examiner for the second exam? You don't know either? What I know is that 2 groups passed. Group 6 and the group led by Uchiha Sasuke. However, the list I was given by the Hokage only contains Group 6. The third Hokage? Utsubaki furrowed her brow. She recalled that after Uchiha Sasuke's rapid clearance of the now more difficult Forest of Death, she immediately reported his group's potential to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had responded with jovial approval. What could have gone wrong? Breeze, I and Appos, am going to sleep. I haven't tea rested in days. Moonlight Breeze gazed wearily at Utsubaki. She nodded slightly. Go on, take care of yourself. If you continue to stay up late, you might harm your health. I'll be fine. It's just that my dark circles are a bit pronounced. My health is still good. Moonlight Breeze's voice wavered slightly. No, I must ask the third Hokage. Utsubaki pondered for a moment, feeling uneasy about leaving the matter unresolved. After all, it was she who had allowed Uchiha Sasuke and his companions to leave after handing over the scrolls. Outside the Hokage's office. Knock, knock. A guard ninja lightly tapped on the door. Hokage-sama, Utsubaki requests an audience. Tsubaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. She's likely here regarding Uchiha Sasuke. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied sternly. Let her go. I have pressing matters to attend to. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, several brown snake heads burst through the door, followed by Tsubaki forcefully entering. Whoosh. Instantly, 2 Anbu ninjas appeared before her, brandishing kunai at her neck. Frozen in place. Utsubaki spoke cautiously, Hokage-sama. I merely wish to inquire about the Forest of Death exam. It won't take much of your time. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long while, his expression darkening. He sighed and waved his hand. The 2 Anbu ninjas, receiving his order, vanished back into the shadows. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sweat beaded on Tsubaki's forehead as she knelt on one knee, the earlier confrontation weighing on her. My offense was unintentional. I was merely too anxious. Please forgive me. Understanding her nature, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied quietly, ask what you wish. Utsubaki raised her gaze slightly, Hokage-sama. I wish to know why Uchiha Sasuke's group, the fastest to clear the Forest of Death, did not advance to the third round. This matter involves too many secrets, Tsubaki. Just focus on your duties and leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of revealing the reasons to her. He allowed her to ask questions but did not commit to answering. Utsubaki was perplexed. Isn't my duty to oversee the Chunin exams? If you no longer wish to be responsible for it, you could simply step down. Hokage-sama. I am grateful for your help in sealing the heaven curse mark on my neck, but if you resort to such despicable means against a mere genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Tsubaki, mind your words. Goodbye, Hokage-sama. Tsubaki bit her lip, rising and turning to leave. Are you abandoning your will of fire? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted after her, but Tsubaki ignored him, striding out of the Hokage's office. Once she departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest heaved with frustration. Why? Why can't they willingly accept my arrangements? Uchiha Sasuke. After narrowly escaping death, wouldn't it be better to grow up well in Konoha? I've provided you with land in Uchiha territory and arranged for your new residence. All your needs are met. Why must you repeatedly challenge my patience? Clack. He quickly lit a pipe, taking a deep drag to quell his rising anger. After a long silence, he murmured, Yueying. Come with me to meet that fellow wishing to leave the Anbu. Yes, Hokage-sama. A figure with a cascade of violet hair appeared beside Sarutobi Hizashi. Chapter 43 Your teacher's ultimate limit of the 8 gates is the 8th gate, the Death Gate, located in the Konoha dungeon. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuzuki Yugao arrived before the imprisoned Tenzo. Hokage-sama. Tenzo greeted politely upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite being confined in the dungeon. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on him and inquired, Tenzo, what is the first rule of the Anbu? The mission comes first, life second, Tenzo replied. Since you are aware, why then did you betray this fundamental principle? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a low tone. Tenzo was momentarily rendered speechless. Why did he betray it? He understood that his actions were a result of Kakashi's choices. Kakashi's decision to train Sasuke led to his own dismissal from the Anbu, and he wished to choose his own way of life, to escape the clutches of the Anbu. Of course, this was merely his interpretation of Kakashi's dismissal. In reality, Kakashi's training of Sasuke was under Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, though he did not reinstate him. After a long moment of contemplation, Tenzo spoke, Hokage-sama. I was delighted when you transferred me to the Anbu, but I am not seeking to escape the roots. Rather, I wish to escape this way of life. You wish to leave the Anbu, do you? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. Yes, Tenzo nodded. Do you understand why the first rule of the Anbu is to return at all costs, that the mission is more important than life itself? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused before continuing. Because those who fail to complete their missions are already dead. Do you wish to know why you are still alive? It is because you possess the bloodline limit of the first Hokage would release. Otherwise, he did not finish his sentence, but his grim expression conveyed everything. This was also the reason Tenzo wished to escape the Anbu. There was no essential difference between the Anbu and root. The former merely allowed for camaraderie among its members, creating an ostensibly pleasant atmosphere. Yet, in terms of duty and mission, they were always aligned. The full name of the Anbu is Special Tactical Assassination Force. Think carefully about what the Will of Fire truly means. Before you understand, do not even think of leaving this dungeon. Sarutobi Hiruzen stormed out, passing by Marino Ibiki, who was equally incensed. You too, understand what the Will of Fire is. Otherwise, you may rot away guarding this dungeon. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Will of Fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire also burns eternal. Am I mistaken in my recitation? Marino Ibiki murmured softly. In the back mountains behind Hokage Rock and Kanahagakure, Uchiha Sasuke halted his training as Mitarashi Anko stood before him. I'm sorry, but you cannot be promoted. I have my responsibilities. Anko bowed at a 90-degree angle towards Sasuke. The system, maintaining composure, replied, I understand. With that, he turned to leave. Mitarashi Anko quickly grabbed his arm. Wait. I'm sorry for this, but the main reason is because of the third Hokage. Soon, she would meet Sarutobi Hiruzen and recounted his attitude. She had expected Sasuke to be furious, but he was not. The system merely nodded calmly, reiterating, I understand. Anko asked, aren't you angry? Don't you think the third Hokage is being unreasonable? Being angry is meaningless. Anger cannot change the third Hokage's actions, the system said, turning to walk away. Resuming his training with Might Guy, Mitarashi Anko stood frozen for a long moment. Before meeting Sasuke, she had imagined various scenarios, even contemplating that he might scold her. Yet, she never anticipated that he would remain so calm, as if nothing had happened, continuing his training. Uchiha Sasuke's mental fortitude is truly remarkable. It is almost unfathomable for a 9-year-old. No, he hardly seems like a person at all. No wonder it is said that the Uchiha are exceptionally talented yet extreme. Hey, you're back. Might Guy, in an inverted position, gave Sasuke a thumbs up. So what did she say? She said the third Hokage won't allow me to be promoted, the system replied, maintaining a flat expression as he performed an inverted push-up. Of course, it had to be the third Hokage. Why is he so determined to target you? Even if it's for protection, it shouldn't be done this way. Might Guy exclaimed, rapidly performing inverted push-ups. It doesn't matter. I no longer wish to become a Chunin, the system replied nonchalantly. What? You've given up? That is unacceptable. I must fight for my student's rights. There's no need. Guy-sensei, I've made up my mind. I was never particularly interested in becoming a Chunin. I merely sought a reason to leave the village. However, that reason is no longer necessary. The system continued his physical training calmly. He had already learned that Uchiha Itachi's massacre was aimed at preventing a Uchiha coup, likely a decision made by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo together. Now, the system's plan was to first complete Task 2, uncovering the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, while Task 1 required long-term training. After clarifying Task 2, he would leave the village to search for Uchiha Itachi and confirm the truth obtained from the perpetrator's lips. Therefore, whether he became a Chunin was no longer significant. Guy-sensei, I plan to visit Shimura Danzo tomorrow, the system said seriously, looking at Might Guy. Shimura Danzo? Didn't Kakashi say he and the third Hokage were in cahoots? Might Guy asked, puzzled. I need to get closer to Danzo to gather sufficient information. The truth behind the Uchiha massacre all leads back to them, but I require more than just the truth. Be careful. Kakashi mentioned that root is even more suffocating than the Anbu. Don't worry, Guy-sensei, I will not come to harm. Alright, since your physical training has reached a bottleneck, I won't hold you back, Might Guy said with a grin towards Sasuke. By the way, remember one thing. What is it? The system turned to look at Might Guy. Your limit in the 8 gates is the 6th gate, the gate of joy. But your teacher's limit in the 8 gates is the 8th gate, the death gate. The system paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, understood. Chapter 44, No Dark Division, Only Roots. A 9-year-old Jonin. The following day, a full day had passed, yet neither Uchiha Sasuke nor Might Guy sought me out. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage chair, alternating between furrowing his brow and relaxing. Had he truly accepted the results of the second exam? He had already passed. So did he know that someone was attempting to hinder his ascension to Chunin? It couldn't be that he had discovered it was me, could it? The 3 I had searched for, he could not have encountered. He should remain oblivious to my involvement. I ought not to frighten myself unnecessarily. It was perhaps a good thing that Sasuke and the others did not come looking for me, as it spared me from the need to feign sincerity with hollow words. With this thought, I lit another pipe. Meanwhile, at the secret base of the root organization, Shimura Danzo seethed with anger. The audacious third Hokage. He dares to thwart your ascent to Chunin. He seeks to stifle your talent. Danzo placed a steady hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Fear not, my boy. I shall never suppress your gifts. The Anbu are not to be trusted. Come to our root organization. Should you wish to leave the village, I can issue a simple command, entirely bypassing the need for Chunin assignments and the third's approval. Nearby, several masked root ninjas exchanged glances, astonished by Danzo's demeanor. When had they ever witnessed such openness from him? Even the last survivor of the wood release experiments, Tenzo, had never received such treatment. Danzo had even gone so far as to berate Sarutobi Hiruzen on Sasuke and Appo's behalf. Very well, Lord Danzo, but I confess, I feel a touch of fear. The system feigned trepidation, hesitating as it spoke. Fear? Danzo paused. What do you fear? Fear me? Not quite. I understand that Lord Danzo may appear sinister and untrustworthy at first glance, yet upon closer acquaintance, one realizes you possess a commendable character, Sasuke whispered. The other root members, overhearing this, subtly twitched their lips beneath their masks. What have they done to this child? He perceives the dark-hearted as benevolent. They murmured amongst themselves. Some casting sympathetic glances at Sasuke, seeing reflections of their own vet from years past. Now, stripped of their identities, they bore only code names. Forced into nefarious assassination tasks even more secretive than the Anbus. Danzo cleared his throat awkwardly. What do you mean I don't look like a good person? Am I truly so dark in appearance? He composed himself and turned to Sasuke. What is it that you fear? The system raised its gaze slightly. I fear being compelled to kill. Might I be excused from executing such tasks? The Hokage has informed me that the root engages in unsavory dealings. If such a mission were to arise, would I be allowed to eliminate Uchiha Itachi? That is my sole desire. Danzo and Appo's expression shifted as clarity dawned upon him. Oh, I see now. Even a resilient child like you bears scars from the Uchiha massacre. In truth, you are merely putting on a brave front. At such a tender age, during a time of peace, how could he genuinely comprehend the transformation wrought by past traumas? The resolve to harm oneself differs greatly from the intent to take another's life. He placed a reassuring hand atop Sasuke's lowered head. Worry not. I shall not thrust you into such tasks prematurely. Look around. There are many older brothers here. Should any assassination missions arise concerning Uchiha Itachi, allow them to handle it. Danzo spoke in a tone meant to soothe the child, yet the very notion sent shivers down Sasuke's spine. That half-dead old man, a conspirator with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their deceptive tactics are equally lowly. The system remained composed, nodding slightly. Understood. As it happens, one of our rank operatives has been redirected to the Anbu by that old fool. From this day forth, your codename shall be A. Very well, Lord Danzo. The system replied earnestly. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Now, familiarize yourself with the various processes of our root organization under the guidance of these older brothers. Yes, Lord Danzo. The trio of B, C, and D responded in unison, their expressions immediately serious. System, I appreciate your assistance. In the Hokage office. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen leapt to his feet. You have truly recruited Uchiha Sasuke into the root? Indeed, what you dare not do, I shall accomplish. Danzo retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. If you can indeed control Sasuke completely, that would be beneficial. Had you considered this sooner? Perhaps his perception of you would not have soured so greatly. His perception has worsened? Hiruzen inquired. Do you take Sasuke for an infant? You dispatched Anbu to masquerade as Jonin to obstruct his passage through the forest of death, and even after he passed. You employed underhanded means to ensure his group did not qualify for advancement. Your clumsiness is laughable. Danzo sneered. No wonder he has not sought you out all day. He must have discovered your role in these schemes. Hiruzen sank wearily into the Hokage chair. Leave him to me. I have promised to cultivate him into the second Uchiha Itachi. He will become Konoha's weapon. Confidently, Danzo turned to depart. Wait. Hiruzen called after him, rising from his seat. You may nurture him, but once he matures, he will only be permitted to join the Anbu. Dream on. Danzo and Appo's expression darkened. You have taken away my carefully nurtured A and now wish to create another A? The would-release studies were halted for a reason. Tenzo willingly distanced himself from the root. Hiruzen countered, equally resolute. In any case, Sasuke shall not be handed over to the Anbu, unless you intend to imprison me once more. With his cane in hand, Danzo strode out of the Hokage office, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen's expression grew even grimmer. Very well, cultivate him, Danzo. When you have shaped him to your liking, I shall find a way to reprogram him to fit my vision. All Konoha ninjas must adhere to my will of fire. 1 month later, at the root organization base. System, what is my current level? The host chakra capacity has surpassed 1 card, now standing at 5 cards. Mastery of S-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, magnetic thunderstorm, S-rank sealing techniques, the 4-symbol seal, and 37 types of ninjutsu beneath S-rank, alongside the 8th gate of the 8 gates of might unlocked, granting access to the 7th gate, the shock gate. The host possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan, Jinjutsu, Sharingan, and illusion techniques, cursed chains and mirror of heaven and earth. The host's overall strength has reached the level of a Jonin. The system concluded its analysis. A 9-year-old Jonin. Sasuke clenched his fists, unable to contain his exhilaration, while the flicker of hatred in his eyes intensified. At this pace, I should be able to catch up to that beast without needing 2 years, right? The system replied calmly. To clarify, dear host, 3 months have elapsed, and you will require at least another 1.5 years to surpass Uchiha Itachi's combat prowess. Sasuke and Appo's brow furrowed. I still have so far to go, yet I am already a Jonin. Could it be he is also advancing rapidly? Indeed, host. Considering the prodigious talent of Uchiha Itachi, his mastery in Jinjutsu is remarkable, and it is conservatively estimated that in 2 years he will reach the level of a Kage. A wave of powerlessness washed over Sasuke. Kage level. At that moment, a hand rested upon Sasuke's shoulder. Startled, he turned abruptly. Behind him, a figure adorned with a mask bearing animal features was taken aback by Sasuke's gaze and hastily spoke. It is I. Lord Danzo wishes to discuss something with you. Sasuke averted his gaze and replied, understood, ding. He then turned and walked towards the exit. System entrusted. Chapter 45. The first execution of route missions. System hosting. Sasuke silently recited within himself. In the blink of an eye, the system regained control of his body and, after a brief analysis, proceeded towards Shimura Danzo. Once he departed, he muttered to himself, recalling the look in A's eyes moments ago. It was completely different from before, filled with aggression. I was supposed to intimidate him, yet somehow, I found myself intimidated. Perhaps I misread the situation. He shook his head, doubting his own perceptions. For the past month, Sasuke had undertaken no missions. He merely assisted the route organization, learning alongside them. During certain assassination tasks, he merely observed from the sidelines. Most of his time was dedicated to chakra training at the route base. Lord Danzo, you summoned me? The system approached Shimura Danzo. Danzo nodded slightly, inquiring about Sasuke's adjustment to route. It's not as terrifying as I imagined, the system replied intentionally. Danzo chuckled. Naturally, compared to the Anbu, route is a commendable organization. We never force anyone to embrace the will of fire here. The only requirement is to complete missions and adhere to my directives without any frivolous matters. Did you summon me for a mission, Lord Danzo? Indeed. Although I worry for you, I must assign you a task to prevent any exclusion from others. This time, it concerns the investigation of the S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. I have treated you well, haven't I? Danzo smirked. Unbeknownst to those unfamiliar with Shimura Danzo, they might perceive him as benevolent. However, Sasuke, having long since seen through Danzo's true nature, would not fall for such aids, especially with the system currently commanding his body. Thank you, Lord Danzo. The system feigned excitement. The exit procedures have been arranged. You and B will investigate the organization to which Uchiha Itachi currently belongs. An organization? The system momentarily paused, realizing Uchiha Itachi had joined a certain group. Indeed, after being labeled an S-rank rogue ninja, he likely joined a mysterious organization for self-preservation, known to be hidden in the Rain Village. Your task is to ascertain the nature of this organization and whether it poses a threat to Konoha. After outlining the mission, Danzo continued. Do you know why I am only sending the 2 of you? I do not. The system shook its head. A 3-man team typically prepares for encounters, while a 2-man team signifies that combat is unnecessary. You can return upon gathering intelligence. The deadline is 3 days, don't exceed it. Prepare yourself. A. Understood. Soon, Sasuke left Danzo's presence. In the next moment, a root ninja appeared before him. This individual was B, wearing a leopard pattern mask and sporting a wild, short hairstyle. Lord Danzo. Regarding this mission indeed, he began but was interrupted by Danzo. Of course, I am already aware of this information. I merely wish to assign the task regarding Uchiha Itachi. Given the time that has elapsed, this serves as a test for him. You must cooperate with him, monitor him closely, and ensure his safety. We cannot allow him to recklessly seek vengeance against Uchiha Itachi and endanger his life. Yes, Lord Danzo. After absorbing all the information, he understood Danzo's intentions. If it was merely a test, 3 individuals were indeed unnecessary. What organization would accept someone of his background? An organization that would harbor someone responsible for the massacre of their clan is likely one of a sinister nature, Sasuke murmured softly, casting aspersions not only on Uchiha Itachi, but also on the organization that sheltered him. At that moment, B approached from behind. I finally found you. I heard from Lord Danzo that we are to execute the investigation together. The system turned to face him. Compared to C and D, B was less familiar, and his understanding of the types of ninjutsu employed by the other was incomplete. When do we depart? In half an hour. First, we should prepare some shuriken and kunai as consumables. Before long, half an hour had passed. Sasuke and B donned their black root robes, each wearing a mask. They exited the route base, venturing toward the Rain Village under the blazing sun. Traveling from Konoha to the Rain Village would take at least a day, and with only 3 days allotted for the mission, they needed to accelerate. Once outside the village, B increased his speed. Observing this, the system activated the first gate of the 8 gates, employing the body flicker technique to match B's pace. B's expression shifted as he realized he was being overtaken. I'm a Jonin. How is it that a mere 9-year-old, who hasn't even passed the Chunin exam, can catch up to me so easily? Doubting his own abilities, B pushed himself further, unleashing his full speed with the body flicker technique. With the second gate, the rest gate, now opened, the system felt an additional lightness. Swiftly keeping pace with B once more, B's eyes widened in disbelief, rubbing them to ensure he wasn't imagining things. Hey, if you can't keep up, don't force yourself. Just tell me, and I'll adjust to your speed. Adjust to my speed? Yes. B nodded, exhaling in relief. Thank goodness. His speed must merely be a burst of energy. In terms of endurance, I surely surpass him. I'll let him adapt to my pace. That way, it'll be easier for me. Just as he finished this thought, Sasuke, having opened the third gate, the life gate, transformed into a flash of green light and suddenly sped ahead. The sound of rushing air abruptly interrupted B and Appo's thoughts. What kind of monster is this? Hey, wait for me. He exerted every ounce of energy to chase after Sasuke. Despite his efforts, he failed to catch up. Only for the system to notice B lagging behind and slow down. B, why haven't you kept up with me? B's eyes were wide, and sweat glistened on his forehead. I just need some water, head's too hot out here. He did not wish to admit that he couldn't match the speed of a mere 9-year-old boy who had yet to pass the Chunin exam. The system glanced upward, noting that the sun had been obscured by dense foliage, accompanied by a gentle breeze that was quite refreshing. B, are you unable to keep pace with me? If you can't, don't force it, I'll match your speed. Upon hearing these words from the system, B's lips twitched in irritation. Using my own words to provoke me. You little devil of an Uchiha. Chapter 46. The demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. One day later, Sasuke and Itachi arrived outside the rain village. Is the environment always this peculiar here? The system observed the ominous clouds overhead and then glanced at the clear blue sky behind them. It was as if the sky was divided in two at the border of the rain village. Itachi nodded. The rain village was indeed like this, perpetually drenched in rain. In the past, there were occasional clear days, but it was uncertain when they had last seen the sun. Let us venture inside. The system removed its animal mask and donned a black hooded cloak, rising to stride toward the rain village. Itachi similarly discarded his animal-featured mask and followed suit. Raindrops gently fell upon them as they effortlessly entered the village, with no ninjas stationed at the entrance. As they entered, a figure seated atop the elongated tongue of a grotesque statue in the distance opened his eyes. The rain around him parted, avoiding him. He was Yahiko, transformed into pain. Pain slowly rose, gliding along the curling tongue into the statue and Appo's interior. What is it? Inside the statue, a cool woman with a blue bob haircut, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, leaned against the wall. Pain and Appo's lips moved slightly as a fly buzzed in. Shall we take a look? No. Let us wait for him to discover us. We shall observe his actions. After wandering through the rain village for some time, Sasuke and Itachi found no useful information. It seemed the villagers were oblivious to any strange organizations within the village. Itachi scratched his head, pondering, were there always so few people in the rain village? The system continued forward, not glancing back. What time do you think it is? I heard that prior to the Second Great Ninja War, the rain village was thriving. As Itachi surveyed the towering industrial buildings around them, he remarked, look at the architecture here. It is entirely different from our village. Alas, their geographical location has confined them. Sitting at the crossroads of the three great nations. Regardless of the reasons behind each great ninja war, the rain village suffered the most. After enduring the second and third great ninja wars, it faded from prominence. The system lifted its gaze, taking in the light industrial structures surrounding them. A young boy peered curiously at them, prompting Itachi to rush over and inquire, do you know of any strange organizations around here? At that moment, 3 or 4 figures appeared before Sasuke and Itachi. Who are you two? Upon seeing the forehead protectors on each other and Appo's heads, they realized they were facing Rain Village ninjas. The system contemplated briefly before revealing their Leaf Village headbands, indicating their allegiance. The Leaf Village? Soon after, Sasuke and Itachi followed the 3 or 4 Rain Village ninjas to a manor. What brings you Leaf ninjas to the Rain Village? A man wearing a gas mask scrutinized Sasuke and Itachi. We seek Lord Hanzo, having tracked the S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi was the first to greet. The system rummaged through Sasuke and Appo's mind for any information on Hanzo but found nothing. It was evident this was their first encounter, and he had never heard of Hanzo before. You have tracked Uchiha Itachi to the Rain Village? Hanzo's tone was laced with skepticism. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Recently, intelligence gathered by the Leaf indicates that Uchiha Itachi has joined a certain organization within the Rain Village. Upon hearing this, Hanzo and Appo's pupils slightly shifted. He then shook his head, stating, no, it is impossible for any organization to exist in the Rain Village now. What about the Akatsuki? The Akatsuki has long ceased to exist since the demise of its leader. I, Hanzo, will not permit any rogue ninja organization to take root in the Rain Village. As for Uchiha Itachi, no one knows where he has gone. Depart from the village at once. Otherwise, I will have reason to suspect you are here to gather intelligence on the Rain Village. Hanzo's gaze narrowed as he looked at Itachi. The presence of this demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, weighed heavily on Itachi, who averted his gaze. Hanzo then glanced sideways at Sasuke. The system met his gaze calmly, showing no signs of retreat. Why do you not avert your eyes? Because I do not know. He was entirely unaware of Hanzo's demigod title or his strength. The elderly Hanzo now appeared to be of similar age to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Neither the system nor even Sasuke felt intimidated by him. This boy, Hanzo's gaze sharpened. Since Uchiha Itachi is not present, Lord Hanzo, we shall take our leave. The system stated calmly to Hanzo before slowly exiting the manor alongside Itachi. Go. Keep an eye on them until they leave the village. Hanzo commanded in a low voice to a nearby ninja. The ninja promptly followed Sasuke and Itachi. Lord Hanzo has instructed me to escort you for a while. The system and Itachi turned to look at him simultaneously. Are you still sending someone to monitor us? It appears the Rain Village has fallen behind after enduring 2 severe wars. The demigod of the ninja world no longer exudes the same oppressive presence. Itachi mused inwardly. Although he had previously averted Hanzo's gaze, he could distinctly sense that this once mighty demigod had grown old, his vitality significantly diminished. After walking for a short distance, the system halted at a corner, glancing back at the Rain Ninja following them. Lord Hanzo does not seem to be in good health. What did you say? The Rain Ninja's face flushed, quickly retorting, Lord Hanzo is a demigod. How could his health be in question? Before he could finish, his vision warped slightly. He shook his head, confused, and looked down at Sasuke, who was a head shorter than him. What just happened? Nothing. Let us continue on. Sasuke and Itachi resumed their journey toward the village's exit. After a while, once the Rain Ninja had escorted Sasuke and Itachi out of the village, he turned back toward Hanzo's manor to report. Once the Rain Ninja had completely departed, Itachi could no longer contain himself and asked, Did you cast an illusion on him? The system replied calmly. In the illusion, he believed he had escorted us out of the village. Now he must return to report. But if he dispels the illusion, he will not. The system interrupted Itachi's concerns, stating that if the moment of dispelling the illusion coincides with his returning to report, he will be unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. In essence, he will have no idea he was under an illusion, nor will he know we have not truly left the village. Let us proceed. I will surely find Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke donned his black hood and ventured deeper into the Rain Village, a place he had never set foot in before. Itachi stood frozen in place, his hair standing on end. Illusion, release. He discreetly disrupted his chakra flow. Upon realizing he had not fallen under the illusion, he sighed in relief. Similarly donning his hood, he cast a deep glance at the not-so-tall figure ahead. Uchiha. Chapter 47. Encounter with the white-winged angel Xiaonan. I must trouble you to take a trip. Pain, encased within the statue, addressed Xiaonan beside him. Did Hans not drive that person away? Xiaonan inquired, somewhat astonished. Perhaps he was unsuccessful. In any case, we have ventured deeper. I still need to gather strength. The true Akatsuki must not be revealed easily. Very well, Nagato, I will drive them away, Xiaonan responded. Her back transforming into a pair of white wings. She stepped into the open space, flapped her wings once, and soared from the heights of the statue. Simultaneously, the dense raindrops in the sky began to diminish, signaling a clearing. Wandering aimlessly in search of this so-called organization for 3 days seems futile, remarked after a long period of silence. The system did not halt its steps, replying nonchalantly, acquiring information requires ample patience. Is that not what you have previously stated? It is true, but right now, we lack any clues responded, realizing that this was merely a test from Shimura Danzo, thus deeming it pointless for Sasuke to delve deeper into the investigation. He was well aware of Itachi Uchiha's affiliation with the Akatsuki, otherwise, they would not have pinpointed the precise location of Amigakure. However, the Akatsuki was now a mere remnant organization, rendering any investigation unnecessary. Danzo possessed the most knowledge regarding the Akatsuki. It was he who conspired with Hans to bring about Yahiko's demise. Yet, he remained oblivious to the existence of Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan following Yahiko's death. The Akatsuki had not perished but was instead revived under Nagato, the new leader endowed with the Rinnegan. Just as Sasuke and proceeded further, a white-winged angel gradually descended from the sky. You should not be here. Leave the village. Xiaonan floated in the air, her cold gaze fixed upon the two. Are you sent by Hans? Furrowed his brow, noting that the attire of the individual was completely different from that of the Amigakure shinobi, cloaked in black with red clouds, reminiscent of a cult's garb. The Akatsuki during Yahiko's era donned all black, leading to's failure to recognize her as part of the reformed Akatsuki at first. With a swift motion, several paper shurikens shot toward Sasuke, and the two retreated a couple of steps as the shurikens embedded themselves into the ground. This is your final warning. Leave Amigakure. Xiaonan reiterated, her sleeves revealing more paper shurikens clutched within her fingers. We are Konoha ninjas. If you attack us, does Amigakure wish to ignite a second war? Replied, his tone laced with threat. The system, having analyzed the situation, still could not ascertain her identity, and thus inquired, who are you? Your attire does not resemble Hans' subordinates. Another Konoha ninja? Upon hearing the mention of Konoha, Xiaonan's expression shifted, her eyes turning icier as if triggered by a certain keyword. Without hesitation, she unleashed the paper shurikens held between her fingers directly at Sasuke, and, this time not aiming for the ground. Cooperate with me, the system commanded as it swiftly pivoted, its black eyes transforming into the vibrant crimson of the Sharingan. The surrounding paper shurikens appeared to slow down, the Sharingan accurately tracking every trajectory, allowing the system to evade them with finesse. Upon landing, it propelled itself toward Xiaonan, simultaneously casting shurikens and kunai. Now, exclaimed, landing swiftly and forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Instantly, a water dragon erupted from the damp earth. In Amigakure, the water environment significantly favored water techniques. Lightning release, electric current. The water dragon surged forward alongside Sasuke, who empowered the water dragon bullet with lightning. Together, they unleashed a formidable combination ninjutsu, the lightning water dragon bullet. Dance of the paper. Xiaonan thrust her hands forward, her immense white wings transforming into layers of paper that coalesced in front of her, forming a grand white paper barrier. Boom. The two techniques collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion as the lightning water dragon bullet dissipated, scattering countless white paper fragments into the air. Yet, as the white fragments dispersed before Xiaonan, a scarlet gaze pierced her vision. Trouble, she thought, her pupils constricting. Since Itachi Uchiha joined the Akatsuki, she had been acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu, binding chains. Before she could fully react, her eyes reflected Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan pattern, rendering her immobile. Chidori. The system, expressionless and resolute, launched the Chidori at Xiaonan. With a flash of lightning from its left hand, it locked onto her with the three-tomo Sharingan and thrust forward with ferocity. Chidori roar. PFF. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through Xiaonan's abdomen. As Xiaonan broke free from the binding chains, the system had yet to withdraw its hand when she absorbed it into her abdomen, transforming into white paper. In the next instant, she clenched her fists, the paper fragments still swirling in the air and the white wings behind her erupted, coalescing into a multitude of papers that swiftly contracted into a sphere, enveloping both Sasuke and Xiaonan within. Reacted as the two became encased in a massive white sphere. Damn it, I should not have let him go first. I should not have cooperated. If anything happens to him, Danzo will surely have my head. He rushed to the side of the white sphere, shouting, "Are you all right? I'm fine. But stay back. I am preparing to break out." At that moment, the system found itself engulfed in darkness, with no visibility, unable to withdraw its left hand. System, are we truly going to perish like this? We haven't even seen the light of day. Rest assured, host, with this experience, the battle algorithms will be further optimized for next time. The system responded calmly, then converted chakra into lightning, unleashing Chidori once more from its left arm. In the darkness, a blue light erupted. Xiaonan's paper-formed abdomen was detonated, and the system swiftly extracted its hand, pivoting to thrust backward. Slash. The powerful Chidori tore a breach in the white sphere. Uchiha Xiaonan murmured, forming hand seals within the sphere. In the next moment, she transformed into paper, merging with the massive sphere, while a portion of it disintegrated, coalescing into her new form. With one hand forming the tiger seal, she exclaimed, "Explode." In the next instant, the explosion tags embedded within the massive sphere illuminated with intricate patterns. Quickly dodge. Noticing the impending explosion, felt his face drain of color. Chapter 48. Uchiha Itachi. The fifth gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, the door of dulling, opened. At the moment, the explosive talisman detonated. The chakra at the 5th gate on Sasuke's abdomen surged forth. The system instantaneously accelerated, and amidst the explosion, a vivid green light streaked past. The system appeared beside Itachi. Its skin flushed crimson, and its eyes transformed into the scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, replacing what should have been pale eyes. This. Itachi's mouth slightly agape. Is it possible for an ordinary person to escape the speed of an explosive talisman? Clearly, the Sasuke before him was anything but ordinary. However, upon seeing Sasuke's condition, he had begun to form some conjectures. The 8 gates of Duinjia, a physical technique. The system calmly responded, discarding the charred black robe from its body. Indeed, it is the 8 gates of Duinjia, capable of instantly unleashing the hidden potential of the human body, manifesting astonishing power and speed. Itachi recalled that not long ago, Sasuke had been training under Might Guy, yet, the speed Sasuke demonstrated still startled him. The instantaneous burst of speed far surpassed that of the body flicker technique. While the body flicker technique is quite useful for travel, it proves difficult to employ effectively in combat due to its slow initiation and acceleration. At this distance, with a multitude of explosive talismans detonating, if it were Itachi, he believed he would not be able to escape. This has failed as well. In the distance, Konan frowned slightly. For a moment, she could not conceive a better strategy to defeat the two. There shouldn't be a ninja like you in the Rain Village. Are you part of that mysterious organization from the Rain Village? The system inquired, gazing into Konan's eyes. She averted her gaze. A mysterious organization? If the Akatsuki could be considered mysterious. The Akatsuki? The system's eyes glinted coldly. Is Uchiha Itachi part of your organization? Are you seeking revenge? Konan recalled the Uchiha clan's massacre in Konoha, a fact well known throughout the ninja world, and she was acutely aware of it. Yes, the system affirmed without hesitation. Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, Sensing the situation was turning dire, he lowered his voice. We have obtained information regarding the organization where Uchiha Itachi is located. We should leave. Is that enough? We only know a name. The system, clad in a black high-collared coat, swiftly formed hand seals once more. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Instantly, a fire dragon surged forth towards Conan. She was in the midst of forming hand seals when suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Seeing this, she halted her movements. In the next moment, a figure plummeted from the air. Bang! Upon hitting the ground, it kicked up a spray of mud, and the fire dragon vanished in an instant. The system frowned slightly. Before them stood a round-faced man with orange hair, his hands extended before him, slowly lowering them. With this man's arrival, Itachi felt the situation grow even more precarious. We should leave. It was evident that, despite the Akatsuki being an organization on the brink of extinction, it was exerting considerable pressure on him. He couldn't comprehend why. But we haven't encountered Uchiha Itachi yet, the system pondered. Sasuke also felt uneasy. After all, this was his first time leaving the village. Since the Uchiha clan's massacre, his sense of security had diminished significantly. Now, having departed from Konoha, he felt even more vulnerable. Yet, he was torn within himself. On one hand, he wished to confront Uchiha Itachi directly. On the other, he did not believe he could defeat Uchiha Itachi at this moment. His emotions were exceedingly complex. After analyzing the situation, the system spoke. Itachi, retreat. As soon as the words left his mouth, he executed the body flicker technique, retreating without a backward glance. Hey, wait for me, Itachi exclaimed, taken aback for a moment as Sasuke's figure had already dashed off 30 or 40 meters. He hurriedly followed. Nagato, should we pursue? Conan softly inquired from behind the hungry ghost path. No need to chase. It would only reveal too much of our strength. This situation is just right, Nagato, in his pain form, replied, turning with Conan to leave. Let us return and ask Uchiha Itachi why, despite the massacre, an Uchiha still exists. At the Akatsuki base, Uchiha Itachi, it is your turn to speak. The members of the Akatsuki, including Pain, gazed at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha brat. The leader asks you to speak, Kakuzu coldly stated. He had long been displeased with this arrogant newcomer to the Akatsuki, who had joined with an air of superiority, treating everyone with disdain, perpetually solitary and taciturn. Why was there suddenly another Uchiha? Was the massacre a ruse, and had he infiltrated their ranks as a spy for Konoha? Orochimaru approached, extending his long tongue as though he might lick Uchiha Itachi. Itachi frowned slightly at Orochimaru's approach and took a couple of steps aside, stating, That should be my brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Nagato, your brother? I did not kill him because I need him alive. A sickly smile crept across Uchiha Itachi's lips. Only by living, hating me, and surpassing me, can he awaken the Sharingan. Once his Sharingan evolves into the Manjiki Sharingan, I can use his eyes to enhance my own. As he spoke, his eyes transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan, displaying the black, three-pronged shuriken pattern. You left your brother solely to upgrade your Sharingan? Nagato, expressionless, inquired. Itachi met his gaze, nodding slightly. Of course, I even killed my own parents. If the Uchiha massacre were fabricated, such a significant event would not have escaped the notice of the ninja villages for so long. Upon hearing Itachi's emotionless admission of having killed his own parents, the others exchanged glances. He spoke of murdering his own parents so calmly. Even Nagato, standing behind Pain, looked somewhat astonished. Had he truly overthought the situation? To hear someone so nonchalantly confess to killing their own parents made Itachi's intent to spare his brother for the sake of upgrading his Manjiki Sharingan seem entirely plausible. After a prolonged silence, Nagato, controlling Pain, spoke. Zetsu, go to Konoha and verify Uchiha Itachi's claims. Understood, leader. After Zetsu acknowledged, he sank into the ground. What a pity. I truly wish you were a spy. Then I could. Before Orochimaru could finish his thought, Uchiha Itachi ignored him and walked away. Seeing this, Orochimaru's gaze turned even colder. Humph, arrogant Uchiha brat. Your body will eventually belong to me. Whatever I covet shall ultimately be mine. He licked his lips. A sinister smile forming. Chapter 49, Returning to the village, a different Akatsuki, changes in the system. Hey, slow down. I'm exhausted. Why are you running so fast? As he ran, he gasped for breath, struggling to keep up. In response, the system gradually closed the fifth gate, Du Men, maintaining only the third gate, Shang Men, which ensured no harm to his body. This allowed B to barely keep pace with Sasuke's speed. At present, Akatsuki posed a significant threat to Konoha, as evidenced by just two members exhibiting distinctly different abilities. The system remarked calmly. B, still shaken, nodded in agreement. Indeed, when that blue-haired girl trapped you in that giant sphere, I thought you were finished. She had no intention of perishing with me. If she had, she would have detonated the explosive tag, which might have been quite troublesome. Troublesome? Surely, such a situation would lead to death. He felt that Sasuke was being overly dramatic. The system chose not to respond, as revealing its cards to these colleagues at Root was unnecessary. The two continued in silence, eventually returning to the Root base in the early hours after a night had passed. Back so soon. Shimura Danzo looked at Sasuke and B with a hint of surprise. He had anticipated they would return just before the deadline, in 3 days. 3 days, he calculated, was relatively swift for Sasuke, considering the distance between Amigakure and Konoha. To his astonishment, they returned in the early hours of the 3rd day. Lord Danzo, this time, they performed excellently, he spoke first. It can be confirmed that Uchiha Itachi has essentially joined Akatsuki in Amigakure. Wait, we never even saw that guy. How can we be certain he has joined Akatsuki in Amigakure? Sasuke inquired, puzzled. Even Sasuke felt the confusion, let alone the system, which remained silent. Danzo nodded slightly. Very well, good job, eh? At this moment, the system interjected, based on this reconnaissance, Akatsuki does pose a threat to Konoha. Danzo furrowed his brow slightly. Akatsuki may threaten Konoha? He retorted. He vividly recalled the confrontation at the borders following the Third Shinobi World War, where he had collaborated with Hanzo to eliminate Yahiko of Akatsuki. After that, Akatsuki had vanished from sight, its numbers significantly diminished and no longer a concern. In his view, the current Akatsuki was unlikely to pose a threat, even to Hanzo. He pondered for a moment before explaining, Lord Danzo, during our infiltration of Amigakure, Akatsuki indeed feels different from before. Different? In what way? Danzo prompted. The mission was fundamentally to test whether Sasuke was genuinely willing to pledge loyalty to Root, which meant the intelligence had been known beforehand. However, B's assertion led Danzo to suspect that unexpected intelligence had indeed been uncovered. Only 2 members of Akatsuki had appeared. The first, a blue-haired individual utilizing paper jutsu, was manageable, at Jonin level. But then came another member, a round-faced, yellow-haired figure, who, upon raising his hands, absorbed Sasuke's jutsu. Absorb jutsu? Are you certain? Danzo's brows knitted slightly. Uncertain. Danzo asked, then what are you saying? Am I to be entertained by your nonsense? No, Lord Danzo, B hurriedly clarified. Upon seeing that individual, we immediately retreated. I sensed that staying any longer would be perilous. Danzo, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. After all, the mission's directive was to retreat upon encountering danger. Could it be that Akatsuki had not only survived, but had secretly grown in strength since then? What about Hanzo? Surely you encountered him during your visit to Amigakure? Danzo inquired, but then waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. B. Recount in detail everything that transpired in Amigakure over the past 2 days. Yes, Lord Danzo. B promptly recounted all the details from their departure from Konoha to their return to Amigakure. Upon concluding, Danzo recognized an inconsistency. Hanzo claimed that Akatsuki no longer existed in the village, yet you discovered them in Amigakure. This old man, known as a demigod, should not be so dull as to overlook a resurgent Akatsuki growing right under his nose. Could it be that they had resumed their collaboration? That seemed unlikely. After all, the former leader had been betrayed and killed. The likelihood of cooperation was slim. Was Akatsuki threatening Hanzo to prevent him from revealing their clandestine resurgence? No, such an idea was even bolder than collaboration. Danzo shook his head slightly. Based on the existing information, it was difficult to ascertain Akatsuki's current situation. Lord Danzo, I intend to spend some time with Teacher Guy. I need to improve my 8 gates technique. At that moment, the system addressed Danzo. Danzo, lost in thought, nodded slightly. Very well, you may go. As the system turned to leave, Danzo recalled something and called out to Sasuke. Wait, just leave your mask here. Do not inform anyone, including your Teacher Guy, that you have joined Root. Understood, I will not disclose it to anyone, including Teacher Guy. In Might Guy's room. What? You've truly joined Root. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Might Guy's eyes widened in astonishment. You only mentioned going to see Danzo to gain more intelligence about the Uchiha massacre. How did you end up joining Root? Kakashi, seated beside him, rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Root is not a safe place. Tenzo was once part of Root. Had it not been for me and the 3rd Hokage, he might have been secretly eliminated by Danzo. I am aware of the dangers of Root, but I am confident in my ability to avoid peril. The system spoke calmly, though Might Guy was somewhat concerned. Each time he saw the system's nonchalant demeanor, he felt his worries might be unfounded. However, your ability to join Root and still be free indicates a high level of trust from Danzo. I have never seen him trust anyone this much, Kakashi remarked coolly. The high level of trust may stem from his belief that he has yet to fully control me. The system's response left Kakashi momentarily speechless. That is indeed a possibility. And you? The system countered. Do you not plan to return to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Not at all. Can you divulge the reason for your abrupt change of heart? Might Guy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course, it's... Wait a moment, Teacher Guy, the system interjected, halting Might Guy's explanation. It turned to Kakashi, continuing. I do not believe your rapid change in perspective is solely due to Teacher Guy. Kakashi, I need to understand what you are truly thinking. Inside, Sasuke felt somewhat bewildered. System, is this also part of the 4 assigned tasks? He sensed that the system's words had become increasingly assertive and proactive compared to its previous emotionless demeanor, making it seem more alive. Well, if I were to mention Intimate Paradise, that would certainly not be overlooked. Kakashi tucked away the intimate paradise, assuming a serious expression. The root of my transformation lies with my father, Konoha's White Fang. Chapter 50. Konoha's White Fang and the Change of Surveillance. Konoha's White Fang? Sasuke inquired, puzzled. A sentiment echoed by the system. Observing Sasuke's bewilderment, Might Guy took the initiative to clarify. Konoha's White Fang was a once heroic figure in our village and the father of Kakashi, known by his full name, Tsukumo Hatake. He briefly recounted the tragic circumstances surrounding Tsukumo's suicide. The system nodded slightly, remaining silent as it awaited Kakashi's further remarks. After a moment's pause, Kakashi continued, for years, I have pondered the reasons behind my father's actions. During a mission, he prioritized saving his comrades, which resulted in its failure and ultimately led to his taking his own life, facing scorn from all. I witnessed the very person he saved, leaning on a cane, cursing my father at his graveside. At that moment, I could not fathom the significance of rescuing such an individual. From then on, I began to resent the teachings he imparted to me. In missions, I vowed to prioritize the task itself. Determined to show my father in another world that his ideals were incorrect, a ninja's foremost duty is to the mission. Kakashi paused, reflecting, and then resumed. It wasn't until I joined Minato-sensei's team and met Obito Uchiha that my perspective shifted. During the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, he sacrificed himself to save me, entrusting me with his eye and urging me to protect our companion Rin Noera. I initially regarded this as merely a mission until Rin perished in my arms, leaving me overwhelmed with fear and guilt. It made me understand my father's choices. If I could turn back time, I would wish for it to be me beneath that boulder. I've said too much. My apologies, Kakashi said, his eyes curving gently. At that moment, the emotions swirling within him were known only to himself. The system hesitated before inquiring, but what connection does Konoha's White Fang have with your return to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side? Hey, system, how can you ask such a question at a time like this? Sasuke couldn't help but retort. Kakashi's gaze drifted towards the Hokage rock, contemplating the potential influence Hiruzen Sarutobi had on his father's demise. He succinctly summarized the rumors surrounding Tsukumo being considered the next Hokage and his significant contributions, revealing his reluctance to delve further into the subject. If not for the system's probing nature, he would prefer to leave these memories buried. By this point, Sasuke had wholly acknowledged the Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye, dismissing any thoughts of its Uchiha lineage. This eye now belonged to Hatake Kakashi, its contributions and merits surpassing those of a Hokage. Thus, it was plausible that Hiruzen Sarutobi might have indirectly pushed his rival towards suicide. The system, with an inscrutable expression, analyzed the situation. Given its understanding of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the possibility of such manipulation was far from negligible. Although the mission's failure had dealt a significant blow to Konoha, the villagers' criticisms were to be expected. However, it was peculiar for a Hokage to allow such dissent to flourish. The loss of a figure as esteemed as Konoha's White Fang was not a trivial matter. The conclusion drawn from the analysis was that Tsukumo Hatake's suicide resulted from the collective sentiment of the populace. Young Kakashi was powerless to mend his father's broken spirit. Alright, I've finished my reading of Intimate Paradise. I need to buy a new one, Kakashi announced, rising to his feet and waving goodbye to Might Guy and Sasuke with a smile. See you. Might Guy opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent, deciding it was best to reflect quietly. Turning to Sasuke, he asked, what about you? Did you return merely to share your situation? The system shook its head. I returned to continue my taijutsu training with Guy-sensei, aiming to push my limits and open the 7th gate, the shock of the 8 gates. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple, Might Guy exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. However, remember that taijutsu training is not achieved overnight. It requires relentless dedication over time, and the progress can often be invisible, making it easy to give up. Sasuke, can you promise you won't quit? I can. I will not give up, the system assured. Deep inside, Sasuke felt a strong conviction in the system's words, recognizing that his endurance thus far was largely due to its guidance. Alright, as long as you persevere, even unlocking the 8th gate of death is within your reach. Might Guy enthused, grabbing Sasuke and leaping out of the window towards the mountains behind Hokage Rock, a place well suited for taijutsu training, with its steep cliffs and granite formations. Let us strive together in our training, Sasuke. Guy-sensei Sasuke. At that moment, a slender figure approached them. Hinata? Might Guy exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Hinata timidly raised her gaze. I have something to discuss with Sasuke. What do you need? The system queried, looking towards Hinata. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly sought out Danzo Shimura, already aware of Sasuke Uchiha's departure from the village. With a frown, he pressed, Danzo, are you truly unconcerned about the possibility of him finding Itachi Uchiha, learning the truth, and leaving with him? Itachi possesses extensive knowledge about Konoha's secrets, including the village's power structure. Fear not. If I were afraid, I would not have acted. Everything is under my control, Danzo retorted with a cold smirk. Perceiving Hiruzen as increasingly timid, you were not so hesitant in your youth. Besides, I have others watching. What could go wrong? If Itachi were genuinely inclined to reveal the truth to Sasuke, he would not have slaughtered our clan months ago. Hiruzen, you are being rather dull. Hiruzen was taken aback, perplexed by Danzo's audacity. Who exactly was the Hokage here? He felt that Danzo had grown increasingly arrogant since his recent confinement, becoming even more brazen. In any case, you may cultivate him, but he must not leave the village again. Rest assured, it will be impossible for him to sneak out. I have made ample preparations to monitor him closely, Hiruzen stated before departing. Monitor Sasuke? And what about that troublemaker, the Nine Tails? Are you not planning to keep an eye on him? Danzo furrowed his brows in concern. He was aware that Hiruzen possessed a technique that allowed him to observe others by capturing their chakra signatures through a crystal ball. But it could only focus on one individual. Are you aware that there is also a Nine Tails in the village? I thought your focus was solely on the Uchiha. Naruto has caused less chaos lately, but he still reassures me more than Sasuke. Hiruzen dismissed Danzo with a flick of his sleeve, leaving him behind. Less chaos from the Nine Tails? Danzo mused, deep in thought as he made his way towards the Ninja Academy. I must see for myself what you mean by that. Chapter 51. The Transformation of Naruto and Others. Hinata's Desire to Awaken Byakugan Ninja Academy. In class. Hello, Irika-sensei. Alright. Today we will discuss the intricacies of the shadow clone technique, which you all seem to struggle with. Outside the classroom, Shimura Danzo pressed against the back door, quietly observing through the window. Soon, he spotted a flash of yellow among the many students. Uzumaki Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto, he paused momentarily. Is he really awake? Could it be that the QB has undergone some transformation as Sarutobi suggested? Although Naruto's posture appeared carefree, it was evident he was paying attention. The furrowed brow indicated he was contemplating Irika's lesson. Whether he comprehended it was another matter. However, maintaining such focus proved challenging, and within moments, he began to doze off. It seems he's still as useless as ever, but perhaps that's sufficient. Serving merely as a vessel for the Nine Tails is adequate. Danzo observed this scene, sneering internally, and then departed, leaning on his cane. Slap. Naruto abruptly smacked his cheeks with both hands. So sleepy, so very sleepy. Not enough. Slap, slap, slap. He struck his face thrice in quick succession. His cheeks soon flushed. With a satisfied grin, he laughed, finally awake. I must study hard. That bastard Sasuke graduated early out of fear of my talent. Just wait. Your Lord Naruto will graduate ahead of schedule too. Irika, noticing the figure outside the window vanish, sighed in relief. Thankfully, no one witnessed Naruto in such a state. He feared it might have been a school administrator inspecting the class. Naruto, though it's rare to see you attentively listening in class, do refrain from waking yourself up in such a disruptive manner, understood? TCH, who cares about them? Naruto retorted dismissively. The others, already irritated with him, began to scold and throw erasers in his direction. Haruno Sakura observed the situation and sighed slightly. Naruto, he asked rather pitiable. Pitiable? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have missed so many classes. I wish we could graduate quickly to see what Sasuke is up to, Ino remarked, resting her chin on one hand, a smile gracing her lips. Sakura blinked at Ino, still thinking about Sasuke. He was so awful to us last time. I was quite furious then, but honestly, I find these misfits in our class utterly uninteresting. And you're no different. Don't think I don't know that you dream of reuniting with Sasuke, even in your sleep. Ino chuckled. Sakura's face flushed slightly as she punched Ino playfully. Ino, stop talking nonsense. Well, when I marry Sasuke, you better not cry, Ino teased. Marry Sasuke? Shouldn't it be wedding instead? What do you know? Sasuke is so lonely now. I long to care for such a broken beauty. Sakura, it seems your fantasies have taken flight. The two girls' friendship, marked by quarrels and reconciliations over Sasuke, remained incomprehensible to anyone else. In the back mountain, Sasuke, I recall it took you quite a while to awaken your eyes as well. I wish to unlock my Byakugan. Could you assist me? Hinata's voice was tinged with embarrassment. The system shook its head. I cannot aid you, Hinata. The Sharingan and Byakugan are fundamentally different. I lack knowledge on how to awaken Byakugan. Hearing this, Hinata's gaze dimmed. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath, gathering courage. Even if it's just the method for awakening Sharingan, could you share it with me? I yearn to open my eyes. As the heir of the Hyuga clan, not being able to awaken Byakugan subjects me to immense pressure from my father, the main house, and even the branch family members who all look down upon me. I believe Sasuke-kun can understand my feelings. Sasuke, however, found it hard to relate. Their circumstances were dissimilar. Sasuke was born the son of the clan leader, surrounded by affection. Had it not been for the exceptionally gifted Itachi Uchiha, he would have undoubtedly been the most cherished. Even with Itachi's presence, he remained a favored figure. The villagers adored the charming Sasuke. Yet, following the massacre of his clan, he was forced to mature rapidly due to his environment. Hinata's pressure stemmed from being looked down upon, thus his desire to awaken his eyes, to prove himself through other means, such as becoming a Chunin. In contrast, Sasuke's pressure arose from the thirst for vengeance, the desire to kill Itachi, necessitating the power of the Sharingan. Both yearned to awaken their eyes, but the distinctions were substantial. The system shook its head. I'm sorry, Hinata, but I cannot comprehend your feelings. Hey, system, you heartless entity, he is expressing such sentiments. Although I truly cannot understand his feelings, you shouldn't be so callous. Sasuke felt a pang of sympathy watching Hinata. Returning to the host, he has no influence over the 4 entrusted tasks, and the host indeed lacks knowledge of Byakugan. The system responded calmly. Is that so? If you cannot understand, then it's alright. Hinata rubbed his slightly reddened eyes and smiled at Sasuke. I shall seek other methods. Cancel the entrustment. Sasuke silently commanded. In the next moment, he regained control of his body. Wait, Hinata, while our emotions may differ, if you merely seek to know how to awaken Sharingan, I can certainly share that with you. Sasuke scratched his head awkwardly. Having trained together for a month and participated in the Chunin exam, he instinctively wished to cherish this companion. He currently had no friends left. Really? Hinata exclaimed, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. Of course, we are good friends. Yes, we are undoubtedly good friends. I, too, lack friends within my clan. Although I am a few years older than you, I feel we are already the best of friends. Hinata smiled shyly. Sasuke felt joy, but he cautioned, however, the method for awakening Sharingan may not be of much help to you. It's fine, I merely wish to understand. I certainly know the distinction between Byakugan and Sharingan is significant. Alright, the awakening of Sharingan primarily hinges on emotional fluctuations. Negative emotions tend to trigger awakening more frequently, while positive emotions have yet to be recorded. Emotional fluctuations? What a peculiar method to awaken one's eyes. Hinata scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. When did you awaken yours? Sasuke's gaze grew somber. The day my parents passed away. I'm sorry. Hinata immediately knelt down, presenting a posture of deep apology. I shouldn't have asked. It's all right. That was long ago. You've endured such hardships. I must learn from you. I'm not that remarkable. Sasuke felt a tinge of embarrassment. No, Sasuke-kun, you are my idol. Hinata's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hinata, Sasuke, have you resolved your matters? Might Guy called out loudly from afar. The two exchanged glances and shared a smile. Hinata Tatsu waved at Sasuke, saying, Sasuke-kun, you should hurry and train. I, too, will embark on my training regarding the Byakugan. When we meet next, I shall undoubtedly awaken the Byakugan. Without fail. All right, Sasuke replied with a smile, waving back. After Hinata Tatsu departed, he turned and made his way towards Might Guy's direction. System, engage. Chapter 52, Betrayal, Orochimaru, and the Wrath of Kurizetsu in the Rain Village. Amidst the Akatsuki, a long stone staircase stretched out before them. Uchiha Itachi ascended a step and stood still, quietly addressing the void. You have followed me this far. There is no one left here. Will you not reveal yourself? A gust of wind swept through, and suddenly, the figure of Orochimaru emerged from behind Itachi, his voice dripping with malice. Your eyesight is not as poor as you claim. It seems your scent is too overpowering. I have no need for my eyes to detect you, Itachi replied, casually twirling a ring on his finger. Orochimaru, casting a contemptuous glance, remarked, the Uchiha clan has always been difficult to appreciate. In an instant, he raised his hand, and a colossal brown serpent coiled tightly around Itachi. The serpent's head, flicking its tongue, fixated on Itachi. Your body now belongs to me. Orochimaru yanked the serpent towards him, but to his astonishment, he found himself immobile, unable to execute his command. The next moment, his vision shifted. Itachi remained before him, unbound by the serpent. Instead, it was Orochimaru who was rendered motionless. A binding technique, when did you employ it? Have you become restless? To strike so soon, but all your methods are ineffective before my eyes. Itachi's crimson Sharingan bore down coldly on Orochimaru, kunai aimed at his face. Tell me, how shall I deal with you? Shall I end your life here? Or Orochimaru felt as though rusty nails pinned him down, his limbs struggling against the restraint. As the kunai drew nearer, a figure emerged from the ground. Itachi, bring him back to the organization. Let the leader decide his fate. Itachi lowered his gaze, recognizing Kurizetsu, and sheathed his kunai. Within the Akatsuki base, Pain's cold gaze fixated on Orochimaru. Do you have anything further to say? Such a man prioritizing personal matters over the organization's interests, hissed Sasori from beneath his black mask. Kakuzu shared a similar sentiment, suggesting simply to let Itachi kill him. Will you kill me? Orochimaru replied with a smirk, his tongue flicking out. Kurizetsu, you will accompany Orochimaru to Konoha to gather intelligence. Consider it his punishment. The punishment is far too lenient. He has already attempted to kill a member of the organization, protested Haiden, wielding his large scythe. For Orochimaru, returning to Konoha meant facing the wrath of the Hokage if discovered. Choose wisely, Orochimaru, Pain said, his gaze unwavering. After a moment of hesitation, Orochimaru retracted his tongue, nodded slightly, and declared, very well, let us explore Konoha together. Kurizetsu nodded in agreement. He had only gathered information regarding the Uchiha massacre, never venturing into Konoha. The Akatsuki operated under the principle of pairs, and now, with Orochimaru alongside him, they set forth towards the land of fire. After their departure from the Rain Village, Haiden could not contain himself. Leader, why admit someone as treacherous as Orochimaru into our ranks? Pain responded with indifference, The organization is currently understaffed. When we find a suitable replacement for Orochimaru, he will meet his end. Kurizetsu and Orochimaru sped away towards the land of fire. As they crossed into its borders, Orochimaru suddenly halted, a sly grin creeping across his face. Kurizetsu, your body seems rather intriguing. Kurizetsu, puzzled, inquired, Orochimaru, what do you mean? In a flash, 3 massive brown serpents erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, lunging at Kurizetsu. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly formed hand seals. Insect Jutsu. Upon activation, Kurizetsu plunged into the ground. The serpents struck with ferocity, one sinking its fangs into Kurizetsu's white arm, another piercing his chest, while the third aimed for his blackened limb, only to find nothing as it melded into the earth. With a sharp snap, the white part of Kurizetsu was severed, leaving a viscous white fluid behind. Orochimaru's curiosity piqued as he commanded a serpent to retrieve the severed arm. What is this? Upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated. Realizing the truth, cells of Hashirama, how could this be? There was no mistaking it. Having collaborated on human experiments with the Senju clan, he was well aware of Hashirama's cells. He looked down at the ground where Kurizetsu had submerged, sighing. What a pity. I did not expect your body to be so extraordinary. A being composed of Hashirama's cells, or perhaps the black part, is the true Kurizetsu, while the white is merely a shell. He had initially planned to attack Kurizetsu at the border of the Land of Fire, intending to escape unnoticed. Little did he anticipate that Kurizetsu could evade even after sustaining a fatal blow. As for the location, he had already selected a small village above the Land of Fire, the Sound Village. Now, it appeared that Kurizetsu's heart was not on the left side, or perhaps he had none at all. He recalled the puddle of black liquid Kurizetsu had transformed into while fleeing. This half of the body will be mine. Meanwhile, underground, Kurizetsu, utilizing his insect jutsu, darted swiftly towards the rain village. Damn it, Orochimaru. Even I wish to kill you. I am Kagaya's third son. After millennia of war, I shall not fall to your hands. I shall remember this grievance, and when mother returns, I will have her transform you all into our nourishment. Chapter 53. The Enthusiastic Delusion of Sarutobi Hiruzen. 1 year later, after a year of systematic training, Sasuke has now attained the rank of Elite Jonin, capable of contending with ordinary Kaga-level ninjas when pushed to his limits. In the Hidden Leaf Village, while diligently training, Sasuke was approached by Danzo Shimura. Lord Danzo, what is your command? Sasuke inquired calmly, his face concealed behind a mask. After a moment's hesitation, Danzo placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. There is a minor task, though it may present some difficulties. Please, speak plainly, Lord Danzo. The system interjected directly. Danzo, no longer hesitant, continued. It's that Sarutobi fellow. He intends to summon you back to the Ninja Academy for a demonstration. I have attempted to decline on your behalf, but to no avail. You must understand. I have turned down Sarutobi too many times over the past year. Our relationship has become somewhat precarious. Danzo's expression betrayed a hint of discomfort. However, the system, having already calculated the outcome, remained unfazed. Very well, Lord Danzo, I shall attend. As Sasuke prepared to leave, Danzo suddenly reminded him, by the way, there is no need to remove your mask. It is precisely this aura that he desires. At the Ninja Academy, upon arriving at the entrance, Sasuke spotted a familiar figure clad in Hokage robes. Does he ever wash that outfit? Sasuke internally scoffed. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Sasuke and approached, smiling. Sasuke, you have finally arrived. Sasuke nodded. I have met with you, Lord Hokage. Internally, he was taken aback. How can he recognize me even with this mask? That old man. Over the course of the year, his feelings towards Hiruzen had soured. Having seen through the Hokage's hypocritical facade, his perception of the man had deteriorated further. Danzo, in contrast, was merely viewed as a better actor. Come along, Sasuke, Hiruzen beckoned, leading Sasuke through the academy gates towards the campus. It had been over a year since Sasuke last set foot here. This was his first return, and he couldn't help but reminisce about how the trees had grown and the flowers flourished. As they walked, they attracted the attention of numerous students. Who is that? The principal. That's the Hokage. The principal is the Hokage, you fool. Is that the legendary Anbu ninja accompanying him? So cool. Even in that bulky black robe and matching animal mask, his charm cannot be hidden. Please, he's nothing special. I've seen handsomer. You've seen someone better? Who? Tell us. Of course, our class's Uchiha Sasuke was handsome back in the day. Sasuke, well, that's beside the point. Sasuke is indeed handsome, but their charms are clearly different. You boys wouldn't understand. The Anbu ninja's aura is what makes him appealing. Exactly. Sasuke is handsome in face, while the Anbu's appeal lies in his presence. The students whispered amongst themselves. Hiruzen initially smiled, but as he realized the focus had shifted to Sasuke, his expression stiffened. How dare they overlook me, the principal? Everyone was handsome in their youth. Clearing his throat, Hiruzen brought Sasuke to the playground, where he coughed lightly. This simple act silenced the crowd. All eyes now fixated on Hiruzen. For years, Hiruzen had meticulously crafted his virtuous image, successfully aligning it with the will of fire. Hokage-sama, several teachers, including Irika, stepped forward to bow respectfully. Hiruzen nodded. Today, I have gathered you all to announce that an elite who has departed from our school will return to offer guidance, helping you understand what it means to be a proper ninja upon graduation. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Irika's enthusiastic voice echoed, prompting a synchronized round of applause from the hundreds of teachers and students present. Sasuke thought, guidance? Surely not. I'm only 10 years old, even if you count my age. I'm merely 11. How can I provide guidance? System, I must rely on you this time. The system, maintaining a calm demeanor, internally reassured him, rest assured, host. Who would know who is behind this mask? Perhaps they have truly brought back a hidden genius to guide us, Hinata mumbled as she clapped, her voice drowned out by the applause. Nearby, Sakura heard and nodded slightly, having hoped to see Sasuke again. Ugh, what is so great about Sasuke? He fled from the academy out of fear of me, Naruto, Uzumaki. Naruto's loud proclamation caught the attention of many, but most dismissed him, viewing him as a mere jester. After all, who would believe that someone who constantly lagged behind could claim that the top graduate fled out of fear? As Hiruzen nodded, Irika raised his hand, gradually quieting the applause. This will not be the last time we have a genius return to provide guidance. Rest assured, Hokage-sama will do everything in his power to bring back any genius you wish to see. Wow, Hokage-sama is so kind. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The students expressed their gratitude towards Hiruzen, who beamed with a benevolent smile, relishing the recognition of the virtuous persona he had meticulously crafted. Only Sasuke regarded him with disdain internally. What effort have you truly made? You forced me here simply due to your position as Hokage. How insufferable, you old fool. At that moment, Hiruzen stepped closer to Sasuke, smiling. Now you may remove your mask, Uchiha Sasuke. The crowd gasped, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 54, Selecting an Opponent. Whirlwind Yellow Hair, Uchiha Sasuke. Did I hear correctly? Did Lord Hokage say the name Uchiha Sasuke? A wave of jubilation erupted as the crowd eagerly gazed at the masked figure beside Hiruzen Sarutobi, anticipating the unveiling of his face. Sasuke. Sakura initially remained stunned. After the clamor subsided, she abruptly leaped up, her voice as potent as her illusory arts. Her shriek overwhelmed the collective voices of the excited girls, who turned in unison to locate the source. A delicate blush crept across Sakura's face, a hue reserved solely for Sasuke. Why the blush? You weren't shy when you were shouting at the top of your lungs just now, Ino Yamanaka muttered, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She was inwardly pleased to witness her dear friend's reaction, though it didn't mean she would relinquish her pursuit of Sasuke. Whatever. If anyone felt disgruntled, it was undoubtedly the blonde-haired Naruto, his lips pursed in a pout. Having boasted moments earlier, the reality of facing Sasuke was somewhat embarrassing. Deep down, he acknowledged his current inferiority to Sasuke, who had graduated a year prior and become a member of the Hokage's direct Anbu forces. Why come back after graduating? Honestly, Naruto grumbled under his breath. At that moment, the system slowly removed the mask, revealing Sasuke's breathtaking visage. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, though Sasuke remained indifferent, even annoyed. Don't these people have anything better to do? What is there to admire about me? Perhaps they admire your very attitude. The system responded telepathically, its expression unchanging. Sasuke scoffed inwardly. They must have peculiar tastes then. Sasuke, share your insights on rapidly mastering the academy curriculum and the lifestyle of a ninja after graduation, so everyone can gain some understanding, Hiruzen Sarutobi announced, sensing the atmosphere was right. The system sifted through Sasuke's memories, swiftly retrieving his recollections of mastering the curriculum. It commenced its model student address. Merely listening to Sasuke's speech and sharing of experiences consumed the entire morning. Fortunately, Sasuke didn't have to consciously control his body during this process. He simply meditated internally while the system handled the external presentation. This kid, how can he talk so much? He's more long-winded than those old relics. Hiruzen Sarutobi, noticing the passing of time, hastily intervened to halt the system's ongoing lecture. The primary objective wasn't solely to have Sasuke impart knowledge to the academy students, but, more importantly, to dissuade certain individuals from emulating Sasuke's premature graduation. Throughout the year, numerous students, influenced by Sasuke, had approached him, seeking early graduation, believing they had learned enough. While some students indeed met the criteria for becoming ninjas, such as Niji Hyuga, who was a year ahead of Naruto and possessed the aptitude for early graduation, doing so in peacetime was detrimental to the village. Each additional semester spent in the academy contributed to the village's economic benefits. Moreover, instilling the will of fire was crucial. He didn't want students solely equipped with ninja skills but devoid of the will of fire. Even Naruto had sought early graduation, which he vehemently opposed. Naruto was already prone to causing trouble, and he shuddered to imagine the chaos he would unleash if he graduated prematurely. Sasuke's presence was primarily intended to quash these aspirations. Sasuke, let's proceed with the final segment, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, approaching Sasuke. The system glanced at him before falling silent. Students, the next segment addresses a question many of you have. What standards must be met to graduate early? Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, turning to Sasuke. Sasuke, select a student for a basic ninjutsu demonstration, such as the three-body techniques, to showcase the disparity between geniuses like yourself and them. He smiled, aware that even in fundamental techniques, the execution of a Jonin differed significantly from that of a Jonin, with superior ceiling speed and chakra control. This would convincingly demonstrate the gap to students like Naruto, who barely met the minimum standard for the three-body techniques, while Sasuke had attained Jonin-level proficiency. Very well. The system replied with a slight nod, surveying the crowd. Before it could make a selection, the girls eagerly raised their hands, some even casting flirtatious glances at Sasuke. Me. Sasuke-kun. Choose me, Sasuke-kun. I want to spar with Sasuke. You want to spar? Control yourself. You're drooling. Sasuke felt uneasy at Hiruzen Sarutobi's subtly upturned lips, especially considering the ongoing investigation linking Hiruzen Sarutobi to his clan's annihilation. System, I don't want to fulfill that hypocritical old man's desires. Choose a strong opponent and deliberately lose. But don't win. The system's gaze momentarily lingered before resuming its target lock. Understood, host. Should I go up? If I could defeat Sasuke, I'd definitely be able to graduate early, and then maybe I could be with Sasuke. Sakura thought, shaking her head. She felt she was still too deluded. How could she possibly defeat Sasuke now? Even in a simple three-body techniques contest, she knew she would struggle. Damn it. That conceited Sasuke is going to show off his cursed charm again. Naruto muttered under his breath, slowly retreating. He didn't want to witness Sasuke flaunting in front of him. While Sasuke wouldn't engage in such petty behavior, Naruto's imagination ran wild. As he backed away, several individuals forcefully shoved him from behind. Go embarrass yourself. You were acting all high and mighty. Sasuke will beat you to a pulp. Naruto felt a sudden surge of force, propelling him forward. He tumbled and crashed to the ground. The system's gaze descended upon Naruto, and it expressionlessly stated, Naruto Uzumaki, is it? Naruto dazedly lifted his head from the ground. Huh? What's going on? Chapter 55, Mysticism? No, it's probability theory. I refuse to engage in such trivial conflicts. Uzumaki Naruto rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire, preparing to make a hasty retreat. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a faint smile. Uzumaki Naruto, what a commendable contender. Though he has recently begun to exert effort, his skills still lag significantly behind. Allowing him to participate will surely ensure a more stable outcome. With this thought, he cleared his throat and addressed Naruto. Since you are so eager to challenge Sasuke, the stage is yours. Do not fret, there is no need for physical confrontation. We shall compete in ninjutsu. A chorus of discontent arose from the crowd. That detestable Uzumaki Naruto. He appears utterly weak. How can he be allowed to compete? Indeed, the outcome of a match between him and Sasuke is painfully obvious. What would be the point? This Naruto fellow has audaciously seized my chance to duel Sasuke. Choosing the weakest contender is hardly entertaining. A boy with Byakugan furrowed his brow and turned to leave, hands in pockets. Hey, Niji, are you leaving? Aren't you going to watch Sasuke's performance? A thick-browed individual hurried after him. It's merely a demonstration. It lacks significance and has already squandered enough of my time. The Byakugan boy departed from the gathering. Grandfather Hokage, even if we are to compete in ninjutsu, I cannot possibly win against that insufferable Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, launching himself towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, clinging to his leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to shake him off, but to no avail. Finally, his patience waning, he exerted force and flung Naruto directly in front of Sasuke. Let the competition commence. Naruto, you may select the first challenge. Me? Naruto hesitated, wishing to decline, but the cacophony of voices around him grew increasingly irksome. Why must they target me? Silence. I am competing, he roared, prompting the crowd to quiet down. Sasuke, let us compete in the shadow clone technique and see who performs it better, Naruto stated with unwavering determination. Sasuke internally scoffed. This fool genuinely believes he can surpass me. Even if he were to go easy on me, he might still fail. The system responded, do not worry, host. Based on your memories of Uzumaki Naruto, while he may not be particularly strong, he often achieves unexpected victories. When did you start believing in mysticism? This is not mysticism. It is probability theory. When occurrences happen frequently, they cease to be mysticism and instead become a quantified science of probabilities. If you won't initiate, then I shall. Feeling Sasuke's icy demeanor, Naruto grew increasingly frustrated. All right. The system nodded, and in the next moment, Naruto began forming hand seals, deliberately slowing his speed, yet remaining inconspicuous. The seals were completed in a flash. Boom. A clone identical to Sasuke appeared beside him, a manifestation of the shadow clone technique. Wow. Sasuke is incredible. I love you, Sasuke-kun. The crowd of girls erupted with excitement at the sight of the clone. They understood the technique was commonplace. Yet their adoration for Sasuke compelled them to express their admiration vocally. Even if Sasuke were to fail, their responses would remain supportive and cheerful. How bothersome. Is there a way to mute their voices? Sasuke lamented internally. Regrettably, the system lacked such a feature. Its capabilities were limited to compelling the host into action, without any extraordinary functions. Shadow clone technique. Starting off with the most challenging. Naruto felt dissatisfaction brewing within, but refused to surrender. Over the past year, he had forced himself to attend classes, convinced that his shadow clone technique had reached a certain level of proficiency. Moreover, a subtle smirk played upon his lips. Just watch. I will certainly make you see Uzumaki Naruto in a new light. With swiftness, Naruto executed the hand seals. This was the fastest he had ever performed them during his time at the Ninja Academy. Due to the forced acceleration, his fingers ached slightly from the effort. Yet he succeeded. He barely managed to match the speed of the system's slowed pace. The expressions of mockery on the faces of the onlookers began to wane. They had never anticipated that the once derided Naruto could achieve such remarkable speed in forming hand seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Over the past year, he had been monitoring Sasuke through a telescope, neglecting to observe Naruto's dedicated efforts. How had Naruto managed to keep pace with Sasuke, a seasoned Jonin? Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted. As the smoke dissipated, silence enveloped the crowd as they beheld the sight before them. 2.5 Uzumaki Narutos stood in the arena. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Did he just create 2 clones at once? This was beyond my expectations. I never imagined Naruto, who has yet to graduate, could achieve such results after merely a year of diligent study. 2. Clearly, it is 2.5. Naruto exclaimed, a broad grin spreading across his face, laughing heartily. How about that? You see the prowess of the great Naruto now. He rubbed his finger against his nose, unable to contain his joy. Insufferable Sasuke. I won this round, didn't I? He abruptly turned to face Sasuke, raising an eyebrow. Is he actually this formidable? Sasuke pondered, momentarily stunned. He had always regarded this troublesome Naruto as a mere nuisance. Now, he was taken aback to see that Naruto possessed some level of skill. Being able to create 2 clones at this stage was indeed impressive, a feat many Jonin could not achieve. Of course, for Sasuke, creating 2 or 3 clones was still a simple task. He was merely astonished by Naruto's innate talent. The system, expressionless, observed Naruto and nodded. 1 clone for me, 2 for you, so you have 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from blaming Sasuke, as no one could have predicted that Naruto would create 2 clones. Naturally, he had initially intended to focus on the intricacies of the shadow clone technique. If one wished to find fault, it would indeed be easy. For instance, Naruto's goggles. Both clones had goggles of noticeably different sizes, along with discrepancies in the leg bindings and other details. Such inconsistencies clearly indicated a lack of finesse in chakra control. However, the crowd was awestruck by Naruto's performance, insisting that Sasuke had superior technique would only provoke their disdain. Ha! I am truly remarkable, Naruto boasted loudly. Eventually, someone could no longer restrain themselves and shouted, what are you so proud of? You merely won 1 technique. There are 3 in total for the shadow clone technique. You idiot. Hurry up and continue. Let's see Sasuke crush you in the remaining 2 techniques. Exactly. Sasuke is merely letting you win. And you act like this is a great achievement. Naruto huffed, turning to Sasuke. You choose the next technique for the second round. I am giving you the opportunity. Do not say I am bullying you. The system pretended to ponder for a moment before stating, let us go with the transformation technique. Chapter 56. I won. I know. I won. Transformation technique. The eyes of Naruto Uzumaki suddenly sparkled with excitement. This is excellent. He thought of a clever tactic. This time, perhaps I can truly defeat Sasuke. Observing the glimmer in his eyes, the system sensed a hint of concern. Host, judging by his expression, we are destined to lose. Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. Good. It doesn't matter. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is humbled, it's fine if this blonde wins. Hurry up. Let us begin. Naruto urged eagerly. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twitch in his left eyelid. What is going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? Why is Naruto so excited? Could it be that he has grasped the essence of the transformation technique? Hiss. But even if he switches to a substitution technique now, Sasuke must win the next 2 ninjutsu battles. The transformation technique is unavoidable. He instinctively glanced at Sasuke. Seeing the calm demeanor on Sasuke's face, his anxious heart eased slightly. Sasuke's expression must indicate a solid victory. Nevertheless, just in case, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. Naruto, Sasuke. This time the transformation technique will be judged on a simple basis. Who can execute the transformation with more intricate details? The side with more details wins. Testing the solid foundation learned in ninja school. It's fair, right? He deduced that Naruto's chakra control was not precise enough, and in a contest of detailed transformations, he would undoubtedly lose. Indeed, it is fair. This is how it should be. Sasuke has become an Anbu ninja. If we were to compare release speed and transformation size, that would be too easy for the blonde. Precisely, this way, Naruto will lose convincingly. The crowd agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposed rules. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. All right. Seeing Naruto's eagerness, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of unease. Could it be? However, he had no time for further contemplation. The system began to swiftly form hand seals. The transformation technique was activated in an instant. He transformed into Irika's likeness. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It looks exactly the same. If I hadn't witnessed Sasuke transform with my own eyes, I would have surely thought it was Irika-sensei in the classroom. Irika, standing at the front, furrowed his brow and observed for a second or two before relaxing and smiling. It's incredibly lifelike. Even my scar is replicated perfectly. However, the direction of the hair seems a bit off. If considering the mirror image, it isn't entirely incorrect. He mused inwardly about Sasuke's return being a form of performance. Thus, he refrained from mentioning his discovery. Many students failed to notice this detail, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, could not possibly overlook it. Like Irika, he immediately recognized the hair issue. His expression darkened. What on earth is Sasuke thinking? Why transform into Irika? Why not just create a symmetrical hairstyle? A bald look would suffice. He grumbled internally. Fearing that the students might notice the anomaly, he took the initiative to speak. Very well, Sasuke, cancel the transformation. Now let us see Naruto's. Upon hearing this, the system formed hand seals and released the transformation technique. As for the hairstyle issue, that was intentional. Errors in other areas might reveal to Sarutobi Hiruzen that he was being lenient, but the mirror image issue was inevitable and the easiest to misjudge. Therefore, if he lost on this front, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not immediately suspect it was a deliberate loss. Good. At this moment, Naruto was already eager to try. He hadn't even begun forming hand seals when a grin spread across his face. Hurry up. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, and he urged. He did not believe that Naruto could transform into a more detailed Irika than Sasuke. Especially with that scar on the face, the size was incredibly challenging to control. Alright, Hokage Grandpa, Naruto chuckled foolishly, and in the next moment, his hands moved rapidly to form the seals. The transformation technique was swiftly activated. Bang! Naruto Uzumaki transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman, captivating everyone present. The crowd. What is this? A transformation technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped in shock. Uffed. In the next moment, a powerful rush of blood erupted from his nostrils, sending him flying backward. The teachers present felt a rush of warmth in their noses, propelled away by the forceful blood pressure, collapsing unconscious. Especially as Naruto moved with exquisite finesse. In terms of detail, his transformation technique was indeed rich in intricacies. The younger male students were utterly overwhelmed by such temptation, blood flowing from their noses in a torrent. How did he transform into this? Sasuke stammered mentally, his eyes nearly popping out. Although he had no interest in boring romantic games, appreciating a figure was not at odds with such games. Only the system remained expressionless, its gaze on the transformed Naruto appearing calm. Shameless. What are you doing, Naruto? Shameless fellow. You scoundrel. We'll beat you to a pulp. Many girls blushed furiously, hurling insults at Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto shook his hips once more before reverting from the transformation. In any case, I won. He picked his nose dismissively in the face of the crowd's scorn. Then he turned to Sasuke, grinning proudly as he raised 2 fingers, 2 wins out of 3. Take that, Sasuke. This time, I am the victor. The system nodded slightly. Yes, I won. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. No, I won. It's not you who won. I know, which is why I said I won. The system remarked before donning a mask and departing from the ninja school. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he remained unaware of when he would regain consciousness. And he did not care. The mission to perform at the ninja school had been accomplished. Swish. The speed of the body flicker technique was astonishingly swift, and he vanished before Naruto's eyes in an instant. Naruto, who had intended to intercept Sasuke, was momentarily stunned, his hand hanging in the air. Wow, so fast. Could it be? Did Sasuke let me win? Impossible. Even without letting me win, my transformation technique absolutely triumphed. I am the man who knocked out the Hokage. What should I name this ninjutsu? Chapter 57, a year later. The transformation of Hinata-chun. How could you provoke the Hokage to such an extent? You nearly gave him a heart attack. Shimura Danzo scowled as he reprimanded Uchiha Sasuke in the Hokage's lounge. Internally, he mused that it would be quite beneficial if this old fool were to meet his demise due to anger. The system, with an impassive demeanor, interjected. I did not expect that the shadow clone technique of Naruto Uzumaki would be so effective. The rules were established by the Hokage. And while it is a matter of technique, defeat is defeat. I shall punish myself by running 10 laps around the village. With that, the system departed the Hokage's lounge without a backward glance, commencing its self-imposed punishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head slightly in confusion. Is he really just leaving like that? His gaze shifted to Danzo, who met his eyes for a brief moment before nodding. Indeed, it appeared he had simply walked away. No, wait. He was off to self-punish himself. He clearly realized his mistakes, particularly in losing to the Ninetales. A punishment was certainly warranted. Hiruzen wiped his nose and shook his head gently. No, I hadn't intended to punish him. I simply called him over, and before I could say anything, he just... Exactly. Danzo interrupted Hiruzen loudly. If you have no intention of punishing him, he remains unaware of the Hokage's good intentions. Running 10 laps is hardly sufficient. I shall add to his punishment. With that, Danzo swiftly exited the lounge, completely disregarding Hiruzen's attempt to grasp his pant leg. Bang! The door to the lounge slammed shut, leaving Hiruzen alone and bewildered. I called Sasuke here, and before I could utter a few words, he left? Is it Sasuke who is being punished? Or am I the one at fault? In a moment of clarity, he deduced that it was indeed Danzo's scheming that led to Sasuke's deliberate defeat. They had been coordinating their efforts. Realization darkened his expression. It was clear that even in the position of Hokage's advisor, one must find someone who has been nurtured by the will of fire, lest they easily succumb to treachery. Previously, he had merely viewed Danzo's individualism as a non-threat to his position and the power of the Sarutobi clan. However, it now seemed that Danzo was growing increasingly arrogant and likely plotting another assault on Hiruzen's Hokage position. Danzo, if you were in my shoes, you would understand the challenges I face. Sasuke's defeat was minor in terms of pride, yet it would surely incite Naruto and others to clamor for an early graduation examination. After all, if Sasuke could graduate early, then surely they could too. Hiruzen sighed heavily, feeling a sense of helplessness. Many students would likely seek to imitate this. And with so many ninjas during peacetime and insufficient missions, it would only burden the village further. What was to be done? Completing 10 laps around Konoha. The daily physical training concludes, preparing to replenish nutrients. The system slowed its pace as it headed toward the village. Although drenched in sweat, it showed no signs of fatigue. Sasuke was astonished. If it were me, I would have likely collapsed by the third lap. Under the tireless management of the system, while the 10 laps were arduous, they were not insurmountable. Sasuke. Just then, someone called out to the system. The system heard the voice, but paid it no mind, as it was focused on nourishment. Sasuke, too, was indifferent. After all, he was a focal point in the village, admired by many. Being liked by so many was not necessarily a blessing. Sasuke. At that moment, the owner of the voice positioned themselves in front of him. Only then did Sasuke recognize who it was. Hinata-chan. What was he doing here? By the way, how long has it been since we last met? Sasuke, struggling to recall, asked the system, how long has it been since I last saw Hinata-chan? A year, the system promptly replied. Oh right. During that year he mentioned that next time we met, he would have awakened the Byakugan, which means. Sasuke's eyes brightened. Chun. I have something I must do immediately. The system replied calmly. Something you must do? Hinata, eager to catch up, was momentarily taken aback. What could it be? You, system. You can go without eating for a meal and not starve. Why not be flexible? I do not understand. The system responded blankly. Sasuke, feeling helpless, said, deactivate the management. In the next instant, he regained control of his body. Just as he did, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. After running 10 laps, his leg muscles were sore and completely devoid of strength. What is wrong, Sasuke? Hinata exclaimed, noticing Sasuke suddenly kneeling. He rushed over to assist him. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy after running 10 laps around Konoha. Sasuke replied, adjusting to the soreness in his legs before standing upright with a smile. 10 laps? Is that why you said you had something urgent? You were just hungry. Hinata chuckled. No worries, let's go together. It's on me. Curry rice, right? Ah, yes. Sasuke nodded, somewhat dazed. He couldn't shake the feeling that Hinata-chan seemed different from the person he had met a year ago. Upon arriving at the curry shop, Hinata admonished, slow down. Why are you eating so hastily? You have no idea how hungry I am after 10 laps, Sasuke replied. Although puzzled by Hinata's transformation from shy to outgoing, he regarded him as a true friend. Thus, he felt at ease during their meal, not overly concerned about appearances. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, inquiring about each other's lives and enjoying the exchange. Sasuke, what is wrong? Hinata suddenly noticed that Sasuke's eyes appeared somewhat red. Sasuke quickly shook his head, rubbing his eyes with a smile. It's nothing. This curry is just too spicy. Perhaps the chef is using extra chili today. In truth, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. The once love-encased youth had been forced to mature overnight, akin to hastening the growth of seedlings. It could be said that Uchiha Itachi severed not only the fate of the Uchiha clan, but also Sasuke's own destiny. Since that day, he had found himself devoid of friends. By the way, Chun, I haven't asked. Have you awakened your Byakugan? Sasuke inquired cautiously, concerned that asking might inadvertently hurt Hinata's feelings if he had not awakened it. Hinata merely smiled, and in the next moment, the veins at his temples bulged, connecting to his eyes. A deeper white circle appeared in the center of his white pupils. I have awakened it, Hinata grinned. Chapter 58, Answer me. How did you awaken your eyes? Did you truly awaken them? Sasuke felt a sense of joy for Hinata's progress. He recalled the despondent expression Hinata had a year ago when he had asked him about it. It seems that your personality has brightened due to the awakening of your Byakugan. Sasuke smiled. I suppose, Hinata nodded slightly. By the way, how did you awaken your Byakugan? Sasuke inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, Hinata was already 13 at that time, suggesting that the method to awaken the Byakugan must be quite challenging. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken until now, at 14, to achieve it. You contributed to it, Hinata chuckled. My contribution? Indeed. I researched and attempted the method you mentioned for awakening the Sharingan, and it was only yesterday that I unlocked my Byakugan. The method for awakening the Sharingan? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. The two were entirely different, and moreover, the method for awakening the Sharingan is rooted in hatred and you. Before he could finish, Hinata stood up with a smile. Sasuke, I came here to express my gratitude. He then bowed seriously to Sasuke. Without you, I might never have awakened my Byakugan, nor would I have comprehended the extent of its abilities. I would not have felt the respect of my fellow clan members. Sasuke, do you know that ever since I unlocked my Byakugan, even the Hyuga clan leader has begun to regard me with respect? I am truly grateful to you, Sasuke. You are my idol. I will strive to learn from you. Sasuke's mouth fell slightly agape, momentarily stunned. The Hinata before him left him a little unnerved. He felt a chill gradually spreading across his neck. This chill emanated from Hinata's Byakugan. Upon returning home, Sasuke tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he sat up. System, analyze for me how Hinata managed to awaken his Byakugan using the method for awakening the Sharingan. After a brief analysis, the system responded. No Byakugan information found in the host's mind. Unknown. Well then, Sasuke, who had just sat up, fell back heavily onto the bed. However, the words he had spoken left him with an unsettling chill, which, although faded, hinted at a change in his character that was difficult to articulate. A drastic shift in a person's personality often signifies a significant upheaval. The host must be cautious, as Hinata has undoubtedly changed from the Hinata he once knew. How could that be possible? Can such a profound change occur in just a year? Sasuke, still smiling, began to reflect on himself. He had undergone a substantial transformation that night. Although he believed his personality remained unchanged, he had indeed been affected. It was merely the emergence of the management system that had salvaged a part of him, preventing him from being entirely consumed by darkness. After a moment, Sasuke sat up again. Something felt amiss. His bed was near the window, and he turned to glance at the sky outside. The stars were numerous. Suddenly, the window slammed shut. Sasuke's presence vanished from the room. In the dimly lit alley, a figure donned in an animal-themed mask, hands in pockets, strolled forward. Have we arrived? Sasuke, with hands in pockets, slightly raised his gaze to behold the ancient and imposing estate before him, its threshold towering at 20 centimeters. The plaque above bore the two characters, Hyuga. This was the Hyuga residence, presumably the abode of the clan leader. Beyond this point lay the residences of other clan members. Just as he was about to take another step forward, he heard a rustling noise. The sound emanated from the entrance of the Hyuga estate. He furrowed his brow, retracting his foot. Was there someone still awake at this hour? At that moment, the rustling grew more pronounced. Suddenly, the grand entrance of the Hyuga estate swung open. A girl with short black hair and wide eyes stumbled out, cradling a small child. Heedless of the stone pathway that could injure her feet, she ran frantically, oblivious to the high threshold at her doorstep. One foot stepped out, but the other was caught, causing her to topple forward. Her expression shifted in alarm, yet she remained silent, instinctively twisting her body to land on her back instead. Thud! She hit the ground, but felt no pain as she had anticipated. As she turned in confusion, she discovered another person beneath her. That person was Sasuke. Retaining the kindness inherent in his character, Sasuke instinctively acted to cushion her fall. Oh really now my body just moved on its own. How troublesome, Sasuke mused internally. He quickly recognized the girl as his classmate, Hinata Hyuga. He had no desire to be entangled with a girl, especially a classmate. He wished to avoid it altogether. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, so she likely wouldn't recognize him. Upon seeing the attire of the individual beneath her, Hinata's initial anxiety transformed into excitement. The animal-themed mask clearly indicated he was an Anbu ninja. Anbu big brother, please save. Save my father. Anbu big brother? Sasuke realized she had not recognized him. Wait, what did you say? What happened to your father? Sasuke abruptly rose, his brow furrowing. It was then he noticed Hinata's pallid complexion. Her hands were devoid of warmth, icy to the touch. The small girl in her arms fared even worse. Her clothing stained with dark crimson. Blood. Sasuke's pupils constricted in shock, instinctively taking a step back. He then looked up at the sky. A white moon, not a red one. His mind steadied slightly as he recalled everything he had witnessed on his way home from school. Ugh, my father. Hinata struggled to suppress her tears, speaking softly. But before she could finish, footsteps echoed from behind. Uff, Lady Hinata, you still love to trip over flat ground, don't you? With someone like you, how can you be the heir to the Hyuga clan? He has arrived. Hinata, like a frightened bird, felt her pupils constrict, her cold hands gripping Sasuke's arm tightly. Anbu big brother, please. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, seeking help from Sasuke. Hinata. The voice belonged to Hinata's elder brother, Hinata. He had heard that voice just today. It was unmistakable. Both the sound of Hinata and the pleading gaze of his classmate momentarily left him feeling disoriented. The footsteps halted, and Hinata's brother's unsettling smile froze upon seeing Sasuke. Masked before Hinata, his pupils dilated in shock. Anbu, how could you be here? He instinctively tightened his grip around the bloody kunai in his hand, though it still trembled slightly. In that moment, Sasuke made a move. Ignoring Hinata, he stepped forward, his masked expression complex as he stared at Hinata's brother, stained with blood. Answer me, how did you awaken your eyes? Hinata? Chapter 59, Naturally. As the elder sister, it is your duty to save her. I am too busy to rescue her. Upon hearing the familiar voice emanating from beneath the mask, Hinata-chun was momentarily taken aback, the tremors throughout his body ceasing instantly. A smile soon followed. Ah, Sasuke, Hinata-chun exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. What brings you here? Are you worried about me? Fear not, for I have already slain the elder of the Hyuga clan. With that, he wiped the blood from his right hand against his clothing and produced 2 round objects from his pocket. Behold, these are the eyes of the Hyuga clan leader. I intend to present them to you. Father. Woo, those are Father's eyes. Hinata Hyuga gasped, covering her mouth, unable to suppress her tears, for she recognized them all too clearly. Under the moonlight, those 2 white orbs were unmistakably the Byakugan recently extracted. Silence. Should you dare to interrupt my conversation with Sasuke again, I shall ensure your father is utterly. Hinata-chun, have you lost your mind? Sasuke interjected, his body quivering slightly as he raised his voice. Hinata-chun's smile faded, his expression turning cold. You dare call me insane? Sasuke, you are my idol. How can you speak like the leader of the Hyuga clan? Moreover, isn't your Sharingan awakened in a similar manner? I am merely emulating your path. Why label me as mad? At this, Sasuke felt a shudder of disbelief. I once told you that the Sharingan and Byakugan are fundamentally different. You cannot awaken them merely through emotional fluctuations. Emotional fluctuations? No, that is not what you said. Hinata-chun shook his head, insisting, you spoke of hatred. I harnessed my hatred to awaken them. He maniacally pressed his finger against his left eye, suddenly digging in. Thud. The left Byakugan rolled into his palm. This Byakugan belonged to my father. He held me in contempt, harboring intense hatred for me. Thus, I pondered whether this already awakened Byakugan was meant for me. And guess what? Hinata-chun grinned, revealing a sinister smile. It fits perfectly. As if it were my own eye, whether extracted or implanted, it can be wielded directly. He swiftly alternated between inserting and removing his left eye, repeating the motion incessantly. Witnessing this bizarre and incomprehensible behavior from Hinata-chun, Sasuke felt a profound fear that eclipsed his confusion. He instinctively took 2 steps back. As he became aware of his retreat, he inadvertently met Hinata's pleading gaze. Hinata, her pale visage contorted into a smile, tears glistening in her eyes, fervently bowed before Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, I implore you, save Hanabi. After saying this, she lifted her gaze and turned. Her eyes, once gentle, now radiated determination. Her pupils turned pale, veins bulging around them. The Byakugan has awakened. Sasuke Uchiha murmured, his expression devoid of light. How could he not comprehend what Hinata's awakening of the Byakugan and her turning around signified? How could the gentle Hyuga lady exhibit such a murderous gaze? Hinata-chun sneered, lowering his left hand after adjusting the Byakugan. Did I place it incorrectly on the left? He realized he could no longer see from that side. He raised his left hand once more to correct it. At that moment, Hinata, clad in a black shirt, sprang into action. Barefoot, she dashed toward Hinata-chun, her hands forming the gentle fist 8 trigram stance. Closing the distance, her arms slightly bent, she leaped into the air, striking out her left hand toward Hinata-chun with great force. Bang. Hinata-chun effortlessly raised his right hand to intercept Hinata's strike, far too slow. As his left eye rotated back into position, he unleashed a fierce blow with his left palm. Have you truly been training diligently? Hinata said nothing. Her response to Hinata-chun was solely her right palm. The instant their palms collided, chakra erupted forth. A visible shockwave exploded from the point of contact, sending dust swirling several centimeters into the air. Sasuke, positioned behind Hinata, watched as her short hair was blown straight by the force of the blast. At that moment, Sasuke cradled the unconscious Hanabi in his arms, gazing at Hinata with admiration. For he, in the past, had lacked the courage. Confronted with the perpetrator who annihilated his entire clan, he had chosen to be a coward, fleeing without a backward glance. Yet, in a similar situation, Hinata, a seemingly timid and introverted girl at school, exhibited remarkable bravery in facing the murderer. He felt envious. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Hinata would surely prevail. Yet, the stark reality was that Hinata was being struck more frequently, while Hinata-chun remained unscathed. Die. Those who awaken their eyes without the burden of hatred cannot possibly defeat me. Hinata-chun suddenly struck out with force. Though his palm had yet to make contact with Hinata, her abdomen caved in, instantly propelling her into the air with tremendous force. The 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Flung backward, Hinata was taken aback to discover that Hinata-chun had indeed mastered the 8 trigrams empty palm, a technique unique to the Hyuga clan for long-range attacks. Swish. Before Hinata could land, Sasuke's figure moved rapidly. He leaped into the air, catching Hinata mid-flight. Thud. He then safely landed. Take Hanabi and leave. Sasuke gently set her down, removing the mask from his face and discarding it on the ground, rising to confront Hinata-chun. At that moment, a small hand tugged at his pant leg. No. Sasuke-kun, let me. Hinata's words trailed off as she beheld Sasuke turning to face her. She gazed into a pair of eyes resembling rubies, surrounded by pools of inky black. 3 Tomo Sharingan. That child is your sister, if anyone is to save her. It is your duty as the elder sister to do so. I am too occupied to assist her. Sasuke coldly delivered these words, shaking free from her grasp and stepping in front of Hinata-chun. Hey, Chun, do you believe you awakened your eyes due to the burden of hatred? Sasuke, are you going to stop me? Hinata-chun's gaze fell, his hands hanging limply at his sides, glancing at Sasuke with a hint of desperation. Can you tell me why? Sasuke replied, because you have strayed onto the wrong path. No, he shook his head. It is also my fault. I should not have ignored the warnings. Who? What are you talking about? Hinata-chun asked, perplexed. You have encountered it before, but today, you shall only meet me. Sasuke inhaled deeply, his gaze locking onto Hinata-chun's eyes. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Before Hinata-chun's vision, 2 enormous crimson Sharingan phantoms loomed ominously. Chapter 60, let me show you the results of my year. Hyuga-chin casually formed hand seals in front of him, disrupting his own chakra and breaking Sasuke's illusion. Useless. The Hyuga's gentle fist technique is precisely aimed at chakra control. For me, disrupting chakra is a trivial matter. The reason I couldn't pass the Chunin exam was not due to anything else, but solely because I focused on the gentle fist, and without the Byakugan, I could not accurately target chakra points. Even though I worked diligently every day, it wasn't until I obtained the Byakugan that I realized sometimes talent outweighs effort. The Byakugan that I struggled to awaken is indeed my talent. Those who claim effort is enough are deceivers. He paused, chuckling maniacally, and continued. I have only possessed the Byakugan for a day. My clan members regard me with newfound respect. My gentle fist has become the strongest among the younger generation. As I stand now, not only can I surpass the Chunin exam, but I could also potentially reach the level of Jonin. Sasuke gazed at him with an unusual calmness. Chun, tell me, how many people have you killed? Hyuga-chin tilted his head, surprised by Sasuke's sudden inquiry. Nevertheless, he earnestly began counting on his fingers, 1 old man, 1 Hyuga elder, 1 head of the Hyuga clan, and 2 from the branch family. I have only slain 5 individuals. I initially thought I would carry a heavier burden of hatred. Compared to you, Sasuke-kun, I am still far behind. He scratched his head, smiling shyly. What once appeared as a sincere smile now sent chills down Sasuke's spine. What about the Hyuga clan leader? He didn't die, did he? No. He merely had his eyes gouged out. Sigh. I didn't intend for it to be this way. Who knew he would discover my father's murder? Just like the Hyuga elder? I had no choice but to threaten him with his daughter, compelling him to seal his chakra points himself. Otherwise, with his elite Jonin strength, I might have indeed been killed by him. Hyuga-chun lamented helplessly. Can we return to how things were before? Sasuke, I truly do not wish to kill you. He gazed earnestly at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes were icy, but I must correct the mistakes I made a year ago. Chun, forgive me. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. White smoke erupted as another identical Sasuke appeared beside him. Unlike ordinary clones, shadow clones possess substance. Sasuke, I have witnessed your combat style in the Forest of Death. Information is paramount among ninjas, and you cannot defeat me. Hyuga-chin assumed the position of the gentle fist and slowly advanced towards Sasuke. You claim effort is futile. Let me illustrate the fruits of my labor this past year. No, rather, the fruits of my labor and my year. Sasuke and his shadow clone simultaneously formed hand seals. 2 arcs of lightning surged forth from both Sasuke and his shadow clone. Starting from the left hand, it quickly enveloped their entire bodies. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Hyuga-chin's brow furrowed in concern. He had never seen Sasuke employ such a technique. He had not witnessed anyone in Konoha using lightning release in this manner. Self-created lightning release, I shall name it, lightning release, lightning armor. What he unleashed was far more than mere electrical currents. As Sasuke's words fell, the shadow clone surged forward at incredible speed, leaving behind an afterimage. The enhancement from lightning release, lightning armor had propelled his speed to astonishing heights. What? Hyuga-chin's pupils constricted. The speed of Sasuke's shadow clone was too swift. If it weren't for the Byakugan, he would have been unable to perceive the figure at all. Bang! The shadow clone unleashed a powerful punch. Hyuga-chin crossed his hands to block, but the clone's strength was formidable due to its overwhelming speed. A terrifying force erupted from the punch, sending Hyuga-chin retreating several meters until he finally braced himself against the threshold of the Hyuga estate. Hyuga-chin's words had yet to finish before he quickly attempted to block again. There was no one before him, yet through the Byakugan's vision, he could see the shadow clone's fist descending upon him. Bang! Bang! Damn it! I cannot capture his speed with the naked eye. I can only rely on the Byakugan. How can he be so fast? Hyuga-chin continued to defend. Although the shadow clone shattered upon receiving an attack, he could not find an opportunity to counter. He was entirely on the receiving end of the assault. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, coldly observed the exchange between the shadow clone and Hyuga-chun. You claim to lack the talent you have now acquired. Why are you still being overwhelmed by my shadow clone? Damn it. Do you truly believe I won't kill you? You are my friend, Hyuga-chun, the only friend I have. Killing you would only burden me with more hatred, and I would only grow stronger. Hyuga-chun cried out. Just before the shadow clone's next punch landed, he altered his technique. Centering on his left foot, he opened his chakra points and began to spin rapidly. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. The chakra that surged forth formed a flawless blue barrier around him. When the shadow clone's punch struck the heavenly spin, it was immediately shredded apart. Boom. It dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. The chakra that had been divided returned to Sasuke's original body. You could destroy my shadow clone. Chun, I knew you weren't that weak. A smirk graced Sasuke's lips as he withdrew his hands from his pockets. Observing the opponent's rotation, he calmly formed hand seals. As Hyuga-chun's speed decreased and he was about to halt, Sasuke accelerated his hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball. He leaned back, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Hyuga-chun. Just as Hyuga-chun completely stopped, the inferno engulfed him. With the support of the 3-tomo Sharingan's dynamic vision, Sasuke accurately calculated the timing of Hyuga-chun's cessation. Boom. The sea of flames from Great Fireball completely engulfed Hyuga-chun. A second later, he leaped out, discarding his charred clothing and patting out the flames on his body. Sasuke, I shall surpass you. I will end your life and then bear your hatred. I know you wish to kill Uchiha Itachi. I will assist you. Hyuga-chun's long hair was singed, and the upper half of his black shirt was nearly burnt to tatters. Yet he still laughed heartily as he charged towards Sasuke. 8 trigrams air palm. He struck rapidly in the air, launching several high-density chakra spheres towards Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes flickered, and in the next moment, he mirrored Hyuga-chun's actions. 8 trigrams air palm. He too released several palm-sized high-density chakra spheres. Bang! Bang! The invisible high-density chakra spheres collided in the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble slightly. How is this possible? Hyuga-chun's pupils constricted. I have spent 3 years practicing 8 trigrams air palm. You merely glanced at it, and Sasuke replied nonchalantly, Sharingan. Copy, have you forgotten? Once you grasp the principles, it seems there is no difficulty. Open the chakra points, condense the chakra, and strike with the palm. You have never practiced chakra points. How could you possibly unlock? Before he could finish, Hyuga-chun suddenly realized, his expression shifting, the 8 gates. You use the 8 gates as chakra points.